Hello and welcome to another Straight Out Stanton. Um, it's just a YouTube talk show slash podcast, and yeah, I'm not gonna explain anymore. If you don't know, like I've said the
Watch some
last
previous
time, just
episodes.
watch another episode and you'll see what it's all about. If you can't figure it out by the name or the picture behind us, or Anyways, how are you doing, Mr. Masocast? How's your day?
Good. I was supposed to mow the lawn today, but it's raining, so I can't.
Phew.
Yay!
Dodge the bullet, yeah. Um, so we have a lot to talk about. Finally, like properly a lot to talk about. There's a bunch of ships coming to the game. There's a bunch of ships on PTU and variants. There's Invictus around the corner. Um, Holy moly, there's stuff happening. However, I don't think you've played Star Citizen this week. Putting it on
Nope.
the display here. I've seen
Nope.
your little name and under it Valheim many times on Discord.
Yep.
So you're
Still
still
doing the
there.
same thing as last
Yeah.
week. Yep.
But I did. I played quite a lot. And this might come as a surprise, except for today when I played, or yesterday, I don't even know anymore. No, it was yesterday when I played off stream and I played some bounty hunting because I figured out I don't miss it, but from the next patch, I don't know if I'm going to be playing it because you're going to have to go extra mile for it, which we did not have in our notes. But for those who don't know, right now bounty hunting is easier than it even was in 312 because you don't even have to like set the route.
Oh, right.
Because
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
marker
Yeah.
you just
Yeah.
like press whatever you're
Just hover
onto.
over it. Yeah.
Yeah. And from the next patch, you will have to go to point of interest, like any point of interest, and then try and find your target in the space or whatever. I don't know if they're gonna have the marker or not. I don't know. Curious to see how that works, but I'm not going to miss PV bounty hunting. To be fair, just because I've done so much. not
Yeah.
not like it's bad or whatever. I mean, it's alpha good, right? But yeah.
I'm of two minds. I'm of two minds of that. To be honest, it's like part of me is like, yay, flying our ships more, and yay, somewhat more of a realistic, you know,
Cat and
uh,
mouse, right? Mechanic,
Yeah,
yeah.
but also at the same time, like the missions are so basic and grindy that now they're just basically making it so you still have to do those grindy missions, but now it just takes longer. So
Yeah, especially if it
I don't know.
resets our progression, which I think they will. So the currency is not being reset for a long time, which might change. We don't know, but that's the feel. But the new
Soon.
currency, which is your reputation, is being reset every time we
Is it
get the
actually?
patch. Yeah,
Huh. So
every
313 to 314 is
was
going
it?
to be a rep wipe.
It was 312 to 313. I think we might get the rep wipe even now in like the mini patch or whatever.
That'll be the telling thing right there.
Yeah.
It's like if we get a wipe between 313 and 313.1, then I guess it's safe to say that there'll probably be a rep wipe every patch.
But
I
major
don't know.
petrol, I don't know. And well, I mean, it makes sense because they are implementing, right, the visual implementation, which to me, I mean, I need it, I want it, but just like right now, a lot of people are like, "Oh my god, this is so good." It is good, like long term, it's good. But right now, I was doing some missions yesterday and today, and it's like it's bad, it's confusing, it's not really good
Yeah.
looking. It's not very readable. Let's say you can if you spend time and like click on everything. It's like okay, this is what I'm loading, whatever. But it's not really something that makes me want to grind that reputation. And I am one of those
Yeah.
people. I will
Yeah.
grind it for the sake of it, but it's just not there.
My
Um,
my problem I think there is too that there are some reps that take, like, for example, apparently if you want to try to grind rep for the like mission givers, it is
oh,
like
this, yeah,
ridiculous,
yeah,
right?
it's stupid. Yeah,
So part of me is kind of like, ugh, a rep wipe every major patch is just going to make it so nobody bothers to grind those reps. They're
Hmm.
only going to be the ones that are like,
I think
relatively.
I think you're missing a big point here where
Oh yeah, what's that?
I think you can't grind a reputation with, for example, Tisha Pacheco. It's there and it moves, but so slow that you will never have enough missions to get there.
Hmm.
Because what when you get there? There's nothing, right? Because that's not
Yeah,
the only one that you can actually grind is um Bounty Hunter Guild, and then these like 2 or 3 factions like Hurston
yeah,
Security,
yeah.
Crusade
Crusader
Security, whatever.
security. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um. So but but I mean, long term, this will be, and these are not that slow. Honestly, I played yesterday. I came to like rank 3. So
Yeah. Oh, and that's kind of where like I guess that's kind of like where I'm okay with the resets because like it does seem to be like they've made it so it's pretty easy to grind your way up through these sorts of
it
things.
is. I mean, it's
You
still
know,
tedious because that's what we've been doing for the
it's
last 2
T0, right?
patches.
So
Well,
that's it's
that's
fine.
yeah, that's what it is. If they're testing it and fiddling, tweaking it,
Mm.
fucking reset it all the time. If you really need us to test that,
You know what would
tell
really
us.
make me okay with it is if reputation is turns out to be something that they're really focusing on and they're just like rapidly iterating, like
Should
adding
that
new
be
people that
amazing?
you're going to get rep with, expanding the scope out so that it becomes, like you're starting to get rep with cargo hauling and mining and
W-
whatever else,
Well,
right?
that would be
Like
so cool, right?
yeah, and if they're going to do
Delivering
that,
even
like
anything,
every patch, they're just kind of like tweaking and adding new reps that, like fine, fine.
just like mining.
Reset it. Yeah, reset it. It's fine. Like if you guys are going to rapidly iterate on this, that's cool. If you're not, nah, I guess whatever. It's it is
I
what it is. But yeah.
I think we'll see now with like I am expecting Ninetales event right after or during Invictus, and we'll see if that's gonna affect any. Because so, allegedly you're supposed to be able to help Ninetales as well if you want to.
Yeah, yeah.
Because what I did not know, actually, Grimhacks is their station, which I did not know. They are in
Hmm.
charge of Grimhacks, and that's a big fucking station, very important.
Yeah.
And I'm using it now because yesterday while I was playing, I had some because I had to like again it's kind of tedious, but it is what it is. I had to jump from Crusader to Hurston. There's like the mission there, the mission here. Whatever. And in a hawk that I'm flying, it's oh man, it takes forever to jump. So what happened? I did one mission at Crusader coming from Hurston, and I got another one at Crusader, and I was like, I'm just gonna touch down in PO in case I die, because I know that there's a problem with the Hawk right now, which I did not experience, but there's some issue with the shield. Someone said that they're going to fix it or whatever. It worked fine for me, but yeah. I was like, I'm just gonna touch down in case, that or 30k or whatever. Speaking of which, still not a single 30k since 313 landed, and I played probably about 30 hours now or more, which is mind blowing.
Hmm.
So I went to PO and there was a red, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna jump to the next one, finish that one, and then come and touch down in PO. And I came back. The red was still there, killing anything that comes close. And I was like, you know what? Let's fight because my hawk has shield and everything. And I tried, and they smoked me like, and it was the Avenger, so it was kind of interesting. However, I did eject just before my ship exploded, but I was so far from like you can see PO. There's a screenshot in my Discord. You can see
Yeah.
PO there, and I tried like using shift and like EVA there. I'm like, ha, it's far.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it
You know
was a
what?
good feeling, man. I just ejected before, and then my ship exploded next to me. It was really cool. I don't know. It was good.
Epic. Yeah. Yeah. I can't. I'm actually. That's one of the things I'm kind of excited for is like when ejection becomes more of a thing. Um,
If I was
EVA
streaming, if
2.0.
I was streaming, I would make a contract for sound for like 10,000 to
Hmm.
bring me to PO from
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
It'd be funny
Yeah.
if the same person did it who killed my ship.
Yeah.
Eh,
Oh, that would be
right?
hilarious. He picks you up in the red.
Because they could, right?
Yeah.
And, they did not kill me, man. They did not kill me. They killed the ship. They never tried killing me.
You think they even noticed you ejected?
Well, I don't know. But that's the thing. If they, because the signature of a human body is so tiny,
Yeah, I don't
unless you
think
scan it, you can't
that's
find it, right?
that's the thing. Like I think probably if he noticed you ejected, they probably would have gunned you down just because like that's where we are right now, right?
Yeah.
But because why wouldn't you basically?
Yeah. But listen, if you want to save your life, you can with ejection, kind of, at least for a while. So yeah.
Yeah.
So I mostly did mining. I got the prospector, and I did mining. Quite a lot of it. I did like 10 plus runs. Mined 9 out of these 10 in Arrow Halo, and 8 out of 9 were great. First 2 I just mined anything and went to like reprocess it and sell it. And then after that I started like looking for certain materials, and I got like 100% cargo of laranite, for example, and I just sold it for like 50 plus thousand without refining it. And then I had like some other like good materials, and I wanted to refine it, and then I had this issue where it said that my refinery is at 42,000% capacity, and I couldn't refine
that's
it.
normal.
Yeah, but I couldn't
Wait,
refine it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen them even higher than that, like at like 100 plus, 100,000, or
It'd be a cave that like extends your time to
Well,
wait or
that's what it's
whatever.
supposed to do. It's supposed to extend the time and the money, but I figured it was broken because it like every refinery was like way over capacity.
Well, I did not pay attention to that until I couldn't, do anything. So it's fine. I just sold it like that. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't bother me. I was more like I have few notes. One is using throttle on the joystick for mining. I enjoy mining now. Fucking scroll mining is just ridiculous. It's so bad.
I was gonna ask you like what happened. You used to like really not like mining, and
Well,
now it's
I always wanted to mine in the asteroid belt. I don't know if you remember, but I will, and then the minables would disappear. So I would scan them, and then they would despawn and stuff like that. Not even after breaking, they would just disappear, and it worked for me for like 9 times, and then the 10th time it started happening again. So this was across like 3-4 sessions, not like all at once.
Right.
And they started disappearing. I was like, okay, I'm done. I don't wanna feel bad about mining because I'm in a good mood. I played so much Star Citizen. I'm happy about like this is what I want. I'm negative all the time, but we talked about this, you and me, off stream. I want to be positive, and I got something out of it. I'm like, I'm super happy about it. So then something even better happened. So the rocks became disappearing, and this was live on my stream, and I was like, it's okay. I've had solid amount of fun mining this. I'm gonna head back and do something else. However, I made it back to Arc L1 or Arc L2, wherever I was. I don't know. The one is closer to Stanton. And I did a scan with the empty prospector there, like in the cloud of the right where the new asteroids are and all that. And I got bunch of signatures, man, like a lot of minables. So I was like, wait, can I mine here? And I went and found like 3 rocks that are not like the shittiest materials you can actually mine there. It's a little bit of a risk because someone can just flash you because there's a station, right?
Well, that's it right there. Yeah.
But that's a risk I'm willing to deal with because you're right there. But here's the thing.
Even in the like limited amount I've played recently, there's that I've seen that a couple times. I've been flying into a station. It's like ping, ping, ping off in the distance. It's like, if I, if I were interested in ruining somebody's day, it'd be really easy to do that right now.
Here's the thing. I'm okay with that.
Station.
I want someone to come and try and negotiate for like a couple thousand or whatever. Right. I'm okay with that. I don't mind. I don't mind when Noodle splashes my ship into pieces, or stuff like that. I don't care. It's fine. I'm having fun.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I found the rock. I scanned them. I found one that I want to mine. It was like full of, I don't know, Bexlite or whatever is something I'm not sure.
Bexlite,
But then I came closer to like start mining. The first one I could not break. I couldn't break it with Helix.
Too
And then
big or
I
bugged?
don't know. It felt like it whenever it comes to green, it goes down. I don't know.
Hmm.
Maybe it was too big. And then the next one close by, there was okay rock as well. I'm like, I don't care. I'm like next to the station. I'm just gonna like do that. Then I came close to it to mine, and the little like diamonds appeared on it. You know the diamond icon for like FPS mining.
Oh yeah.
And I
Okay, yeah.
zoomed in. I'm like, oh shit! There's like three little rocks on top of it. So
Yeah.
you know what? I equipped my hand mineable, turned the light on my prospector, and I went out and I
Sick.
mined these
Okay.
things, dude. And then
That's pretty fun.
I saw a fucking cutlass black next to me, and I'm like,
Oh
oh god.
yeah.
But they did not attack me. And then once I mined these three like little rocks, I went back into a prospector and I mined the big one, and I went back and I made 47,000
Just from that
just for
rock?
that. Yeah, like
Nice.
that. I had fun, dude. Like it was good. It was fucking good.
Never thought I'd see the day.
It's yeah, and it's
Which
beautiful
then,
because I'm in the cloud, which we know clouds are fucking beautiful. Shame we don't have more
yeah.
of them. You have new asteroids around, which look great. You still mind the old ones, obviously, but like the new asteroids are around, and it's right there. It's like just
Hmm.
do it.
I'm gonna have to give asteroid mining more of a shot because I pretty much gave up on asteroid mining in previous patches just because like the distances between the rocks were so large and most of them were shit. Like it was so rare to find one actually worth mining. And
But
that's
it's
why I basically started like mining down on planets, even though it wasn't my preference because of the added fuel usage and stuff like that. Just because the rocks were closer together and it seemed like the quality of the rocks was better. But
I mean,
that
I found
admittedly
bunch
was
of
a long time ago.
Laranite in Iron Halo. I would go back and sell for like 60,000 without refining it.
Yeah. Yeah, Laranite's definitely worth picking up
Yeah.
still. I know that there are people probably like Mike and stuff like that who are like just die hard about just Quantanium or nothing, but
Well, I don't want.
I'm
I couldn't break
I'm
any
less picky.
Quantanium, dude. Like I couldn't break Quantanium with my Helix though. Without, I didn't want to buy any usables.
Yeah.
And I've checked like some of those. First of all, the passive, whatever
Yeah,
attachments,
I'm not gonna
whatever.
bother with
Well,
those.
listen, there are some that are no brainer. And so the funny thing is, like level 1 is like 6,000, and level 2 is 60,000. It's a big bump in like price for the
Wait,
same.
so is it size 1 and size 2
It's not.
or level 1? So you can
No,
buy
you can.
different qualities of them.
Yeah, you can
Oh,
attach
interesting.
level 2 or whatever type 2, which is
Hmm.
10 times more expensive, to your size 1 mining head, and it's good. It's like one was faster scooping, for example, when like gathering whatever.
Yeah.
The other one was it's like quality of life. It's like less inert
Yeah, that's the one that
materials.
actually struck me as something that was, like, interesting, and again, like, Mike was kinda dumping on that one because he's like, like, like,
You
that's not super useful or whatever, and it's like,
Because he's
okay,
going
maybe
for
for
100%.
you
Yeah,
exactly, who's, like, only shooting for 100% rocks, but I
I'll
mean
take a bit of
oh,
inert.
totally,
And
me
if
too,
I can have
basically
like
because, like
20% less. Oh yeah, so one is
yeah,
like 10% less. So the cheap one is like 10% less inert, but it also like extends how long you like scoop longer. But then the six
oh,
so it's good and bad. But then the 60,000 one is like 30% less, and it's faster scooping or whatever. So that
mm,
more expensive one is, and you know what? It's like one or two mining runs for this, which is a
sure,
permanent. I'll
do you
buy it,
still
you know?
But do you still lose them if you get DC'd or whatever? Because that was the thing. Like I'm fine if I get killed or whatever, or I crash because I'm an idiot or something and I lose it. I'm more okay with that. But when people were losing them, when they lost the ship, like to,
I don't
it's
know.
it's
I don't know.
more
I
the
didn't buy it now.
frustration.
and
Yeah,
and I don't know if I would buy it now necessarily. I'm just saying, like, as an idea,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
think
for
it's
sure.
bad. Like when the game is
No,
functioning properly, I think this is
exactly.
okay.
Like 60K, that's fine. Like if that
Well,
stuck around or whatever,
we don't know how much 60K is because we don't know if we're going to be able to get that much money as we're getting now. But it
sure,
doesn't
but
matter. Like it's a
right now.
long-term investment.
Exactly.
So I
Like you
don't
said, I
mind that.
mean, like if you get a decent run of Laranite, even without refining it, that pays for that
Yeah, yeah.
component right
Yep.
there.
Right there.
You know? But the main thing that puts me off from it is like, again, like if I disconnect or something and I
Uh,
come back and
I mean,
I've
let's not
lost
talk
that,
about it.
like
I'm
yeah,
missing
like
so many components right now, and
yeah.
armor and
Yeah.
everything. So I don't even want to. But
Yeah.
that's alpha. I understand it.
It is, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Here's
It
one
just
downside though, and I need to. I'm gonna have to buy the mall again. The UI scale. We need UI scale, man. Like we need to be able to scale UI in ships and armor because it's
mhm.
all over the place. Like if I'm using, what's the name of? It's not Pembroke. What's the yellow one? The armor.
Novikov?
Novikov. So that one I love using it now because it scales my UI. It's like smaller and it's
Really?
yeah, but only on a female character. I don't know. Yeah, it's some, and then the ship UI. I like flying certain ships because UI scale is shrunk down. It looks good. If you go into Prospector, everything's fucking massive. It's
Actually, you're right.
disgusting,
Yeah, now that you
right?
mention it, it's like you're sitting closer to your HUD.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to
Yeah, I
see
don't know what's up with that.
if the mall has, and I'll be honest, man, since I didn't have a single 30K in over 30 hours, maybe even 40, I feel like sure I'll have a mall and just have more capacity in it and stay there and like mine more and then go and sell more because otherwise I
Or my
just
like on well, honestly, I mean, but playing mining with like other people in a mole is still really fun. I
it's fun,
really
but
enjoy
it's
it.
yeah, even to a point where if you are not like struggling with money even in game, just go with two malls instead of like two
Oh, instead of
prospectors are
two
better than the
prospectors?
mall. Two malls are better than two people in one mall. It's like
I
anything
guess, but
is better than.
there's still the time efficiency to be considered, in my opinion. I mean, like, yeah, okay, it doesn't take too long to hop from the cockpit down to the main laser on the mole, but like, it's still faster to just have somebody down there. So I think I'd be curious to see. Actually, that would be an interesting experiment.
Yeah, but
Like,
it's
what
not
is it?
faster. Let's say you break something together super fast, and then there's like four rocks. You know what I mean? And then
Mm.
I'm mining one, you're mining the other, and let's go. So it's still
Yeah,
faster
but if
than.
you have to reposition or whatever,
Do you?
that's where it starts to eat up time.
I mean, that's so easy.
Sometimes.
In space, though, if you break it properly, it just stays there.
Oh, in
If it
space.
goes
Okay.
in
Yeah,
red, then it
I
goes
haven't.
like all over the place. But if you just break it properly, which you do, especially if you're
I
using faster,
I
whatever.
haven't tried it, and I wasn't thinking about in space again. I was thinking planet, and in some cases, like you break a rock and like a chunk of it slides down a hill or something
That's what
like
I'm
that.
saying. So the
Yeah.
plus for me of mining in space in the asteroid belt is they break so nice. It's there. You can see because the background of the of the mineable is space black, and
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
see the rock like becoming
Yeah.
unstable and then all these micro explosions. I had people who watch my stream who are not playing, like Delicia, for example, who are not playing, and she was like, "Holy fuck, this looks so good!"
Hmm.
Because yes, the animation of breaking rock is amazing, especially in
Yeah.
space because there's no, it's just black behind. But also the serenity of just like, I never worry about anyone being on my back because
That's
I'm in the
true.
middle of the fucking Iron Halo. Good luck
Yeah.
finding me.
Yeah. Hell, I feel like that in planetary mining even, but that's just because when I do it, like I was saying, um,
You go
off
down from
stream or
OM,
whatever.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just go from an OM and I just
And I jump
basically
to
full
Shubin
throttle
and
down to a
then go and
planet.
find it. There's like a bunch of people around and they're gonna see me
Yeah.
pinging and whatnot. But
Mhm.
but listen, dude, moons are small, man, and we can see ships, especially at night from above, especially if you have your lights on or laser or if
Mhm.
you're pinging. So in Arrow Halo, It's so big. There's no
Yeah,
way.
there's no way. Yeah,
I ping all the time, like tick tick tick. I don't care. Like this is my space. You know what I mean?
yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, yeah. As you said, not even I expected this. I have a huge smile on my face. I enjoyed playing Star Citizen, and that makes me super happy. And even the mishap that happened did not
Yeah, I
make
was
me
gonna
feel too
say
bad. My
your
joystick,
joystick died.
well, it died. It works, but I had to. So basically, what happened? I have 16,000 um Crossmasters, and I think maybe I don't know, man. Few weeks, and I did not really play much. I play MSFS and Star Citizen with them, and I did not play much, like only a bit. And my how do we call that?
Twist
Twist
axis.
twist axis has dead space in it, physical dead space, where
Yeah, but
now
that
my
was
hand is there and I can feel it. It's like, well, I can't play.
and that was surprising to me because I know that the sensors on the twist frequently, have issues. Like that's where mine died, that's where my brother's died, that's where my buddies died, you know. But yeah, to hear it being a physical thing, that's one I've never experienced.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. See,
Um,
and I've been able to like just run a like when it's just like the sensor is starting to wander on it, like you can run a Windows like a
yeah.
calibration through Windows and like that'll fix it for the most part until it starts to get really bad. But
Here's the
yeah,
thing: I didn't even
physical.
know what the hell happened because I entered the game and my ship start like moving to the
Yeah,
left
yep,
like
yeah.
crazy. I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? And then I'm like, I was sharing, is my controller plugged in? Because sometimes, if I'm
Mm,
recording something, I use a controller. And I'm like, no, I plug it in intentionally because I know one of the sticks on my controller it's an old Xbox
yeah,
controller and it gets stuck in one like a little bit
yeah,
enough.
yeah.
I was like, no, it's off. And then I move the joystick and I was like, oh shit, okay. So sometimes if you're like mouse and joystick plugged in, if the mouse is a little bit on the side, it also, so I was like trying to figure out, but no. And then I was like, oh god, if I just touch it, it just goes away. And then now I'm holding it right now and I can feel that twist has no,
That
like,
little
there's,
clunk. Yeah,
yeah. So rip, I guess. I bumped up the, what's the name, dead zone,
dead zone. Yeah,
but now it, especially like if I want to turn to the other side, that is fine. It's just not as smooth. It's like where you would expect your ship to start slowly turning. It's just,
I
I don't know,
wonder. I
man.
wonder. I'm looking at mine right now and trying to see like, is there like a place where you could like tighten up the screw or something potentially on it?
I don't.
I don't know.
I don't think.
That's one of the problems that I have with the Thrustmaster joysticks is that I've looked up, like for example, the sensor on my twist axis and uh the twist axis is like bunged up a little bit or whatever, and it's starting to give me like I don't know, erroneous inputs and stuff like that. But yeah, like to try to fix it,
No, they're just not made for that.
yeah, they're just
They're just
not,
not
and
made
that's
for that.
that's that's the
And
main problem I
and we
have with
talked
this. But
about it. It's like brand new. I got it from one of someone from my community, and well, we talked about this on the show. And yeah, it's dual sticks. Luckily, I'm not using the other one, so that one is like brand spanking new. Well, this one is as well. And technically, I could use the warranty and everything, but being in Serbia, they probably don't have another, so they would give me a refund, and I would rather use it the way it is, even though it's shitty, than get the refund. And yeah, we're in the COVID times and all that, and it's just disappointing. I'm okay if I have it for like a year or I don't know 6 months and that happens, sure, but like it's brand new, man.
yeah,
It's yeah,
yeah,
that it is what it
that's
is.
the thing. Like, yeah, the quality's just all over the place with them. Like I was saying, um, like my friend had one for like just a little over a week, and the twist
That's
access died
crazy.
on it, and like, yeah. Anyways, just is, yeah. And again, like that's acceptable in my, well, okay, it's not acceptable, but like it's more acceptable when they're down closer to like what the price for them is supposed to be. Like so for me, I got mine for like 60 Canadian a stick, which is like 40 USD ish. You know,
Let's even not touch the pricing.
yeah,
In
yeah,
Serbia, when before Corona times, they were so much more. They were close to $200. No, well, the whole thing. So two sticks or a stick and the throttle.
yeah,
Now they're more, and they don't have them. So it's just
yeah,
like, yeah, it is what it is. I'm not.
yeah.
It's fine, you know. And even if I feel bad because it's a gift, right? But still, I'm
Well,
still using them in Micro
yeah,
Flight Simulator. I don't have that problem because it's like you use twist for taxi basically, so I don't care. The rest works fine. I like the joysticks. So and you know what, like it's the experience. Like I know now that I don't want dual sticks. I want throttle and a stick
yeah,
and all that, and
yeah,
they still serve a purpose. And then maybe the other one will last 2 years like yours, and then I'm gonna be super happy about it.
yeah,
But it
yeah.
did
I've had mine
happen.
for a while, and it's just starting to go. But I guess
Yeah.
I'm probably lucky, given what I've heard. But yeah,
Maybe
I
just
mean,
send like shit quality to third world countries. That's what it is. I don't know.
like I said, I mean, my brother and my friend both had theirs crap out, and
Yeah.
like technically the same stock. It's just that's the build
Nah,
quality
it's
of
just
them,
the luck
unfortunately.
of the draw, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to VKB next time, especially with the price of the Thrustmasters now. It's like, why would I spend that when for like $50 more I could have
True.
sticks that are much higher quality and I can fix them if they break. That's the important thing. It's even more important in my opinion than the than the quality. Like
Yeah.
I'm fine with the quality of the T16000s if I could fix them, but you can't. So,
Well, yeah, and it's nice to have a choice. I don't think we have a choice here, so
no.
it is
No.
what it
I
is, you
mean,
know.
you can, it's just a lot of work to fix them.
No, 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 like the choice of like buying something else.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
The perks of living in a shitty place. But yeah, that's it. I'm done. That's what I did in game. But still, this first section is actually I forgot about it. It's what we
It's
did,
also what's happening in game,
but
yeah.
also what's happening currently in game. And what's happening is crazy. 3.13.1 is in second iteration or third now in PTU, and we
Mhm.
got some, holy moly, we got Nova Tonk, and we got Hercules,
There was
and we got
that
Bengal. It's
it,
like,
that all came out of nowhere too. Like we knew that 313.1 was going to add I almost called it the Hercules. The
Nerdcules.
Hercules and the Tonk, but like yeah, they just like were like here you go, bang, and then the Bengal too, but
Okay,
specifically the Tonk and the Hercules
so here's
are
my train
in.
of thought here.
Okay.
3.13.1 is coming with Free Flight and Invictus, and
We don't actually know that.
oh
We
wait,
suspect.
we know that. What do you mean?
Well, they haven't actually said that they're going to release 313.1 with Invictus.
Of course, what do you mean?
Well,
That's
I mean exactly that.
3.13.1. Sure, you
Mm,
can think that you don't know this, but I know.
okay, it's likely. I will
It's
say it's
happening. I
likely, but
mean,
they haven't actually said
I
it.
mean,
To be
think
fair,
about it. It's a sale of all ships. You want to sell Tonks, you want to sell Hercules, skins for bot with new ships and whatnot. Come on, it's gonna happen.
yeah,
Um,
I agree. But I still have to put the caveat out there that they haven't actually
sure.
said that. So, but
Um,
it's like
and we had a little update of the what's it, client side 313 already. I think it was something about networking or whatever. And I think they're trying to like make it smoother than last year, which was a complete shit show. I mean, it was a huge success, but like it was not working good
but
for
it
a
was
free
a shit
flight, right?
show.
Yeah. And then Novatonk is a completely new gimmick in the game. So I guess it was smart to like bring it out now and better test it before, I mean, it's smart. It's kind of smart.
Yeah.
And then Hercules obviously has issues, and we'll talk about Hercules. But like
the,
currently, it
the
lands
tank
goofy.
Yeah, the landing gear on it are too soft. It rocks onto its nose, and the rear gear compresses too far, so the turret grounds into the ground and stuff like that. But the other thing I'm curious to see is like that Nova Tonk's cannon for a size 5 hits like a truck. Like I watched one basically 3-shot a 600 yesterday,
Mm.
and I'm going like, is that going to make it into live? Because like, what the hell size 5 gun is this? And can I put one on my Vanguard?
Can I just say, even before that, like, I really like, how did we come to a place where tanks are killing planes and spaceships?
I I I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's going to stay like that. I think it's just kind
Like,
of a
sure, if the ship is like landed and it's basically, you know, a
yeah.
house,
Well,
okay.
and yeah, and in this case, it to be fair. When I did see it take down the 600, like the 600 was like just basically lifting off from a station, so it was like mostly stationary. It tried to run away. It almost got away, but the tank gunner made an extra lucky shot and managed to like peg it just as it was going out of range. But
Here's
yeah,
what I have to say. First of all, it's great that we have all this because there's just so much content and streams, and everyone's back in,
yeah,
it's something's happening, which is all that it doesn't matter what happens. Then I'm really surprised how much hype there is for Novatonk. And I'm gonna say it straight up. Like, there's so many people that are like, whatever, ground vehicles.
yeah,
And
yeah,
now all of a sudden, it's like it's the same what happened with Constellation, where everyone's like, this ship sucks, blah blah blah. I'm not targeting you, by the way.
yeah.
And then
No, I know exactly. We've
someone,
had
yeah,
this conversation.
someone starts flying, and they're like, oh, these struts are not that bad. They must have changed it. I'm like, yeah, just find a reason.
Yeah,
Fuck you,
yeah.
dude. And
So it's people basically who are bandwagon jumpers
yeah,
is the issue. People who like, hop on the hate train of the Constellation when they haven't actually really given it a chance themselves.
you know what? This all reminds me of Fallout 76, where one person made a review that is wrong, and then everyone fucking used it, and the game was shit for so many reasons, but not for those reasons. And I'm like, did any of you motherfuckers even touch the game? And
Mm,
then later on, some of them said like, what? No, I'm not. Even gonna play it if it's shit, whatever.
right.
Anyways, I'm surprised. Everyone's excited about all the content creators are fucking excited about Noah Tonk. I don't like tanks in general. I do kind of dig the interior of it. The barrel is, when it shoots, it's fucking impressive. Like,
It
the
is. Yeah, yeah.
explosion just out of the
And
barrel is holy shit, dude.
I think that's the reason right there why you have people who like generally aren't excited about ground vehicles, myself included, who are like, "Oh, the tank's pretty cool."
I also
Because
think
it's
that
it's
there's a little
pretty
bit of
it's
like,
pretty different. It's pretty different than everything we've got so far, right? Like,
le-
you know.
okay, I don't want to offend anyone, and this is just like, I don't know, but I kind of feel like North American region is playing Star Citizen more than any other region.
Mm.
And then I also think that North American region loves tanks for some reason, like more than some other regions, maybe. Is it offensive? It shouldn't be offensive. It's like,
I don't know.
but
I'm not American. I can't
you
comment
are
on
you
that.
are North American. You're not
North American,
from
yeah,
the
but like,
States, but like that region in general, I kind of feel like is more, uh, you know, interested in vehicles like tanks, where I
I
can
guess
give
so.
less
I
shit. I
guess.
like Cursor Rover, and therefore, I want a tank-like vehicle. I don't need that barrel on top. I I want that kind of like vehicle experience with the way it moves and all that, and how it tackles the terrain and all that. I like the
Mm.
interior, and yeah, that's all good, but I don't care about like fighting with it. Um, but definitely I'm mind blown by how many people are just and at the same time when Hercules came out.
It's well, okay. No, it makes sense that they put it out with the Hercules
No, no,
because
no,
like
but no, for sure. No, I'm not. This is not about CIG. It's like there's so many content creators that are like just playing around with tanks and not even trying and flying Hercules. They
mm,
went into Hercules. Oh, that okay. That's okay, fine. tank. Like let's go,
Yeah, I don't know.
explode things with a tank.
I
It's all
guess
good. I don't mind
it's a
it.
pretty yeah, like it's a pretty dramatic vehicle, you have to admit. One, it's their first treaded vehicle.
Yeah.
Two, like you said, when you fire that cannon, that's an event right there, Like look at that, like look at the muzzle flash that comes out of that thing and stuff like that. I guess I kind of get it. I mean, I'm still not really into ground vehicles or anything, but like tanks are dramatic, right? They're big, they're got a huge gun on them, and I guess I kind of get it. I yeah, I don't
I don't
know.
know.
From my perspective, even as somebody, maybe it is a North American thing. I don't know, but
I mean, we
like
use
from my
tanks here
perspective,
and have them. I've seen them on the streets and
mm,
whatnot.
yeah.
But I
See, I
was
never
always
have
like,
because Canada doesn't have tanks.
oh, okay.
um,
I mean, they're impressive. It
but
just the thing fucking
yeah,
goes through the building, like it's nothing, right? But yeah, I don't know. Okay. Let me be a dickhead here, straight up, and I'm like, I'm playing a space game. Fuck off with the tanks, okay? Like I don't. I'm
oh,
sorry, man, but and the hype around the tank scares me because if they see that it's so popular, this might become a thing, and I don't want to
I
have
don't
World
know.
of Tanks in Star Citizen. I
I'm
don't know.
I'm I'm okay with them having World
Sure,
of
you
Tanks. I
are.
mean,
I am not.
it doesn't mean that everybody's going to play tanks. I'm not going to play tanks.
Someone
But
has
like,
to develop that, dude.
yeah, but
Okay.
I mean, it's clear that they're already, you know, they're trying to create like something that's balanced. So you worry that like the focus will shift too much from base
Or
to like
somewhat.
planetary stuff.
Not only that, but like the development focus might like we might get a tank-like vehicle instead of a ship.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
I already feel like that's kind of been. I've already made my comments on that. I
Because
think I
I
was
don't I
on
don't
the
think these
captain's
are
table, but yeah.
like different, like the different teams thing. Like, why do we need our armor? We should have had a ship, but that's a different team. Shut up. But a vehicle is a vehicle. So if you're making a rover or a tank or, well,
Mhm.
guess what? We are not making a ship. That is, we're not making a salvaging ship. We're not working on another ship or whatnot. And I mean, it's their
Fair, but
game, right? It's their game. I'm not trying to police that, but I can be dissatisfied with that potential.
um, the one thing there is that if you look at the resources that are devoted to vehicles versus ships, the vehicles do tend to be like one, maybe two people working on it.
If
To,
two
like,
people may, yeah, but that's the concept or whatever, and but then you have um VFX sounds like come on, man. There's
true,
missions like
yeah.
that's come on. You're making an asset in a game. It's not like you're making a homestead or whatever.
Mm. Actually, you know what? Yeah, like especially with the tank, I guess because they had to do a bunch of like audio
But
work
yeah,
and
and that VFX
like
looks better than any ship. So
yeah,
and that bums me.
that
Like
was 6 teams.
you know what I mean. Like why is shooting from the tank more satisfying than shooting from Retaliator?
To be fair, it was only about a quarter's worth of work. I'm looking at it right
It's
now.
fine. One
They
tank, I
started
don't care
working
about
in
it. And if it was,
January.
if it
Yeah.
was
But if
like,
they started doing that more, you know,
yeah,
yeah, okay, fair enough.
this is almost imagine because maybe they don't care. But I, I mean, look at it's Chris, bro. If he goes to Twitch and Reddit and there's like tanks all over the place, we're gonna be like, oh, let's make tanks. Fuck space. Let's make Battlefield. Whatever. I don't know. I don't
I don't
know.
know. We'll see. I think it's doubtful that the focus will shift that much because
Well, I'm with
above
you.
above
I'm with
all
you.
else, Chris is a space nerd. But
But I was doubtful of well, he likes money though. I was doubtful of people reacting like this to the Tonk, but they do. It's like
yeah,
the new thing. And this blows my mind. It came out the same time as Hercules, and if you go through like YouTube, Twitch, Reddit, you'll see more hype around the Tonk than the Hercules, which is mind blowing to me. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Let's talk about Hercules.
Okay.
From the outside, she's a chonky girl.
I was really, really excited for the Hercules just because one, I love the way it looks, or the concept, and stuff like that. I was just like, take my money, pretty much. Like as soon as I saw it. Now that I'm seeing it in game, I am a little bit let down.
I kind of feel like that's the theme
But
of Crusader
but
vehicles. I think they were too hyped.
I'm stuck with it now because it's part of my pack. I was like, I want this ship for sure, and now it's there.
I think
But
Crusader ships look too good from the outside and on concept art compared to like the whole package.
concept art, yeah. And okay, to be fair, from the front and the front 3/4, I love it. It's just from the back that I start going like, it looks like there's like not enough detail on the back. The geometry looks a little bit weird. But I don't know. Like I still need to get in and play with it. I've just kind of watched Super Mac Brothers video that you sent me and a little bit of the stream. It's but like interior wise, I like the interior. Like I'm still excited to play around with it. And I mean obviously I'm going to keep it cuz it's stuck to me now, but yeah, I don't know.
So here are a couple of things that are very important to me. First of all, I'm not interested in a ship at all. I still think if I'm going to move things around, I'd rather do it in a Caterpillar.
I just like that there's another option now.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
So to clarify everything, I think it's a good ship. I think it's healthy for the game to have options like that. And I love the fact that we finally have Hercules in game. I don't think, I don't want to fly it, but I respect the ship 100%.
Yeah.
Unlike some other ships. And the cockpit to me, it's kind of funny, dude. Like cockpit, I don't mind it, but it suffers from the same issues that 600 high has, that Constellation has, and everyone is like, there's too much space that is unusable here. That is like waste of space and whatnot. And then the new ship comes out, and no one mentions this. But if you look at it, the cockpit, like behind it, it sucks. It's like empty, ridiculous space.
Well, and the whole like kind of like seat rail going up to the, like that is kind of wasted space. But
but now because it's a new thing, it's fine and it's amazing, and people are like killing each other to sit in the seat first. Crazy.
I'm not really one to criticize about wasted space, though. To be honest, I mean,
I
except
don't mind
for like, in the 600, the 600 feels just weirdly empty.
Well,
you know
Andromeda
what I mean?
feels weird as well in that case.
Yeah.
But I don't mind it. I like 600i. I like Constellation. I like MSR cockpit, and I think this cockpit is fine. And I also think that eventually we'll be able to fill it up with some other stuff.
Yeah, like other. Well, honestly, too, like if you look at the trailer for the Constellation, even like when they're showing that little like cutscene or whatever, it's there are stations back there, in the rear portion of that Constellation bridge. So I don't know, like I don't that stuff doesn't really bug me.
Oh no, it doesn't bug me either. It's just the reaction. The reaction of content creators and probably other people is like, "Oh my god, great!" And I'm like,
just willing to overlook all this shit that they were like up in arms about before. Yeah,
and probably a year from now, someone's gonna be like, "You know what? This sucks." And I'm like, "It didn't suck when it came out." I don't know, man. So but that's fine. I don't mind the cockpit. I think it looks good. I like the whole like airplane looking like strip of windshield, which is kind of
747 cool. Like or the airliner. I like the well, and this was one thing you pointed out too, is that the living area.
Wait. Don't wait. It's a big ship. Let's go back, because there's some things that are very important to me. So when you leave the cockpit, it's the exact same tube area that MSR has, where there's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this ship has 4 escape pods right there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, hello? I mean, it's great that you have this here. What about MSR? Why doesn't it have the
Iterative
same thing?
design. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that they're going to do another pass on the MSR eventually. You know, like there was a lot of faults that even they were like, "Oh, right."
I just
You
can't.
know,
I just don't believe that. I'm sorry, but I can't fucking. We
I've
talked
s-
about this a lot. I know you.
I've
You
seen
are
them do it
sold on that.
already. No,
Then they're
I've seen them
stupid.
do it.
Then they're straight up
I've,
stupid. But I don't think they do. I think they never made this mistake. I think they were like, shit, we need more time. You know, let's go back to EA and Activision and everything. I know you're gonna disagree with me, but the MSR has a date when it has to come out and milk money, and there's nothing wrong with that. But then they're like, oh shit, we need to make a second exit. We need to make escape pods. We need a lot of time for this. Let's sell it like this, and then
oh
we'll
yeah,
do the pass on it. But
yeah.
then when you do an SC Live, you're like, I can't believe we forgot about this. And I'm like, there's no fucking way, you motherfucker, that after making so many ships, you're telling me you forgot that the ship this size needs escape pods. Don't lie to me. And I this is the problem that I have all the time. You're buying it though, so I guess it works. I don't know.
Maybe time constraints, but I guess I'm just chill about it because I've seen the Constellation be revamped twice. I've seen the Freelancer go from something where it was completely different. Same thing with the Cutlass actually as well, you know,
I know,
and be
man, but there's
completely
one thing when you
reworked.
make a ship 8 years ago, and then you have the new tech and the new ideas with the newer ships and all
Mhm.
that, and then you rework your ship to the newer like standards, right? And then
Yeah.
there's when you release a ship now, and right now you're like, well, we need to rework these things, and I'm like, okay, sure, man, like that's totally not a
Here's
waste
the
of time though,
well, okay.
and resources.
Well, okay. Well, first of all, and this is where I get all armchair developery, but I've seen this happen repeatedly with my friend's studio and stuff like that. Like, you know, sometimes you got to go back and fix stuff
No,
because it
that's
doesn't
not a
work out.
problem. I
You
understand
know,
that for sure.
so but
Anyways,
like, yeah, I don't know. I don't mean like, and again too, like I think I would be more salty about it if I were like locked in, like, oh, I bought this ship and now it's mine. But like, I can melt it anytime I want.
I
You
don't even
know,
have the
like,
ship. It's not about that, man. It's about like how they either tell or not tell the truth, and it's
mm,
about how your money is being spent on reworking things that right now are obviously wrong. So you can
yeah,
sell the ship now instead of maybe next year, which I don't get it. Anyways, it's fine. So this one has, so that's the first thing. It has escape pods, which is really important. It
yep,
has 3 exits, so 2 ramps and the elevator, which
hmm
again MSR has only one, which is bullshit. Um, the lights are amazing. There's like 3 different light stages right inside the interior lights. There's something wrong with that light source, but
there
I'm sure they're
is,
gonna
yeah,
fix
the
it.
one
It's
in the
fine.
back, yeah,
Um, they have these personal inventory things, which I think is great.
yep,
Uh, so soon, hopefully, we're gonna get that physicalized inventory, and I think they're gonna have to implement that to other ships. I don't think
yep.
that's too difficult because the way it is, like it doesn't open physically. It opens the shell, and then you interact with it. So I kind of feel like any panel that has nothing on it in any other ship can become physicalized inventory, which is cool.
Or even lockers, you know what?
Yeah,
Like, because like if all they're gonna do is basically have it so that these basically open up and you get an inventory screen
yeah,
pop up or whatever, lockers
yeah.
fine, you know, like anything like that.
Um. So then, oh man. So we have, you can see all the components and everything, and then you have um how do they call it, where you like, so the kitchen and whatever where you eat, they have the
Hab-
habitation area, right?
Habitation, yeah.
Or no, that's the other one, red
Mm.
rest or whatever, it doesn't matter. So you have kitchen that
Oh, recreation
recreation,
area.
yeah.
That's what it's called.
So
Right.
kitchen looks really good. I love it. And to be fair, MSR has solid kitchen, and then it has normal like next to the kitchen, there's a table with 2 benches where you can eat. In MSR, there's no place to eat. There's a kitchen, but it can't eat.
And then that weird thing around the chess table, the chairs are set too far back. That's a problem.
But also, are you going to eat on a chess table? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
No,
it just makes no sense.
Well, I mean, we'll see though, because like the plan is for stuff to be movable, right? So I don't know. Like, is the chess table going to be stuck there forever?
Are you kidding? Like, you remove the chess piece and that opens the secret door.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. Like, I don't know if that's going to stay.
So that's another thing. I am so happy that this ship does not have that gimmick.
Right.
They did it once. I don't think they should ever do it again. As a matter of fact, I wish it disappears from MSR.
Or whatever they're called.
Because either every ship has it or no ship has it, in my opinion. I'm not talking about like fighters or like super small ships, okay? But medium size.
I mean, you're not wrong. It is weird that the MSR would be the only ship with that.
Yeah,
you are right. Like, if they're gonna do it for that, then why aren't they doing it for every ship?
Exactly. And then the cargo space just looks strange.
It kind of
it looks like a garage, which is good. But for like transporting vehicles, I don't mind it. I think it looks good.
My thing was that, like, and we're gonna kind of talk about this when we get down to the Bengal, but like the shots that we saw last year when they debated us at CitizenCon, I swear to God, the deck on the cargo deck on that thing seemed way bigger than it.
We need to go and check it again. It could be FOV, for example. If it was recorded with like 100 FOV and you are watching someone playing at 80 FOV, it just feels it's like fisheye effect. But also, what I'm not sure, because I haven't seen it yet. Where does the cargo go? There?
Like it shares basically space. You have to choose basically vehicles or cargo, or a combination thereof.
Which makes sense, but that floor doesn't look like a regular cargo floor.
Oh, like cargo deck. Yeah.
And it doesn't have like, you know how in well, even what's the name? Valkyrie, for example. If you have cargo, you have the way through. In freelancers, you go around and then you go through. Like if you have like a big cargo space, you always have a way around it, and it's like marked on the floor. This is really.
Have you seen one loaded up? I haven't seen one loaded up yet.
So this is where I'm confused. Is cargo maybe going somewhere else?
I don't think so. You know what? Like, if anything, like if it loads right to the edges and you can't come in that way,
the lift goes down out, so you don't have to use the ramp to get into the ship. Right?
Yeah, that's what. And now that I think about it, the Caterpillar has the catwalk, but when the bays are loaded, like you have to use the catwalk. Like you can't go around.
But I don't know if that. Well, the Caterpillar is a super old ship, and it almost feels like you were supposed to be able to go through. If you do the mission, right? If you do the mission with the Caterpillar where you have to kill those guys, you can't go through cargo. Like there's a line in the middle where you can go through, even though there's still cargo around. So I'm not sure. It just looks strange. It doesn't look bad. It just looks strange.
I have to, like I said, all I did was watch that 20-minute video by
Same. And he was in Arena Commander, Super McBride ran. And he was in the Arena Commander, so he couldn't really use cargo there, but I want to see it. I'm really curious about it.
Yeah, when it comes out to the PU, I'm definitely going to jump in and check it out, because like that ship, I was hyped for that ship, so I want to give it a fair walk around and fly around and just like kind of like be in it for a little bit before I decide whether or not I'm actually disappointed with it.
Here's the thing. I don't think it's a disappointment of a ship, but here's where I stand.
For me, it might be because I put a lot of hype on it, right? So
yeah. I think MSR was rushed. I think now we see it because this ship was supposed to come at the same time, right, as MSR.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. and I feel like the MSR was used as a guinea pig, kind of,
That makes sense.
and then they
That
make
is the
things
way they
right.
do things usually. Like they start with one ship just to try to get the pallet and
Yeah,
the
well, I
pipeline
guess,
down.
but MSR seems to be like too important for them to use it as a guinea pig, right? It's
Again,
in
like
it's in the trailers. It's like super favorite
oh sure,
ship.
yeah, okay, yeah, it is an
It's really
iconic ship
strange.
for sure.
It just feels like
But
it was a money grab, man, at the
unless
time.
unless they always banked on basically going back, to tweak it after they
But
kind
we
of
were
figured
never
shit out a
told
bit.
that, man. Like we were never told that,
True,
right?
it's true. It's just and again, like for me, maybe it's more obvious because like I've been around for a while, but like yeah, it is something maybe they should have been more clear about or just like revisited because I know for a fact that in past dev videos they've talked about how, you know, like they spend, like they basically are figuring shit out with the first ship of a brand that they put out.
Hmm.
Um, they use like that first ship as like a guide on like
Sure, it
how
makes
they're gonna
sense. I mean, you
iterate.
got to start somewhere,
Yeah.
right? The problem is, it almost feels like this is too much of a. This MSR is
Maybe.
just so bad, man. I know every time I say this, people will hate on me. But if you pay really good attention, like there's no table to eat food, the benches are
Yeah.
too far to play chess, the other person has to stand to play chess. The whole
Hmm.
Jeffries tube is really, I don't get it. Like, why do we even have it? Just because the other game was popular at the time, which is the Among Us. I guess it just felt like that. That's what it
No,
is,
that's
right?
fair. I never thought about that. I never
Yeah.
thought about that. I don't know.
Um.
It is what it is. I think they'll go back. And with a ship that's like smaller, like the MSR, I don't know. Like if they had to redo the Herc, for example, that's like a whole other like. There's
You
just
think
so
it's
much more
different?
to it, right?
You
Oh
think
yeah,
it's
yeah.
different when it comes to work?
Oh, 100% it
I think
is.
both of these ships are so big and detailed that that's a lot of work. I guess, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I always say
I'm
like
not
even if we catch ourselves up in like game dev, you know, armchair game deving,
armchair deving. Yeah.
we try to get out of it because we don't know. Except for one thing. Fuck you, whoever is in charge of changing the numbers on your website, you imbeciles. I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
that doesn't have a pass
Yeah.
for me. Like that's, and for how long?
Well, yeah,
Um,
and that their answer too was like, well, it would take you'd have to be constantly updating them because we're constantly changing the numbers, and I'm like,
imagine that.
not from where I'm like, not from where I'm sitting. Like
But
like
even if you
the
have
stats
to,
on
it's changing numbers. Like pay someone $10 to do that. Jesus Christ.
write a script for fuck's sake. It's like it can't,
Whatever. I don't care.
yeah.
But it's so bad. Anyways, we have another ship in game, which is
Mhm.
Bengal. And we kind of knew
And
about this.
that was a okay. Yeah, they've hinted it, but I didn't think they were going to drop it in now. I figured they'd save that
You think
for the
that's a bad
actual.
move?
Is it? I mean,
I don't think
that's
it
what
is.
we have here. Well, I don't think it is either because look at like you said, content is blooming. Like there's videos and
Oh,
there's
I don't think, like,
posts
from
all
that
over
standpoint,
Twitter and
I think it's bad because I think you want this attention when you have a sale. And I think
oh
before
yeah,
today, before this, well, not today, but like nowadays, they were. I think this is a step in the right direction, actually, where marketing probably was like, nope, this is coming out the day the patch comes out,
mm,
and then someone probably said, look what happened when we brought
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
Idris and
and javelin
and
in
Javelin. Yeah, it was complete. And
like
you know
let's
what? It
let's
was
maybe
bad.
do some stress testing in the PTU before we have potentially a bunch of extra load on the server from new players, and also, the biggest capital ship we've ever
Yeah.
put in the game, on the
And here's the
servers.
problem, man. It did not do good when it comes to performance. I don't know if you've seen it, but
Performance? No, yeah, no, I've seen
it
the
screwed
videos.
up the
They
server,
chonked me.
man. Holy shit.
Yeah, yeah.
It used all its firepower to destroy the server. Like literally.
Well, that and like even when the servers were up, like I sent you that that the video on Twitter where the guy in the Defender was flying around it, and it was
Oh
like,
yeah,
dude, that guy was getting like
no frames
10
per
frames a
second.
second.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So yeah, no, I think that was from that perspective, like from a technical perspective and stuff, like that was a good call. Yeah. Like put it in now, stress test it, break shit, you know, don't wait until the actual release. But I still like I have
Do
to
you want
say,
my
I'm still
tinfoil?
surprised by it because, you know,
You want my tinfoil hat theory? I need to make a tinfoil hat, man.
okay. Yeah, you do. Actually, that'd be awesome.
But I'm aware that this is tinfoil. But I like thinking out of the box, kind of.
Mhm.
Even when it's almost like devil's advocate. I don't really believe in everything that I tinfoil, but
Yeah.
it's like a perspective
Put it
that
out
why
there
not, right?
as maybe possible,
Oh, I think this
maybe
one is
even
very
probable.
possible, though. Very
Yeah.
probable,
Okay.
actually. Yeah,
Okay, go.
they
And absolutely
tested
make a
it.
tinfoil
They
hat.
tested it and figured out that it's crushing the servers.
Mm. Oh,
And they
now
were
they're not gonna put
like,
it in?
yeah. And it's like, let's put it in PTU so that they don't say that we're lying or anything. And people get it, see it, it's there. And
Mm,
then they're like, oh shit, you guys see it. Like, unfortunately, we can't have it this year. Because you remember that
maybe.
happened with Idris, but we didn't have it on PTU, right?
Yeah, yeah. But, like, okay, how would you feel about that?
Well, I don't care.
I'd feel okay with, yeah, exactly, like, like, they were very public with it, they threw it in servers, it blew up all over the place,
Yeah.
and for them to go afterwards and say, "We can't do it, guys.
I mean,
It's
I'd
too
like
hard on
it more if they
performance."
were like, so we tested this and it's impossible for us to deal with it, but we'll give it on PTU to see if we're wrong. I'd like that approach. That's if it's the truth.
Yeah.
And then be like, because I don't think they didn't know that he's going to destroy everything. You know what I mean?
I think we
I
all knew that it was
I
potentially
know I
gonna.
am surprised, man, because
Are
let's be
you?
on.
I'm not.
Yes, 100%, and disappointed because when we had Xenotrat, my frames are not that bad, man. There with everyone on the server there.
A lot of people were,
No,
especially in the
it was
gas clouds, because the gas clouds weren't optimized very well.
it was better than this.
Did you read anything about the rendering threads and stuff like that from the?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so there was a dev post basically a couple days ago where they were talking about like why frames take such a hard hit and stuff like that. And one of the things they were talking about was how the engine uses it's like a compute thread and then a render thread or something like that. And one of the things that is going to be coming in the next couple patches is something that basically phases out how it uses that render thread, and it's going to distribute that a lot more to the GPU instead of being on like CPU. And they expect that to actually like to help with situations like this basically,
Mm-hmm.
because of the way the engine uses like a single thread to push rendering and stuff like that. um yeah, that's why we see these big like dumps in frames when they have to like stream stuff like this in.
But I'm still kind of disappointed because we lost uh, Delamar and we
Yeah.
got Xenotrat and it was good.
Mhm.
I mean, it was
I
not flawless, but it
Yeah.
was better than I expected. It
You
was
know what I think
playable,
it was?
dude.
I think it was that like it was losing Delamar and also ditching 10 players off the server.
Sure.
Yeah.
But then
Which I could
after
actually
that,
see them
everything went
doing.
to shit, man. Like after that, the performance was really bad. After losing
Yeah.
Xanotrat, it was like, oh god, this is so bad.
Yeah. I do legitimately wonder if it's really those like 10 players. And honestly, if
Fuck,
if that
if it
is
is,
if
just
that's
remove it
yeah.
because it
Yeah,
doesn't
like
make any difference.
I'm fine with 40 players. I'm fine with 30 players.
It's the
Like we
same.
don't see
It's literally the
anybody
same.
anyways. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I would rather have good performance.
Yeah, but people lose their shit if that happens. And someone explained this so well back when this was like changing. Like we had the patch where there was like 60 people, remember?
Yeah.
as a
Yeah.
test, and they were like, "Oh, now you're going backwards," and I'm like, if it's not like 1,000 plus, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter if you have 10
It
or
doesn't.
60. It's like the same BS.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
only
100.
issue here is PvP, but it's shit already. You know what I mean? Like it sucks already. Like you can
Exactly. Like
camp PO with 40 people the same as with 50 people. I'm sorry, but it's the same.
yeah. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, 100% there.
Okay.
Which is actually something we were going to talk about. Oh, that was in the topic 1v1
Yeah.
commander mode. Well, we'll save that one.
All right. So holy shit.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. I
Go for
know
it.
we've been on this for a while and we
Yeah.
haven't even got into the news, but the one thing we were going to talk about was scale. And everybody's losing their shit about the Bengal, saying, "Oh my god, it's huge," and stuff like that. And I have kind of come to a situation where, like, I've been kind of defending the scale of Star Citizen ships for the most part, but I feel like at this point it's kind of like it's time to clear things up a little bit. The scale of Star Citizen ships is not that big. Like, don't get me wrong, a 300-meter ship that you can walk around inside of and stuff like that is still big from a game perspective. And the Bengal at a kilometer long, with all the interior and stuff like that, from a game perspective, yeah, that's a huge level. And it flies around, like that. But like from a sci-fi perspective, I'm with Chag on this one. A kilometer, even though when you stack a Bengal up next to a Nimitz class carrier, the engine nacelle of that ship is like the size of a Nimitz. It's not that big, like when you start looking at even now, like with graphene on the horizon as a potential, this should be a zero effort science section,
Yeah.
probably, actually. But it's yeah, like we're already starting to be able to like conceptualize of space stations that are like 1,000 kilometers long and a couple hundred kilometers wide. A Bengal's not that big. It's still cool to see in game,
It's
but
not just Bengal though. It's the scale is off somewhere. So I came to this project not long ago.
mm,
I've played a lot of space games, and I've lived on the ships of today. And I came in, and the first thing I said is like, okay, when I started streaming, I was like, okay, guys, throw big ships at me. So people would give me like links to whatever, and we made it to Idris and oh my god, I forgot it again.
Javelin.
Javelin. I always forget.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, these are our biggest ships, and they were like, yeah, they're massive, and I'm like, this was just when I just came to the game. I don't know anything. I just learned how to
Mhm.
fly, like my 5th stream or something. I'm like, well, I'm disappointed, and everyone lost their mind. They were like, what? I was like, I don't know, man. Like, and I compared it back then to current ships, and I'm like, I don't know. It just doesn't. And I've checked the crew, and it just felt off. And then the pompous way of like them explaining to us how big these things are, you just get that feeling, and I'm like, fuck, man. And I have no, like what Masa said, I have no problem with ships being small, or especially since you told me today, like there's an explanation why these ships are not that big, because through the
Oh yeah,
lore, because there's a
there's
reason why. So gamify the reason through the lore, and tell me that our ships are not that big, because when I say that they're not big, everyone loses their mind, and I'm like, they're really not big.
yeah.
And then
Well, I think
Bengal is just not as big as you would expect. And so to put this into perspective, I'm gonna link this in the description. We found that someone linked an image recently on and hashtagged it Star Citizen with all the ships from all the sci-fi franchises. So
bunch of different
movies,
sci-fi.
yeah, movies, games, TV shows, books, whatever the fuck. And I usually compare it to Eve, and now I'm so grateful to see that, because there's numbers next to the ships, And when you see that the Titan in Eve is 14 kilometers long, and when you look at Star Wars and you see ships that are what are we, like 19,
19.
20 kilometers long, right? So
Yeah.
Star Wars, not yeah. And every franchise has this big ship that is 10, 20 kilometers long. And now put that into perspective and think about our 1 kilometer long ship.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, but that just
it's not that big.
Yeah.
It's not that big. Like, it's still cool and it feels massive when you're like EVAing next to it. It feels suitably impressive, but like from a standpoint of
it's impressive.
yeah, and again, like the fact that the interior is all fully realized, you know, from that perspective, from a development perspective, I can understand, you know, why like a kilometer long kind of ship is like probably where you want to top out if it's like you know, if it's yeah, like to build out the interior and stuff like that. Like that to do a larger ship would be just an obscene amount of work. And you know,
Or
like,
would it?
I get it. No,
So,
it would. 100% it would.
Well, let me explain. I disagree. Back then, when they showed me the biggest ships and we came to Bengal, I was like, okay, this is starting to look like something. Bengal for me was like, okay, this is like, it's not, you know, it shouldn't be the biggest ship, but it's okay. And here's the thing. I said that then. I don't need to fly these ships. Well, I don't need them to be playable. But we said, so back then when I just started playing, I was like, I need these ships. They can be NPC. They can be just the exterior. They can have a tiny amount of interior, like what I expect to see in Javelin now, only like 1-2 rooms, whatever. It's fine. Or as we talked about, like in pre-show, where give me a 20 kilometer big ship crashed on the planet. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't have to be fully realized interior for all the ships. Some ships can just be big. Give me a ship where people live, you know? And then we went further on where like the stations are also extremely small compared to what they would be, right? So the whole scale kind of is strange.
The defense in that case, like I was saying before we went live, was
these are small stations.
They are like the R&R stations are literally small stations. That's how they're listed in game. So, you know, like it's entirely possible that when we see the fully realized Port Olisar and some of the other like the gateway stations and the Air and Halo and stuff like that, that they will be at a much larger scale. But yeah, and to be clear, if or sorry, just to jump back a little bit to the like lore reason behind the why UE like has
no
smaller
like
capital ships now. Yeah. Paul touches on it in his Tavaran War series, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And the lore behind it is basically humans used to rely basically very heavily on these very large like capital ships, but the Tavarans' way of fighting was much more like strike and retreat, smaller, faster craft, and they were apparently just mopping the floor with the UPE. So which
I don't know if that would make sense and be realistic, but I don't care. That's okay with me.
It was older too, and yeah, like it's glorified, right? So like you know, at any rate, that's so the UEE ended up like shifting their focus from like very large kind of capital ship fleets to like more smaller ones. And now the lore behind the Retribution Super Dreadnought is where they're coming up against the Vanduul, and the Vanduul are different, you know, like they have these very large, heavily armored craft, which are, you know, very resistant to smaller damage, and you know, and they're losing the fights in a lot of cases. Yeah, like the Bengal I think they actually lost a Bengal carrier to a Kingship, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean,
it's
not. Yeah, I mean, it's not big.
Yeah,
why would you not lose it?
Well, yeah, and the literally the Kingship is like 3 times the length of a Bengal,
which still is only 3 kilometers. Yeah, but okay, it's a big ship. So yeah, give me these old ships crashed somewhere or being in some other kind of a use by NPC. You know what I mean? Like I want to fly in space and be like, holy fuck. You know, it doesn't have to attack me. It doesn't have to. You
Because
know,
they're already doing that with the Retribution. Like they've said, for example, that you're probably never going to be able to go inside the Retribution.
I don't
Like
care.
I don't think, yeah, I don't think they're planning on like fully building that out at all.
That affects the
So
scale, dude. That makes the world more realistic, bigger. You know, like that's what I want. I'm okay with ships that we are flying being this scale.
mm,
The funky thing is, and this is another reason why I don't think they can make ships bigger than this. And even I think they already crossed the line of possible good feeling good ships is the crew. Because and we talked
that's
about this
true.
before as
Yeah.
well. Like Javelin has, did we check Javelin? I don't remember now, but like
No,
or Bengal, what did I check?
you
Seven eight
checked the
hundred crew.
Bengal. Yeah, it was
Bengal
like
has like
700,
700
750.
crew. A 1 kilometer long ship,
It's an
700
old
crew.
figure, to be fair, and like, yeah, I mean, they already did this in
Wait, it's
Squadron
fine.
42. Okay,
Realistically, though, it should have
thousands,
10,000
tens of
people
thousands. Yeah,
at least. Can you imagine a player run ship with 10,000 NPCs inside? That's crazy, dude. That's just
yeah,
idiotic for a game,
yeah.
right? But if you have 1,000 people in a ship, you in a kilometer long ship, you will not see people there. Like I worked on ships where they have 9,000 total passengers now, like a few years ago. And there's still moments where you feel like, oh, where's everyone? You know, like what the fuck happened? It's not
Mm,
like, you know, during the dinner or a show
yeah.
or whatever or hot day, everyone's on a pool deck and you walk around the corridor and like it's a ghost ship, holy, and there's
Well,
9,000 souls on it. Like
they did that, and they said that with the Stanton in Squadron 42, the ship that you're based off of. Like, what I think the max crew listed on the website for an Idris is like it's like 30 or 50 people or something like that. And then they put that on there when they were doing the campaign, and they were like, "This feels like a ghost ship." So they like, I think they tripled the amount of like crew on it
should.
or something like that. But yeah, I don't, there's arguments back and forth
Yeah,
here too. You know, like we were saying before we went live that like it does kind of make sense that you would push for less crew on a warship in the future if you could get away with it, because you'd want to automate things more. And if you're, taking losses, if you lose a ship with 700 people on it, it's a lot better than losing one with like 10,000 people
sure.
on it. Um,
When it comes to military stuff, I can
yeah,
understand these things 100%. But let me tell you something. Cruise industry right now is making billions of dollars on season
yeah, yeah.
basis. Do you think we would not have cruising industry in space? Are you
Or
kidding me?
just like
People are paying
bulk.
now to go on the experimental fucking Elon Musk ship to whatever. You know what I
Well,
mean?
even just like bulk hauling people. Like I'm sorry,
That as
but
well.
the Starlifter is not going to cut it when you have, billions of people on one planet potentially wanting to travel to other planets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like your little, Starliners aren't going to cut it. You're going to need the 747 of the future sort of a thing, you know? But anyways,
Yeah.
anyways. I mean, we've gone back and forth on scale for
And
for a
again, just
while.
to make this
But
clear for everyone who's listening,
yeah.
I don't need these to be like player usable
No,
ship with interior and everything. No, they just have to be for me to
frankly,
enjoy. Just from the, I just want to see it from the outside and be like, oh, that's a cruise ship, you know.
frankly, for me, even if they keep it small, I don't even care, really. I mean, just let's calm down a little bit about, creaming our pants over how massive these ships are, because
They're not.
yeah,
I
like
think I
it's
need
a
much
kilometer
bigger
long.
ships to.
It's a big thing. Don't get me wrong, but it is not
But
a
of course, it's big.
huge
Yeah.
thing, you know?
But I really, Maso, I think I need much bigger ships in space to immerse properly.
Hmm.
Again, not player run, but I need bigger ships. I really do. I'm not saying I'm not gonna play it if you don't get them, but I'm saying I'm gonna be very, very disappointed.
What about jump gate limitations?
I don't. I, listen, dude, it's a game. Like they can find
Oh,
a
sure.
way
That's what I'm
around
saying.
everything.
That's what I'm saying. Like that could be their game reason.
So they have bigger ships before. So what happened with those ships? How are they
I don't
going
know if they
around?
have.
You just said that they started
I,
making smaller ships because the
yeah,
big ones were unaffected.
I still don't know
Ineffective.
how big they were. To be
Well,
fair,
yeah.
I mean, maybe they were 20 kilometers long. I don't know. We'll have to ask like Paul, see if there's any lore or something like that where they mentioned like how big the
I mean,
capital ships
come
used
on,
to be.
dude. Like Panama Canal is. Come on, bro.
Just saying,
What
throwing
what
that
are we
out
talking
there.
about? You know how like do like guys Google Panama Canal and look like 9,000 people ship goes through that today.
Yeah, that's
Okay, come on,
300
bro.
meters long.
So
Well, I'm just basically saying, like, like if you start talking about like 20 kilometers long. Anyways, whatever. I just, yeah,
it's a game. We can have it
it's a
if
game.
they want it. We can have it.
Yeah. Or they could lure it away if they
Yeah,
don't want
true.
it. So,
All right, to the news after
oh
an
my
hour and
God.
a half.
Yeah. Yeah.
All
Okay.
right, so
Maybe
we
we might
had.
have to pick a shorter topic. We'll see how this goes because there's
We'll
a
see. Yeah,
lot of news.
yeah. Well, we might go through that a little faster. But we'll see. So
We'll see.
because it's the same thing. So we
It
had
is the same topic. Yeah.
ISC and SEL this week. I'm gonna be a bit negative about the ISC, but I just want to preface this with this was a good episode. After 404, we had an episode with a lot of information. So I might like things or dislike things, but this is what I want ISC to be. It was stuffed with info, right? So yeah. So
Was it though? I mean, it was better. I wouldn't call it
yeah,
stuffed with info.
it was a proper ISC finally. I'm glad that
Okay.
it was the way it was. Because another yeah. Anyways, if I had another same of like nonsense one, I'd be like, come on, I'm gonna stop watching this. You know what I mean?
Let me just say that I'm glad they followed it up with an SCL that was on the same topic because, yeah,
Okay.
I mean, this is where I
For
guess I'm maybe a
clarification.
little bit saltier about it because, like, yeah, just like what they showed in SCL about. Okay, so sorry, ISC was about scanner gameplay.
Yeah.
Um, if you guys haven't seen it,
It was late
and
again, dude. Wait, like it was late
was it?
again. Yeah.
Oh, see,
I watched it
see, I
Friday, like and I waited until like 3 a.m.
yeah.
and then Jared started a little late, a lot, and I'm like, what's happening? Why? What? Like Europe is not getting SCL on Thursdays anymore, and like either tell us that that's the thing because you know what I stay and I don't know because it used to come out 7 p.m.
Mm.
and now at 3 a.m. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go sleep.
Right. See, it always comes out for me when I'm at work, so I never notice. I didn't
Well,
notice if it
yeah,
was late.
and that's the piece of information that I wait for the whole week. So it would be nice if
Mhm.
they tell us,
Yeah.
okay, we're changing to this. Fine.
Or just do a tweet or something like, "Hey, running
Some
late, sorry."
information. There's
You know,
nothing. So
that's fair.
that's not okay. Then
Yeah.
there was a technical difficulty with sound, which
Oh yeah,
is
that's right. Yeah.
becomes a normal thing, I guess. So Mr. I don't know, Kirk Tomey
Kirk
or
Tomei.
Tomei?
Yeah. Yeah, his something was up. Like one, it sounded like they didn't do a sound test because like he was super quiet. And the other thing is it sounded like he was talking through a pillow. Like he was super muffled.
Yeah, I'm gonna mention it every time because I'm so pissed off that like sound is so important, so easy, man. Come on, bro. Like,
Yeah, do a sound check,
yeah.
you know.
Um okay.
Unless that's why they were late, who knows? I don't know.
I don't think so. Because they didn't fix it, so
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like maybe they were having technical difficulties or something. But again, I mean, like throw a
Ah,
post out there.
I'm just gonna say this is second week in a row, no information, and I don't know what to think anymore.
Hmm.
Please, yeah, what you're saying. If you're not changing the time when you do it, tell us that something's wrong. That's okay. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah.
You tell me, hey, we're having an issue. It's gonna be late. Okay, I'll watch it tomorrow. But if I don't know, then I'm waiting for it, and it never shows up. It's like a dog
Yeah.
whose owner passed away, and the dog is
Yeah.
waiting for it. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh, way to bring things down.
Yeah. Well, it brings me down, dude. Like, you know.
Okay. Well, what I was saying then is that, like, okay, technical issues and all that aside, uh, okay, what I liked about it was how they gave us the, like, here's what we like about the scanning system, here's what we
Yeah.
want to improve. But like there wasn't really much new there. So like I'm okay with it in retrospect because SCL the next day was like the same topic and they like went hugely, like expanded hugely on kind of what their plans are for scanner gameplay and stuff like that. But yeah, like when I watched it, I just was like, really? Like I all I really saw was the scanning system we have now with a little bit of a sneak peek at a UI for scanners, which apparently isn't even the UI for ship scanning. So I don't know. For me, I was like, eh. And
It was
then
a
the
little bit all
whole
over the place. I guess I was happy because they're working on scanning, you know.
yes, yes, yeah, for sure, yeah, and
And I mean, whatever they tell us now, they might change it, right? Because but they're working on it actively,
yeah,
and you
yeah,
can hear the ideas, you can see visuals, like the one with like little squares like popping out, where you can have like more, you know, something to scan more like directly and whatnot. I like that because it's
well, more than just they're working on it too, right? Like, and this is something they talked about in SCL. Is that like a lot of this they're planning on having in the
soon.
game for 314.
Yeah.
So, like that's exciting to me because one of the things I've been on record saying like the last 2 years, give me scanner gameplay, man. Like it has the opportunity to change so much gameplay from mining to bounty hunting to
Oh,
to
everything. It's like the
everything. Yeah.
essential thing for any space game.
Yeah.
Let me do this. So let's not talk about that now because we can talk about IC and SCL at the same time because it's the same topic.
Right.
After the scanning, we had
Oh yeah. Oh god.
hospital and
Oh, okay.
hospital.
Yeah.
Well, was it hospital this time?
It was
It was a little
hospital,
bit,
yeah, and
and
they
then it was
showed us
docking.
a table. They showed us a table in a hospital.
Yeah, and it was docking, right? Like docking collar and whatever,
Mhm.
right? And Jared was. He said, "I haven't seen this myself, guys, so I'm gonna watch it with you." And then it like pans out, and it's like someone walking around, and Jared is having these comments like, "Oh, that's amazing," and I'm like, are you fucking
Oh.
serious?"
Ah.
Because if
Oh.
he's joking about it,
I think he is.
it's
I
not
hope
funny
he
enough.
is.
It's not obvious
Oh,
enough, right? So you need this
no.
to be, you need to Monty Python it, where you like
Yeah.
are you understand that
Just
he's
ham
like,
it up.
yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause
But if
it
he's
just came across as
serious, it's
super
so bad.
cringy.
It's fucking
Super
stupid.
cringy.
To a point where I like, you know, I added this comment like right after I watched it, and I literally like, they're underestimating our intelligence again. Like, are you shitting
I'm
me?
hoping it was a
It's an
joke.
edited thing. Well, then
Yeah.
make a better joke because the joke sucked.
Yeah.
You know, just make it obvious that it's a joke. Because
You know what though? Like if he, I'm just gonna watch this with you. If he just didn't say anything,
no,
that'd have been fine.
yeah,
like oh
yeah, the comments are
oh
just
that's
fucking
cool.
out of
Hell
place.
yeah.
Yeah, that was the
Like,
worst one, and it's
nothing
always like he's not using the word at all, like or phrase, whatever.
nothing
So stupid.
nothing in that sneak peek deserved a hell yeah.
Not to
Like,
mention that we've
nothing.
seen all this before, kind of,
Yeah,
right? It's
yeah.
nothing new. So that,
It was
uh,
just lighting.
the
Looked
other,
good.
yeah, the other thing is he was in Stanton 7 like
Oh
jersey,
yeah, yeah.
which at first it's very bright red and it's kind of strange. But even though I'm having mixed feelings about the whole Atmo esports nowadays, it's good that they're support. I think it's good that they're supporting these like in-game events.
Yep. I liked how well this is more to do with Atmo Esports, but I like
Yeah,
how like they did the like branding on there, like the
yeah,
different sponsors, but it's all like in-game guilds and stuff like that. Like shout out to Sigelian with Ultima Energy on the shoulder.
yeah.
That's his fuel
Corp.
corp,
Yeah,
and I think that's
It's
Cool.
cool. And if you look at that video and then you see the comments under and on Twitter where people are recognizing their logos, like, and they're like, "Oh my god, we appeared
Yeah,
in," and I think that's cool. Like,
that is really
it's
cool.
I like it. They should do things like this. And I'm
Yeah.
sure they got the jersey for free. They were like, no one has to
Oh
pay
yeah, they
for anything.
probably
It's like
just
free promo. It goes both ways.
sent one to him.
And yeah, and then on top of that, I think I kind of feel like the devs should be proud about these events and like merch and all that. I'm sure it feels good. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
Going back to the hospital and Crusader sneak peeks, though, I'm personally I'm kind of starting to feel a bit like Salty Mike when we were seeing all the homestead things. Just kind of like, okay, we get it. Put
I,
up the hospitals already.
I developed an immunity to this. It's fucking.
I
I don't
guess.
know. It's a filler. I think. No,
And
but
you
I
know what?
agree with you. Like, fucking do something and then show it. It's homesteads and hospitals, and there's like 1 millimeter difference from the last time. And I'm like, okay, like do it
Like
every
yeah.
5 weeks or so.
Maybe
Or
there are people who really like this stuff, but
it's
I
okay,
was
but
like, really, you're gonna sneak peek a side table and
oh,
show me a
that's
couple
what you're talking about.
variations, and then and that's it.
No,
Okay,
wait, the new
okay.
sneak peek wasn't.
Well, no, when they were showing you
Oh,
the
okay, okay,
things
okay.
on
Because
like
we got the new
hospital
sneak
and
peek. By the
oh, I
way,
don't
last sneak peek was someone thought that it's something else, and they were like, "This is obviously shit." What were they saying? I
I
think
don't remember.
Tomato or someone was like, "This is obviously a caterpillar," or I don't know, because I thought it's a kraken, and they were like something else. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it's kraken, but apparently someone thinks it's different. So yeah, that's cool.
Well, I mean,
That's a good sneak peek if we're like
I guess,
having
but like
different opinions about it.
I guess, yeah. It could go either way there then, because if it's Drake, then it's Drake. Like it could be a caterpillar, it could be Kraken.
No, 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 no,
Anyways,
no. It's not Kraken. I think it's something about fuck, maybe Bangalore. I don't know, but I don't know how they explain it. I don't know. It was strange. Speaking of the plushies, there's a plushie. Um, oh, it was Board Gamer. Yeah, it was Board Gamer. I don't remember what he said, but he said that he expects that to be in game and in stores, whatever. And it scares me because he knows, so maybe it's not Kraken. But did you see the small Ursa Rover plushie in game in the MSR?
no.
Oh no! Like
An Ursa Rover plushie?
yeah, it's in one of the habitation rooms, and actually he stops and talks about it. You probably skipped it or something. Super
Oh,
Mega
maybe.
Ryan. It's so
Oh, you
cute.
mean in okay. You said in the MSR, you mean in the Hercules.
Yeah, in Hercules, not MSR. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no. I was skipping around when he was
Yeah.
like touching like random
Everything,
doors
and
and
then the
stuff, and I'm
same
like,
thing on the other side. I'm like, yeah,
I don't care that
it's
much,
very
man. I get
detailed.
it.
Some people do for sure. I mean, but yeah.
Yeah. Like I'll go and push all those buttons myself in, when I get it in game, but
Okay, so
yeah.
we saw the gas clouds, and I
Yeah.
guess by your reaction, you love it.
I just think like every time we see them, they look better, you know? Just because like
Okay.
right now we have these volumetric clouds and they're cool looking, different colors and stuff like that. But this one, you started to see more shape and more texture to it. Get more like, yeah, I don't know. I thought it was cool.
I think this is just a filler, just like to add some content to it, because
Okay,
I mean, I feel like
that's
they're the
the
same. They're
last.
just not finished.
Yeah, the
I don't
thing
know.
is like, uh, that at least is something I haven't been seeing for like 3 solid ISCs, right?
Oh, okay,
So I'm
three
okay
for
with
sure.
that, because it's not
Uh,
hospitals and
okay, to
Orison.
me that's on par with hospital and
Yeah, well, and
yeah.
that's I guess I should be clear here. Like I'm okay with filler so long as it's like not the same thing over and over again, because that's where I tend to
I
get like, eh.
I don't need that, man. Like but it's okay. It doesn't hurt me or anything. It's just like you can make 2 minutes shorter episode for me with things that matter. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? Like, and then when
Well,
there's something actually happening, it felt like they're like, well, we're working on this, but we can't shape it now, so we're working on that. I'm like, show it to me when you make something out of it. You know what I mean? We know how clouds look right now.
I'm okay with I'm okay with progress every now and then, especially like I said when it's like not like every week or whatever.
Sure.
And like
I mean, I don't mind it, but
like
it's like strange.
refinery armor, you know, like the concept work that they did, that's technically filler, but it was still cool to see them,
So
you
to
know.
make this clear, it looks good. I like how the refinery armor looks, but I'm pretty sure that's like NPC armor, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, sure.
Because they did not explain that, and they were like, "Oh, we can change the branding and all that," but
We said refinery workers,
yeah, but
and I'm
we
pretty
might
sure that
have refining as. Oh man, I need like
maybe you'll be
they
able to
have
get it.
these fucking cool armors. Like they have like mining equipment when you go to L1, L2, and you can buy this helmet with like spelunker,
Mm,
like
mhm. Yeah,
and
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't feel like we'll ever need this. It's like armor that you can buy, but it's actually for NPCs, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
And I kind of want to use it. Like I would like to use this spelunker, or we have okay, so we have this armor in what's the name, Kasaba or something or whatever. No, it's not like on Area 18 when you whatever the armor shop is, and it's like this is how I died one of the first times where
Oh, right, because it doesn't cover your face.
it
Yeah.
covers like your eyes, but it doesn't cover your nose. And I'm like, why? Why do we have this? It's like, who's gonna use this?
That is kind of a good question, eh? Like, are we ever going to get to a situation in this game where you wouldn't just be wearing a full face helmet
Why wouldn't
anytime you
you?
step on a ship?
No, well, when I step on the ship, I might have to not have armor, right? To be able to sit in the seat or whatever, you know.
Sure, but like a helmet specifically, like one that, is there ever going to be a situation where you're like, you don't bother putting on a helmet when you're going into your spaceship?
I think so.
Why?
I mean, I kind of want to be able to not use my helmet
Sure.
unless
Oh
I
no,
have
you'll be
to.
able to, but why wouldn't you? Like, why wouldn't you just wear a helmet?
No,
It's
I
basically what
can't.
I'm
Okay,
saying.
so let me reiterate this. I kind of feel like we're gonna be in this. I hope so, but it doesn't bother me either way. But like, I think we're gonna be in a place where why would you have an armor on?
I hope
I
so.
think I
Yeah.
think we're gonna be like mostly out of the armor, where you like go into a hangar, get into a ship, fly out, land, get into another hangar,
Yeah.
right? But then in some situations, I have to go out in space. Okay, let me like put on my armor because
But
I'm
again,
going
like,
out
but
in
like,
space.
what, if that's even a possibility, why wouldn't you just keep your armor on? Like, that's what I'm curious to see. Like, what does the game do to incentivize you to like wear civvies in your normal day to day kind of like activities?
Maybe
Stamina, maybe hygiene. Like maybe you stink
maybe
if you wear
hygiene, but
armor for a long
also,
time.
what if you have to refuel the oxygen in your suit in an armor station or whatever, and not just like by being,
Right. Yeah, just
in the
passive.
ship
Yeah. Yeah.
or
This could be
something
an
like that.
imagination station.
Yeah. Yeah, this
Uh,
whole thing is imaginary, but yeah, I was just like when I saw the armor, I like it. I like all these like
well, this is what I was saying when we were talking about like, do we need an imagination station topic this
yeah.
today? And I was like, probably not, because like
Well,
a
I don't
lot of
think
what
we're
we're going to
yeah,
be
we'll
talking
see.
about is going to
This
be
will
kind of
stretch.
imagining. Yeah.
Okay, so then you mentioned the leather Star-Lord armor.
Oh yeah, yeah. I just wanted to know
Uh,
what your take on that was.
what is
I
yours?
kind of, well, I don't know. I kind of like it. Like it's I don't know. It looks good. Maybe I just like the way that leather looks. I don't know. It looks a little bit like fantasy, and it doesn't really fit in with a lot of the other like clothing and armor we've seen. But maybe that's why I like it. Maybe it's just because it's like it's very different than some of the other stuff that we've got.
There are these like I used to use this on Microtech when I was doing delivery missions, where you don't have an armor, but you have like a coat with like a beanie and all that. It looks kind of
Mm.
cool, and you go out and it's warm enough so that you can withstand the atmosphere outside.
Yeah.
And all of this looks cool, but it's like just what we talked about before. Like you just use your Novikov and you're good
Yeah.
in every situation. That's another thing. Like if you're doing a sneaky mission, you need a leather armor. If you're gonna sneak behind someone and stab them, you
Well,
need the leather armor. You can't go in Novikov and like clunk, clunk.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
True, but technically leather's not stealthy either. That's leather's noisy.
well, it's not noisy enough for
It's
other
not
person.
Novikov.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's put it this way: like if
Light
I
armor.
am
Like legit light armor.
if I'm assassinating you, and you are in Novikov or heavy, you're not going to hear me in leather armor. You know what I mean? But
True.
you are going to hear me in another
Yeah.
Novikov because I'm a fucking robot walking around. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So I guess it has. I mean, we have daggers. We have. Listen, this coming after they talked quite a lot about the crossbow, for example. I guess you know it will. I don't. Right now,
think
I
it's
don't care
cool.
about it. I
It
think it
looks
needs a reason for that armor. That's all.
oh, I don't know.
The looks
I
of
d-
me, they don't bother me. I don't. Man, the
it
more
looks
we go into this, the more I see myself as more of like an industrial player in general. So these things, I don't think I have a use for it. I don't care about. I don't know what they would have to do for me to be interested in
see,
FPS combat
like
and stuff.
like my day-to-day armor is not it's something I've picked because it's useful in Star Citizen. It's something I put together because it looks cool,
I
you
don't
know.
want day-to-day armor. I want clothes.
Sure. But I'm saying like right now that's not an option. So like my day-to-day, like if I'm playing Star Citizen and I'm going out to do stuff, like I have a helmet and I'm wearing a chest piece, but that's it. And I only chose the chest piece because it kind of like looks like cool web gear,
But see, we have a
whatever.
well, we're different here a lot. So I either have Novikov
Yeah.
or I
Well,
have.
I only wear that if I'm actually going to go somewhere, right? But
Well, I told you. Now I have Novikov because of the UI scale as well. Just everything looks better there. Chat, everything.
Mm.
But then if not, I usually only have my flight jumpsuit, whatever Under Armour, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And the helmet that has like the light helmet with like the black cover, the new one, because it doesn't show beard that we don't have in game.
Yeah.
And that's it. Because I'm faster, I'm lighter,
Yeah.
It needs a reason for me, and then I would have it probably in the changing room with my bigger ship in case I need this for a certain situation. Let's go. Let's like if you go hunting or fishing or whatever.
Wow. And ultimately that's what it really comes down to is we need their armor T1,
Yeah,
because they've said that there's an armor rework coming down the pipes and that they want to make it so that the individual armors
yeah,
are something you wear,
for a
like
reason.
for a reason exactly, like if I'm
Part of
going
the
into combat,
preparation,
you put
right?
together a combat focused armor.
Yeah,
It's not just light, medium, heavy, you know, percentage
preparation.
damage reduction and that's it. It's like, like if you were going to do work or what oh god,
Whoa.
and Slobs crashed again.
Oh, and but I think it's your internet actually because you became Darth Vader and all that. Can you say something?
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Test.
you are. Um, let's remake a call quickly.
Okay.
Oh, now I can hear you good. All right, you're fine now. You're fine now.
Okay. Weird.
So
Um,
while you're trying to set that all up, we can keep talking about it. So
ooh, that's like 2 weeks in a row.
yeah, I wonder if it's internet or something. I don't know.
I mean, it shouldn't be. Um, hold on. Yeah. Anyways, like armor is supposed to be something where it's like
Situational, basically, right?
yeah, situational, and like like you might choose
You're back.
the you might choose the industrial focused armor because it has like additional utility slots or something like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
See,
Okay.
that's the thing. Maybe if you're like in your ship's refinery area, it's so hot that. But then the armor will protect you from the heat. You know what I mean? Certain armor. But then you could just use non-armor, like what they showed us there, which is refinery. Overalls or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
Um,
So
I
this is what I was
may.
trying to say. Is like the um preparation part of the game is going to be so big where you want to know which food you're bringing, what kind of what you're going to drink, for how long you're going to be outside, which armor you need to have, what type of a gun or tool you need. And so before you go for achieve a certain goal in your future, in your play session, you need to set up everything so that it goes
Hmm.
smoothly.
Sorry, can you resend me the OBS Ninja link?
Yes, I can.
'Cause this one is not working.
Oh, but it's going to be the same one. It does. Okay, wait. There. I mean, I'm looking at it now.
Weird. Okay, well, there we go.
Okay, cool.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. So I see armor as part of that preparation like process, I guess. When it comes to
Yeah,
visuals, I don't mind it. I'm not a huge fan of
I
brown.
guess. I thought, like, my first thought was like, oh my god, it's
Like,
it's like Star-Lord from Guardians of the Galaxy, but again, like, I was like, I don't know, is that a bad thing? Not really a bad thing. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm undecided on it. Anyways, I think mixed in with other pieces, it's pretty cool.
man, as long as it's not fucking bubblehead Van Dool or whatever the fuck, I'm okay with it. Those things, just fuck off with that. Or that one with the living whatever thing on top of it
Right,
or whatever.
the parasite.
Yeah, I'm not digging that. Like the cat one, I can agree with you. If it was only the cat armor, whatever, it looks like it looks like
Yeah,
something people would do, especially in certain regions or certain
yeah,
kind of people where they would enjoy. But it looks like a functional armor. If you have a fucking bear head that is 7 size your head,
yeah.
and you go out and that protects you from the elements and helps you breathe in the outside of the atmosphere, you know what? No.
Well, that's how they should limit that. I mean, we're totally tangenting here,
If
but like,
Yeah, well, it's
yeah, just
armor,
make it
so
so that it's like you can wear that, but it's fucking useless. Like, you can't
yeah.
wear it in a vacuum. You can't wear it when you're piloting a ship.
Dude, if you're going on a
Uh,
Halloween party in that, I'm fine. You know what I
oh,
mean?
and if you really wanted to restrict it, make it so that, like, when you're looking through it, all you see is like,
Yeah.
two like little cutout eyes, and you're
I
trying to like
Bro, I know
walk
how that
around like that.
feels. Okay.
Yeah,
I've been a fucking dolphins and orcas and whatnot. Fuck that.
yeah.
You wouldn't wear it. Okay, so the last
But
thing
anyways,
here that we have from the news is 3 ships. Well, it says 3 new ships here, but it's not really new, but like 3 ships on the roadmap. We had some fiddling with the roadmap ships coming out. So the bad news, I guess, is Polaris is moved back again,
mhm.
to everyone's surprise. Or not. I know some people are very disappointed with this.
I'm disappointed, but
Yeah, but you got
you know,
something in return, I guess.
yes, because the Banu Merchantman is on the list.
Yeah.
But like, let's be honest here, guys.
It doesn't really mean much, right?
Well, yeah, no, not really. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how much Cargo 2.0 actually changes things. But as of right now,
Oh, it will be
the
another cargo
estimated.
hauler, that's it.
Oh yeah, well, 100%. I mean, that's ultimately what it is, right? But
I'll
yeah,
be
like
I'll be a moron again and
3,500
say I don't
SCU.
care about merchantmen.
Well, you don't like alien ships, and that's fine. I think it. I'm pretty stoked to see like the new concept art and stuff for it. But yeah, like, it's not going to be out end of this year. It's probably going to get bumped, and that's fine. For the people who are disappointed about the Polaris, technically the BMM was supposed to come before the Polaris. When they were releasing the Carrack, they said that they were assigning the team from the Carrack to start working on the BMM, and then they changed their mind and said that that team was going to be redistributed, and then the Polaris popped up again, and now the Polaris is out and they're back on the BMM. So I don't know.
I don't think
It
it's
is
gonna
what it is.
make anyone feel better, but yeah.
No.
However,
It is what it
and,
is.
and it's not only that it's an alien ship. To be fair, one of the first pictures that I saw was that impressed me, just like art from our perspective, was Banu Merchantman, because it just looks so impressive. I didn't know what it is,
Yeah.
and as a concept, as an idea of like movable
Storefront
trade
kind of
center
thing.
or whatever, is kind of cool.
It is a cool
uh,
idea. Yeah.
but just, it's too big for my taste, anyways. And it's
Yeah.
another Carrack. Everyone wants it. Everyone's gonna have it. It's kind of cheap for what you get in dollars. So
Yep.
although it's crazy, it's like what, 350 euros for a ship in game. But definitely not a cheap ship. But what I'm saying is, there's a lot of people who might have it in game. When you see how many Carracks you see, it's like people are gonna have it.
Yeah.
And
Well, because it's old. It's actually one of the oldest.
yeah.
Ships.
Oh, I'm sure like the new price will be over 500 or something.
Oh, easily, yeah. Like
Yeah.
it's like it'll be more expensive than the Carrack for sure because it's much bigger than the Carrack.
I don't think you're buying only size with Carrack. It's the things that it can do. Bano Merchantman is
True.
very. It's like saying that the Hull series are going to be more expensive than Carrack because of the size. Not really,
They probably will. They probably will. When the Hull D and Hull E are like close to finished, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like 600 plus.
Well, sure, but in game they shouldn't be more expensive than Carrack because
No.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, come on.
Yeah, no, you're right. Because it's just a straight, basically giant engines and cargo racks compared to like, medical facilities,
like exploration, everything.
Arrays,
Well, let's put it this way: like Carrack opens up so many gameplay possibilities where this is trader and that's it, or a hauler and that's it.
Well, and specifically like only in large systems. Because
I'm talking about Banu Merchantman as well. So
okay.
Yeah. So
I think you're right. You're right in that the BMM, like the gameplay for it, is not going to be really there until like way later on.
I'll go even further and say that's another 890. It's going to be very well in one perspective, not like fully. But it's going to be very RP friendly ship.
Maybe, but you know what else is on the roadmap for the end of this year? Selling.
Oh yeah.
So if the BMM becomes kind of like a mobile vendor that you could potentially go to and sell shit to, if you're like in Pyro or Deep Space or something.
Especially with Pyro, yeah. So here's the thing. I am using 300 series because I can have coffee, which it's not even about coffee. It's about being able to hydrate without buying things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 300 series, like whatever. And I'm so pissed off that other ships don't have the coffee machine, right?
Mm.
So definitely, if you have a different kind of utility on the ship, because it's extremely rare that you have actual thing that works different than other ships nowadays in Star Citizen, as almost like a gimmick right now, because we're in alpha. Yeah, I think that's a legit reason for it. But like later, like when the game is out, I see Banu Merchantman as an RP ship as well. Not only, but especially if you don't have to hire like NPCs to sell, right? What if you can have a person?
Like if you could run the store yourself?
Yeah. And
maybe.
like, hire people to run the store or whatever.
But like, I think it's the NPC run storefronts that'll make it not an RP ship.
Sure. No, I don't look. Okay, so to make it clear, I don't think 890 is an RP ship. I don't think Banu is. I'm just saying they open up possibilities for RP more than other ships.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Because like one of the things they even say about the BMM is like it's got like a boardroom for making deals between. It's like,
very social. Like
yeah.
like possibilities, kind of, right? Open.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like, because in lore anyways, like a Banu merchantman is like the home of a Banu family group.
Which is so
So
cool.
it's supposed to be like a mobile
House.
home
Yeah.
and center of business or whatever, at the same time.
Lore wise, I think that ship is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a problem with ships where I still can't find my daily driver, and really nothing is like, maybe Phoenix, but like nothing is really there for me. It's
Mm.
literally like Phoenix because of lack of another option. I thought MSR, but it never. I just don't like that ship at all. And there's another ship that comes out recently. We talked about this. That's on the roadmap as well. That is from the, and this is so fucked up for me. Like the what's the name? Drake.
Oh, the Corsair.
Drake Corsair. So two Drake ships are coming out: Corsair and the one that I always call Venture, because it's literally
The Vulture.
Vulture. Yeah, but that's the reason I call it Venture, is because it's literally copy paste from EVE Online mining ship, which is called Venture.
Yeah.
And the problem with this is I definitely want to have that ship, because I certainly want to try salvaging. I think that's going to be one of finally something that I am really interested in. Somewhat, right?
Especially when you get to actually pull parts out of a ship.
Yeah,
I don't think we're going to be able to.
But
do that first.
I would be okay with like even mining fucking hulls. You know what I mean? At the beginning, which you know.
Yeah.
And here's a problem. You were like, I'm gonna laugh my butt off if.
Yeah, I messaged Chegg yesterday and I was like, Chegg, I'm gonna laugh so hard if you like the Corsair just because you hate Drake so much. This will be like 2 Drake ships that you like but you hate at the same time.
But this is so fucked up for me, because I don't want that. Because we talked about how brand connection is big in this game, and I definitely don't like Drake for any reasons. But some of their ships are just better, more suitable for me than some other ships that are made by the brands that I like. And I never saw, like, I always thought like branding and connection to a brand is such a good thing in this game, but now I'm starting to feel like it's actually a double-edged sword, where I really want to fly an MSC ship.
MISC,
and
they don't really have any options, because above the Freelancer, it's pretty much just like really focused ships. Like
at some point I was like, okay, what's with my brain today, man? I can't remember anything. Starfarer.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna fly that, because it's MISC, and that's gonna be my daily driver, because Freelancer is just not enough.
What about the Retaliator? Because like
I used to love that ship, but I don't know. I don't like it anymore.
Oh right, you were saying it's like the color scheme's like too dark inside and stuff.
Yeah, it's it's like a fucking submarine. It's like living in a submarine.
I wonder how much control we're gonna get over that.
You know what? There's some things where the window in Phoenix makes all the difference.
Yeah,
for me,
Well, and this is what I'm thinking, because like Retaliator modularity is actually
it's coming
314. Yeah, it's pretty soon, and I'm curious to see, like, when you swap out those torpedo bays for like a habitation section, does it change the way the ship feels?
I will see, maybe, but now I've connected it so much to the submarine that, like, in my brain, it's just, it doesn't feel like an option anymore.
Well, and that makes sense, because like you walk down and you just see giant missiles down the center. But
but from the outside, also, I don't know, maybe.
Oh, from the outside, okay.
And then again, the windows and everything.
Well, but again, like, what happens when you can change the colors on it too? Because like,
let's see.
I'm just curious.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm open for it to surprise me. But again, like you have this captain's quarter that is very boxed in. You have crew member quarters that is it's like a military style. It does have a roof window, but like it's very militaristic. Literally get out of the bed and get into a turret, like right there after you go
Yeah.
through the weapon racks. So I don't know. The Starfarer though, it has windows, dude. You know,
Yep.
it has windows, and I'm like, I think that's one of the reasons why. Anyways, to go
Okay.
back to what's coming up, which is these
The
two Drake
Corsair.
Corsair. Yeah, I
Yeah.
looked into it properly, and I just don't. I don't know, man. It could be, but then again, it just better laid out Andromeda.
That yeah, well that's kind of it, right? And that's what you said you liked the size of ship at for your
Yeah,
maximum ship, right? And like
I'm okay
that's
with cargo size. It's cool that you can drive a vehicle in, but I
yeah,
think
like
I'd
I'm not
still rather fly the Phoenix than that.
yeah, fair. But I'm like, see, this is the thing. Like when they put the Corsair concept out, I don't really like the giant wing on it.
I
I
don't mind
I
that.
just I don't mind the asymmetry. I just think that the giant wing is like too much. But like man, I tell you, like I was looking for that constellation sized ship, basically a Constellation 2.0. And one of the things that really struck me and almost made me pull the trigger on a Corsair was that interior because like just the way that they've used the space makes so much more sense to me
Yeah, okay,
than
so
the
let's talk about
Constellation.
that because yeah, it makes more sense. Like the space in Caterpillar is extremely well laid down,
Yeah.
right? So in your little shuttle, you have, you know, above you have like your command center, and then under you
Yeah.
have kitchen, toilet, bunk beds, and then you have you need that operation
Yep.
module whatever somewhere, and a door,
Yeah.
and then when you go into the ship you have
You have the
engine
mess right in the
room, everything, and then you
center.
have
Yeah.
mess, and then you have like cooking area again, toilet, but you know what, Maso, the beds are open to everyone.
It's
The
true. Yeah.
toilet doesn't have a fucking door. It's like pissing in a bucket or whatever, and it's very bare bones, and
It is. Yeah.
I don't need Origin, but Misk is fine. You know what I mean? Like,
See, but like in your case, like for example, if you were in the cat, I would just say, okay, well that mess is for the crew, and I'm gonna stay in the command module because
but the command module has the same. It's like very bare bones,
it's true, it's true.
right?
But then when you look at the Corsair's interior, and by the
Same.
way,
It's the same.
if people are listening to this, well, it's not really because like
It's
there's separate rooms for each of the crew.
it's the same
Um,
assets. It's literally this. It's like copy paste of the table is the same.
oh, okay,
Uh,
yeah. Well, that's
the beds are
will remain to be
exactly the
seen though.
same. Yeah,
No, the beds are like in their own cabins. There's
yeah,
three
they are.
separate cabins, you know,
The
for the
cockpit
crew.
is again Cutlass Black cockpit. So you have Cutlass Black cockpit in Cutlasses. You have Cutlass Black cockpit in the
I'd say it's closer to the
Caterpillar.
Caterpillar. Oh yeah, okay, yeah,
It's
yeah.
the same cockpit. The difference is in Cutlass,
Yes, yeah,
the back seat goes up. In Corsair, it goes down, and in
down
Caterpillar, it
underneath.
stays
Yeah,
behind. But it's the
yeah,
same layout. It's the
yeah.
same
Well, that's true,
surroundings.
and you're definitely going to get like a lot of those shared assets
Yeah,
between them for sure. But specifically, so it's gonna be bare bones. But like when I see the Corsair, to me, it's like private quarters. That's pretty sweet. Like captain's quarters, right up near the bridge. Like
I
that's pretty
see that
sweet.
one I
It's like
saw, and I don't think it's Captain's court. It's like Captain's office. I think Captain's room is one of those three bedrooms. It is all the same, but then your
maybe.
workstation is there because there's no
I
space.
thought
I
it.
looked at it yesterday, but it's like one
Yeah.
desk. That's it.
Well, obviously that's like very early rough too. So like we'll have to see how it
Sure,
is. I thought it was an extra cabin for the captain. So I guess we'll see. But like just how that is laid out,
the
it's just like
layout is great.
yeah,
Just like
like
in Cat, just like in Cutlass, it's like Cutlass Black space layout is good,
yeah.
but
I'm not
it's
gonna lie,
not my
I'm
thing.
probably gonna grab a CCU to one.
Oh, I'm gonna get that ship, man. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna fly it
Yeah.
for like a couple of months, maybe
Yeah.
longer than MSR or whatever, because I don't have a ship. I'm homeless, so I don't care. But
Yeah.
it's still not my ship, and I'm starting to lose faith that I think I'm gonna have to push myself into liking ships. So
We'll
here's the
see.
thing.
There's still a
Maybe
few others. Yeah.
listen to this. The I, the other one, the Vulture.
Vulture. Yeah.
Oh, it's Vulture. Fuck yeah, it's not
Yeah.
Venture, it's Vulture.
No, Vulture.
Um, I'm okay.
Aryan bird.
What if that ship has? I mean, I've seen it has interior, right?
Gonna be Drake. Like it's gonna be that
I know,
same bare
but
bones.
hear me out. Not Vulture itself, but what's the repair one that we talked about?
Hmm.
The RSI
Vulcan.
Vulcan.
And it's not
That
RSI,
could
it's Aegis,
Aegis.
I think.
Okay, well, that kind of sucks, but Aegis is great. Don't get me wrong, but they all have that very militaristic feel inside, which makes
Yeah.
sense. But it just I don't want
Well,
that to be my
or
daily drive. I want to chill in that ship.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I think if anything, it'll be closer to the Reclaimer. Because that's the thing, right? Like Aegis tried
Oh
branching out into
sure,
the industrial
and I'm
sector, so I
okay with
think it'll be
Reclaimer. You know, I love
yeah,
Reclaimer. It's too big, but I could live on that ship. The
yeah,
point where I bought it, I was like, I was flying around that one, but it's impossible. You can't get off the fucking planet. So,
yeah, yeah.
but if like I could see myself living on a ship like that is like a support vehicle, but I can
That's
do
fair,
daily
actually.
stuff on it. But then
Yeah,
Maso
exactly.
calls and like my tire blowed. You know,
Yeah.
can you come fix me? And I'm like, sure, bro. And I'm having
Well,
my
just
coffee cooking, and I'm flying towards you. You know.
yeah, because if you're the Vulcan or whatever too, like that does having an industrial ship as a daily driver does actually make some sense when you think about it. Because like if you're going point A to point B, why not be
Living there, right?
in a ship? Yeah, and just a ship that you could just be like, oh, there's a like you said, like a beacon over there. Somebody needs repairs, and just be like,
You know why?
like if all you're doing, then you can basically just make money as you're commuting,
Yeah,
kind of a thing.
and I like that. It's almost like nomadic life,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
However, I'm afraid that and we did not touch on this when we were talking about Hercules. It's too maneuverable again, just like MSR. Like it's
Yeah,
stupid.
yeah.
And there's a
I'm not
problem
really
with
too worried about that.
80,000 quantum fuel, whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so the problem is it might not be maneuverable enough, and
Which the Vulcan?
yeah, or the
It should
Vulture.
be. They're not
I
big
mean, it's a
ships,
brick.
so
They're not big, but they're not small.
uh,
They're bigger than we think. Even the Vulture, dude.
maybe there's some pictures of the Vulcan.
Oh, we saw it on the what's the name? Last year it was on the holo thing. Holo table. I mean, you still have to park. You can park the ship in it, right? Like in the bay. There's like a Gladius sitting in it, right?
No. That's a Crucible
Who is making Crucible? RSI?
Anvil.
Anvil. See that?
This is
Oh,
the
yeah. That's the ship that I was thinking of.
yeah, the one in chat is the Vulcan. That's definitely more like it's like slightly smaller than a mole.
Oh yeah. I remember. Yeah, I almost got this as a yeah. Yeah, that feels too militaristic with these
Yeah,
guns on the side. No. The other one, Crucible?
Crucible's the big repair ship.
No, not that one. There's something. Oh yeah, it is that one. But it's big. I think this is like medium
That's
size
big,
actually.
man. No way. That's big.
Look at the Gladius in it. Look at the Gladius in it. It's not that big, man.
Yeah, we'll see. I think this one's gonna go up in size too, to be
Well, if
honest.
it does, then I'm
I
not
guess
up for it. But like I
guess
look
you're
at
right.
this
Like,
picture where there's a gladiator in it. It's like it's
yeah,
maybe a little bit bigger. Like it's in between Constellation and Star Runner. You know,
I'd put that at closer to cat scale.
like in gross like
Yeah,
tonnage and
just like
everything. But
yeah. Not
it
quite as
gives you
long, but
it's big enough for you to actually have living quarters in it, right?
oh yeah, for sure. And that's assuming it doesn't get bigger because it could.
If it gets
But
too big, then fuck it. But this is what I was looking at, and I'm like, this is
that's
not
fair.
going to be maneuverable, man. Like, there's no
No,
way, right? So
That's going to be chunky for sure.
yeah. Well, yeah.
I've
Anyways,
actually thought about picking up a Crucible just because I think repair sounds like potentially fun gameplay.
but it's totally a home, right?
Oh, but look at this! How like apparently the deck can fold up. Hold on. Uh,
Yeah, you can. You can close it. I know that. Like, I'll.
oh yeah, okay, yeah. So you've already seen it then.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, well, I'll put
I have
that
a
in there.
whole blueprint and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, there's. Yeah, I see this one, but there's also. Um, I don't know if I can find. I can find a small picture of it, but like, anyways, that's big enough. Okay, there it is. Check this out. So we're looking at the basically Anvil Crucible
Hmm.
blueprint, and it has a gladiator in it, basically. And
Hornet.
if
That's a Hornet.
is it Hornet? Well,
Yeah.
yeah, it says Hornet,
Oh, it
but
even says Hornet and Garage.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
like a track or whatever. Yeah, because I saw the other one with the gladiator, like not the
Okay.
blueprint, whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not that big, man. Especially
No, the
since like
actual
the
living
back of
area is
it,
yeah.
yeah,
It's
the
mostly
back
the
of it is not
garage.
that. Yeah,
And if the garage can kind of fold away,
I'm excited about this ship. Really, I'm excited about this ship.
yeah.
But with all that said, God knows when this is gonna come.
Yeah.
This is like kind of. But
Yeah.
I am slightly excited about these two Drake ships because see, now that Starlifter came out, and I'm finally getting to that point where the new ships are coming out, and I have more understanding of the game and everything. And I got excited about how they fix their earlier mistakes, and that's what I want to see in these two ships. Like, I want to see
Hmm.
if and who knows? Like, I'm okay with living in a ship like Vulture, if it
Yeah. The Vulture is definitely smaller than the Crucible.
Oh yeah, for sure, much smaller.
Like it looks like it's kind of closer to the Vulcan.
It's like
Maybe a little bigger.
It looks like it's super small, especially like the living areas, right?
Oh, there's one here where the concept they have it put next to a Cutlass, and it's like only slightly bigger than a Cutlass.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's the size that I'm
Yeah.
okay with. But keep in mind the Cutlass has 46 SU of cargo, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so similar.
I think it's pretty
to...
safe. I think it's pretty safe to say that the Vulture is probably going to expand a little bit.
I'm really curious about Vulture's interior, though.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
what I
it's
want to know.
like the cockpit being set back, like that was one of your requirements,
Yes,
right? Like,
dude. That's yeah.
like it's more of like a bridge style kind of a thing.
Maybe that's why I'm looking forward to it. Because I said the moment they do something like that, I want that ship. I don't care even
Yeah.
if it's Drake. And to be fair, I like the its counterpart in Eve. I like that ship. I have it. I have skins for it and all that. And I'd fly this. I wish it was not Drake again. And to be fair, this totally, in my opinion, could be an Misk ship or Argo ship.
Yep.
I think they were a little bit unintuitive when they gave so many options to Drake at the beginning.
Yeah, that's fair. Like especially like you said, I mean there's certain ship lines that like RSI, Misk, like well, I guess Misk has a few ships.
But Misk is dead, right? They don't really make well. Which military ships we have from it? We have
Just the Gemini.
Ender.
Is that military?
Not Der, sorry.
Yes.
Miss.
Even then, like that's technically not a military ship; it's a retrofitted ship on both counts. But you're right in that like Misk ships do seem to be very profession focused. Like they don't like the freelancer is their all rounder.
But then Drake is everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
But
I think they screwed up a little bit, but sure.
Well, I don't know. Like I think we're still set to see quite a few more like ships coming. Like like the 400. Let's be honest, the 400i is going to come out, so who knows what that's going to look like.
Oh,
And be
but their
like
ships are either military or
luxury,
luxury
and even then, they're pretty much luxury ships.
or
You know,
racing. But like, yeah,
yeah.
it's very. But that's what I want, kind of, But yeah, I don't know.
Well, the 300 or 315 exploration base. They have the 600i exploration focus, so they have some exploration too. Um, I wouldn't be surprised to see them put out like some variants of the 400.
But do you see 400 being any kind of industrial ship?
No, it's
Well,
definitely not
that's
going
what
to
I'm
be industrial,
saying.
but I
Yeah,
could see it being an all rounder.
but
Like
all
I could
arounder,
see them
okay. It's
like
yeah,
something along the lines of like a constellation or a a freelancer kind of a thing.
yeah.
I could see that. You know,
Well, the thing is, I don't want Origin. I like Origin ships for what they are, but I'd
Mm,
rather work on one than have one. It's like in real life. I'd rather have
that's fair.
you
Yeah,
know, like a boat that is down to earth and then work on a yacht. I don't want a yacht for myself.
right.
I want it
Okay.
to be cozy but then Drake is too much. It's just like two barebones. It's like
Yeah.
I don't want to be
I
a
don't know.
hobo, no.
I'm curious. I'm definitely curious about the Corsair. I'm excited to see that on the roadmap. I that one did surprise me. I figured that one was going to be backburnered for a long time.
I I don't trust the roadmap, so let's see what happens because things
Oh,
get
it's
pushed
fair.
back, right? So
Yeah. Well, I don't know where does that even
all these
Corsair.
trade
Did
ships
you
should
notice
be up by
too?
the end of the year, man.
Yeah, Corsair is only one team and it's only 6 weeks. So
Yep. What about the Vulture?
that one's going to be coming. They're going to aim to release that when they release Salvage, guaranteed.
So salvage this
Um,
year potentially.
yeah, you're right though too. Like Corsair is due for like middle of Q4, so like that one might slip.
But that's what I'm saying. All these three ships should come out by
Or
the end
like,
of this week, this year, this
oh,
week.
the Vultures. Yeah, Vulture's actually going to come out first. Or well, the work is scheduled to be done
Yeah,
first, anyways. End of like
like
mid of
6
Q3,
weeks or something.
uh, 18 weeks. So they're starting work on it now. Like now's where they're actually working on it, and it's slotted to go until mid September. But
Yeah,
yeah,
like I mean, so maybe we get salvaging there, but I don't think so. I mean,
no, salvage
we'll see.
is set to wrap up mid September too. So, but that one's another one that we've all been burned on so many
So
times.
yeah,
It's like okay, sure, whenever we'll
exactly.
believe it when we see it. But yeah, yeah.
So I'll let you take this one, and I'll just help out a little bit. But like we had SCL, that is exactly what IC was,
Mhm.
which is more like deep dive into uh, scanning, and
Yeah.
I just don't really believe much they say here, so I didn't get like very much fired up about it. But yeah, you have some thoughts about this.
I like I like seeing where they're planning on going for it. And the thing I liked is that a lot of what they talked about, they were saying that we are gonna probably see in 314. Some of it not so much,
And there
but
was a
like
lot of
for
things where he was like, not in 314.
yeah, yes, it's true. But like for example, okay, so SCL Star Citizen Live, they did a deep dive into scanning. Like I said, I was kind of irritated about ISC because they briefly skimmed across scanning and most of it was like what we already have. But so SCL, they did the deep dive and they went into a bunch of cool stuff and a couple things jumped out. Well, no, a bunch of things jumped out at me. One of them is that I don't even know where to start here because I just basically jotted down notes as I was listening to it. But one of the first ones that jumped out at me was details about cross section detection. So the way your scanners work is they pick up different emissions that ships and other things kind of have. So they emit in electromagnetic, infrared, and they also have like a radar return or um, like a cross sectional kind of a thing. And they've even and so what cross section is specifically, it's like
From the
basically just
perspective of scanning
yeah,
how
it's
your
just
ship represents itself. kind of.
Yeah. So, and they've said that like cross section actually changes depending on how a ship is oriented. So, like if you have a stealth ship like the Eclipse, you'll notice when you're looking at that thing from front on, it's just like this little narrow razor.
Mm.
And the reasoning behind that is that when it's facing you straight on, a radar, like the cross section of your ship is very small. So it minimizes the chances that somebody's actually going to pick you up as a contact on your radar. That's cool, man. I love
But
how
if
that
they
is
pick you up
actually a
from
system that they
above,
have
dude,
working.
you're like a
Yeah,
fucking
well, it's
plank.
exactly right. So, like, if you're turned broadside to it, all of a sudden you're a lot more visible.
I,
And
I, okay. Let me just touch on that. I think this is bad.
why?
The reason, so this is how radar and scanning works nowadays,
Hmm.
which is why our ships today are looking more like than the new ones. If you guys ever check like the newer cruisers and whatnot, they're gray with like stealthy materials, and they're almost like a house. It's almost like you turn the ship upside down. It's crazy because
Mm.
if you're being radared through the satellite or whatever from above, that's exactly what it is. From above, their cross
Mm.
section is
That's
flawless,
the F.
basically.
That's
Right?
the F-117, and that's like the early days of stealth. The newer ones, like if you look at the F-22 and the
I,
F-35.
I'm talking about ships, not the planes.
Oh,
The ships basically now are built like a rooftop, basically. I can send you a picture. But so the point of this is because the ship is always floating on top of the water. Um,
oh, that kind of a ship. Oh,
yes.
okay. I thought you were talking like spaceships.
No.
Like in game, I'm trying to think like what ships in Star Citizen are built like a house.
And
Okay, then
yeah.
yes, I know what you're talking about
Okay.
then. Like you're talking about like
Like
the
zoom
new
vault, yeah, zoom vault and whatnot.
stealth
Yeah,
destroyers and stuff
exactly.
like that.
So the problem is the ship always has a cross section aiming up or front or back. You know what I mean? And there's some positioning so that it doesn't get caught from the side because the cross section from the side is the worst. In space, there's no such orientation, man. Like how? So literally a stealthy ship, like so. Let's say you're flying. We were just talking about it. The stealth
The
bomber,
Eclipse?
the Eclipse.
Yeah.
How do you know how you're positioned compared to something that scans you? You have
Well,
no
that
way of
no,
utilizing your stealth,
you
which
would have to
means,
basically be getting the jump on them. So basically it's useful when you're on the attack, but there's no way to know, if somebody's already got a bead on you from a different angle.
but then you're not stealth at all. You can
Well,
be quite opposite of stealth. I just don't feel like this is a good idea in a space game. And
I
that's
think it's
exactly why,
fine.
because you can be scanned from anywhere, like from above, from
Sure.
under.
Yeah,
No one
but there's
knows. It's
there's more
space. Like there's no up and down.
there's more factors to it as well. So like cross section is also going to be affected by what material. So if you have like stealth materials on your ship that are more radar absorbing, that'll lower your cross section. Um, things examples of that
But
are
they can
actually
lower
the
your
Eclipse.
signature, not your cross section is a physical thing.
Yeah, but like your cross section is radar returns off of your ship.
Maybe they call it that way. Okay.
Um,
It's literally a physical, like, visualization of your vehicle is cross section.
sure,
So
but
from
like
some
if
points you're smaller, from some points you're larger.
yes, but the some points where you're smaller, for example, or some points. Okay, so basically it's all based off of a radar wave hitting
Yeah.
surface and bouncing back, right?
I just feel
Um,
like this is
and
crazy
that's what
because it in space we would evolve to a point where we're trying to see signature, like emission, rather than physical ship,
yes, I
which
mean
is why
radar
we have
still has
stealth.
its
We have stealth components that
yes.
emit less.
But radar still has its place, right? Radar and laser, for example, can be used to like image a target. And if you have shapes that deflect radar and reduce the radar or cross section is the word that they use, or absorb or are more like radar absorbent, so you're reflecting less of like even in space, radar has its place. And you're right in that, like, from longer ranges, IR and EM are going to be things that you're picking up more than cross section. But for like close range, like imaging and stuff like that, yeah, we're still going to use radar and lasers because they work. Like it's just, um, so that's I think I
What's
think
the
that the
close
thing.
range? Sorry,
What do you mean?
visual range or what's the
No,
close
no,
range?
it's beyond visual, but it's still like like you could see if you had sensitive sensors, you could see an IR emission from, if it was strong enough from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Uh, like especially if somebody was turned towards you and firing their engines, you could see that from God, like potentially even millions of kilometers away, depending on the size of the engines. And that's your IR. Like that's an infrared emission
Sure,
coming
but
off of your ship.
okay,
Whereas like close
that
range
I'm
for
okay with that.
radars is
Yeah,
like 100 kilometers, you know, like in modern days, anyways. Um,
yeah, I don't know, man. That's okay. And then again,
I
like
think it's
it needs
cool.
to be gamified and all. I don't think it is. I think they're trying something that works in real life that definitely doesn't make sense to me
Oh, I don't know. I
in
mean,
game.
cross section already is in now. Like it, like it functions to an extent.
I know. I just don't like it. Just like I don't
Mm.
like most of this stuff. Like that is currently in the game. The I'd be okay if a cross section made sense in Atma, let's say. But like once you're out of the Atma, it's like whatever.
So that really doesn't make sense. Like, why
Sure.
would radar all of a sudden stop working when you're in space?
Eh, I can't. I don't. Yeah. This is why I wanted to let you talk about this. It's just like to me, some of these things are just like super bad.
I just think
Actually,
it's cool because like it means basically that on top of kind of like having your stealth components and things like that, you have to be thinking about if you're trying to approach somebody stealthily. Like cross section also means that like something like an asteroid can hide you. So you're thinking like of using the terrain, you're trying to like stay actually hidden, because
ah,
that actually
okay.
will have an effect on
Now we have to
the
talk about this
sensors.
as well. So that's okay, but why cross? Like, why your physical appearance has anything to do with this? It should be like how, in my opinion, you're emitting um something, right? And then if you're behind the body, that body can um kind of intercept your signal.
Yeah. And it will to an extent, with IR, for example, but with electromagnetic, yeah, like somebody,
You're
like you'd be
okay.
emitting in a point where somebody can detect you from behind
It's
that rock.
space, dude. There's no way. Like, whatever. If you're hiding behind a rock from someone, you need to know where they're scanning you from, which means you kind of need to know visually where they are or whatever. And then
Mhm.
if they can't scan, you can't scan them. It's like it. This
Well, it's
makes
not,
no fucking sense in the open space.
but this even works now. Like
Now
if
you're
you are
not in the
running,
open space.
here you are.
Okay.
What what do you mean? Like if you're in an eclipse, you can see somebody
Oh, now as in
who's
like
running
now in
industrial.
game. Well, now in
Yeah.
game, nothing makes sense to me when it comes to scanning and radar. Everything's bullshit to me. I don't like it.
Huh. Okay.
So I'm looking forward to them changing it, but I don't know if I like the changes. I'll have to see it in game. When
No,
you say
because it's
now,
pretty much
I think of now like in real life. That's what I thought you're saying. But now in
oh,
game, if it was good, they wouldn't change it.
well,
They
I
would
think
they
they're
would
probably going to be
upgrade
going
it.
along the same from what this SCL was saying anyways. It's going to be pretty much the way it is now, just with like dialed in. And insofar as like your sensor suite emits radar, which is passive and picks things up, around you. That's your cross section. If somebody is trying to be undetected and approach somebody that they've spotted from a ways off, they're going to be able to use the positioning of the ship and rocks and other kind of other things to kind of remain undetected as they approach, which I think is cool. And it's going to be managing, like you already said, like your stealth components and stuff like that, turning off components that are loud, as they put it. Like
Yeah,
if you are,
loud emission
uh,
kind of. Not doesn't not
yeah,
like sound wise, but
loud from an emission perspective. So like your shields, for example, emit very, very highly in electromagnetic.
Yeah.
If you want to stay off of somebody's EM sensors, disable those shields. If you want to minimize your IR, potentially you can use that suppress IR button, which reduces your cooler rates, which means you're emitting less heat. Use your engines as
I,
little as possible to kind of lower your. I like the way that stealth gameplay is shaping up, man. It sounds like it's something that's gonna like
I
take some
think
know-how. It's not just like go stealth.
I understood this completely different than you did, though.
Okay.
When they talk about radar, I feel like radar in this game. So they definitely explain that there's like scanning. There's like three things: scanning,
Yeah.
radar, and I don't know what the third one is. Pinging, maybe.
Scanning, radar, and and ping. Yeah.
Yeah. So the way the radar works now is like very very close proximity, which also it's like from maybe like 2 kilometers from
No,
you.
no, no. Way
Yes,
more.
yes,
10
100%.
kilometers.
So that's how it works now. It depends of the other ship. So if you're
Yeah, yeah,
in
yeah.
right, so from 2 kilometers to like 20, let's say, but less probably.
Yeah.
Depending on the ship.
Yeah.
Of course, if you're in a fucking capital ship, that's gonna be different.
Yeah, well,
But
that's
it's
one
not.
of the things they
Wait,
did
let
say.
me finish. So you have your radar where you can see things in your ships, and
Yeah.
it literally the scale of the radar where you can see something is maybe 5 kilometers away from you, right?
Yeah.
On the radar itself, visually.
These
And
sorts of values they said are going to change, but yeah.
well, I don't know. They said it's going to change. We don't know how. So what I feel like if this radar and cross section only plays a role in like close combat almost, where someone can go around the bush, around the asteroid, and you lose them currently on your radar there.
Yeah. Well, and you'd lose their target too, basically.
Yeah, but
Like if
not
you had them
100 kilometers
selected.
away, just like there when you're like fighting. That's how I feel about this. And then if you ping, not scan, if you ping, then you're going to see them. If the ping is further
Maybe.
than, well, if the ping goes behind the
Yeah, that's
asteroid,
one of the
right?
things.
Then you're going to
That's one
see
of the
them.
things they didn't say is like if somebody's hiding behind a rock and you ping, are they going to show up?
Yeah, I guess if the ping goes behind the rock, then why not?
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like you should be able to hide from pings too.
I don't know, but what I'm saying, like this 100 kilometer cross section thing is just like
Oh,
I only
well,
think
I
that's
don't.
like in close, very
Okay.
close proximity.
To be fair, like when I said 100 kilometers, I was talking about like nowadays. Like that's about when fighter craft are
I
getting
know,
like
but
are able to kind of like
this is
see and lock onto
why I
other
asked. Like
targets.
the range on torpedo size 7 right now
Yeah,
is like 10 kilometers or something.
yeah.
So I
I don't.
think if Eclipse is super stealthy, shields off, your cross section doesn't matter unless you turn so that like you flash the sun towards the ship, and then I see what's that,
Well, they did kind of mention that too. Like they said that like if you're approaching from behind somebody or whatever, like the chances of your cross section potentially showing up even are. Well, it depends on the scanners. Like they did also say like there will be some that have higher like some scanners you can get that have like a higher detection for cross section.
I think that's
But
bullshit as well. But it's like they're
I
trying
like
to
the idea
bring
of there being.
rogue stealthy backstab mechanic into a ship. I think if you're like
Well,
scanning
I
certain
disagree. I
if you're scanning something while you're like empowering the distance or like in front of you, then you're vulnerable from behind. But if you're just like your radar, if it's
Yeah,
picking up everything around you, then fucking where they come from doesn't matter.
true. But like the resolution that it has on cross section might determine whether or not somebody sees you visually before their radar even picks you up, especially if they had like special radar absorbing materials on their ship or something like that.
Yeah, I don't
It
know.
remains to be seen. I think the thing that I like about the stealth in this game is it's not just like push button, I am stealthed. You know what I mean? Like it's like you actually have to like think about how you're approaching something, and like and what components you have turned on at that moment, and then knowing what the other ship is capable of detecting. Um,
How do you know
yeah.
that?
Well,
Based on
rough.
what components they have? Because you
If you
cannot know
know,
that.
sure, but if you are approaching a prospector, it's probably a pretty good guess that their sensors have more to do with finding rocks than they do with detecting stealth.
Maybe we'll see. The only thing you really know is that they can have size 1. That's all you know.
Yep.
In
But
reality, that's it.
that also gives you info on like how you can
That's the
approach
only
too.
info you can get, I think.
Well, I don't know. Again, like
So if a
I
ship
still
is
think like
size 3, I know it can have size 3.
yeah, but
Unless I can scan
if
and
it's
see
an
exactly what
industrial,
components it has.
well, and that is something that
I know.
apparently you can do, but I think like if you're actively scanning somebody, I'm gonna be I'm just gonna go out and say I bet you that's probably detectable. But I think the knowledge of like how to approach something does come into play when you're talking about like what kind of ship you're approaching. Because I think it's a pretty safe bet. It's not 100%, but it's a pretty safe bet that if you're approaching a mining ship, they probably have mining sensors. If you're approaching a salvage ship, they probably have, sensors designed for salvage. Then they've already said that medical sensors or search and rescue sensors are going to be tuned for for that as well. So, like I think that if you are the person who's being stealth, the knowledge of what your prey is will affect how you approach.
I think
But
it's very vague at this point, which is kind of disappointing
it
because they
kind of
want
is.
it in near future, and I think they're
Mm.
fucking
But they did
complicating this way too much, and then they're gonna come up with something, and it's gonna be all over the place, and then they're gonna have to
they
tone it down.
they did already say though that like they realized that one of their main problems with scanning right now is that there's a lack of feedback in like what does what. Same thing with stealth. Like they just
It's
said like
ridiculous. Like right now, I you say you like it, kind of, but I think canning and radar gameplay, which is like crucial for the game like this, is fucking disgusting right now.
oh yeah, it's
No
bad.
one knows anything. It's like what the.
Well, and one of the things they did talk about with this too is they said that a lot of the tech behind getting this working is already in. It's just a question of getting, and this is what Mark Abent said a couple times. It's just a question of them getting and sitting down with the designers and actually working on it. So, like, it's cool that we're seeing stuff happening for 314 because it does say to me that this is something that they're now like starting to focus on, and hopefully we'll see kind of like active iteration, similar to like we've seen with mining as that progressed as that progresses. The
I'm
other
gonna
thing I
call
thought
in
that
now
was
and tell and say that we're not getting any of this in 314.
the cross section and stuff. I can't remember if they said that was coming for 314.
I think nothing will come in 314 when it comes to scanning.
Hmm,
I'm calling
we'll see.
bluffs. I could be
Well,
wrong, obviously. It's just like I
yeah.
don't I don't think so.
The other thing, and this is something that should really affect stuff, and they said was coming for 314 is ambient signatures. So basically, there's like areas of space that emit
Mm.
different things,
This
right?
is
So
very
like,
important, I think.
um, so like the environment itself will start playing a role in like your sensor returns. So like if you go into a gas cloud, for example, if it is I don't know, a particular type of gas cloud, it might, help to mask your IR because it's got a lot of heat going on. Or, if it's electrically charged, it's going to be like really fucking with your electromagnetic stuff like that,
But
which is
also
cool.
object like debris,
Debris, yeah.
if it's
Which
like the station that is fallen, into pieces or whatever,
mhm,
it should have some kind of signature. If you're
yeah,
next to RNR, that RNR needs to have bigger signature than any ship around it, unless
for
there's
sure.
like a
Yeah.
fucking
Well, and that's one of the things they did say, and that
Idris
is
next
coming
to
for
it.
314 was like, like these signatures that you get, if it's a larger signature, you're not going to be able to see the smaller signatures around it. And they demoed this a
Yeah.
couple times, where like where you fly in, maybe that was in SC8. Was that an
Doesn't
ISC?
matter.
It was
It's
an
one of
ISC,
this is
yeah.
why I wanted to talk about
Yeah.
bot at the same time.
So they
But
fly in and like you see like first all you see is the
Idris
caterpillar or whatever, and
or
it was a
whatever. Yeah,
caterpillar in this. They said Idris, but it was a caterpillar.
yeah, that's fine.
And then you fly in closer, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, pop, 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 pop,
Yeah,
pop. Oh, you see the fighters that are around it now. That's cool.
I
So
like
that's
that. I think
supposedly
that's really
coming for
good.
314.
The bigger
The other thing that
signature hiding smaller signature, or you being a
Mm,
smaller signature being able to hide not behind literally, but the other bigger source signature just covers your bubble kind of,
yeah,
and that makes a lot of sense to me. Which is again
yeah.
why cross section doesn't make any sense to me,
Um,
except in like super close range, like 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. That
sure. And that's like probably where it is going to play more.
yeah, if they commit to that way, like where it's only like the basically visual range where radar works like that, I'm down. That's okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
You can like
That
sneak behind,
I mean,
maybe
yeah.
escape. You know.
We'll have to see, but like that would be that was my expectation anyways,
Sure.
because like like I said, I mean your emissions are going to be visible from much further away than your cross section. Um, the other thing I thought was cool that they're planning on having for 314, and it's not a huge effect now, but it's a cool step in the right direction, is that everybody in the ship sees the scanner data.
So I failed
Um,
to see how this is useful. I was listening to it. I was like, they're hyping it up so much, like it's like the next best thing, and I just
eh,
can you give me a situation where this is useful?
I think it's in 314. Like I said, probably not really,
No, no,
but
but
like
let's go
as a
further down the road. So
so
why?
in it as a bedrock thing, for example, basically it allows for like they said this too, like a sensor operator to be focusing on doing scanning and then being able to communicate that between like the pilot. Like for example, like you can't do that right now. Like if I picked up something on a scanner and I wanted to show you where it actually showed up right now and you're in the pilot seat, I can't do that. Like that's not something that happens. Like I have to kind of manually try to guide you towards something that I've just picked up.
So you want
Um
you and they are doing like someone scanning as their potential role in the ship.
yeah.
Uh, okay, rock DS. Just saying, that's what it is.
I'm not saying full time.
Sure. You wanna bring another person to scan for you? What are they going to do in the meantime?
You know what? You know what? Frankly, I do. I hope that it eventually does become like something that somebody could like actually have some gameplay with. Because you know what? Frankly, at this point, anything you can do to make it so that multiplayer is fun and engaging for the people that are in there, like it's better than the way it is now. 'Cause now there
They're
is
just
literally
trying
no
harder
reason.
to make something that doesn't work. To
Multicrew.
to work, yeah. Multi-crew, the way they see it, is just not the thing. It will never be a thing.
Well,
I'm
we'll see.
sorry, but
I want it to be a thing that the way that they
sure,
describe it. So we'll
maybe a
see if it
little
actually
bit.
happens.
Like if we talked about it, if someone like you can have it to a point where someone is in charge of PDC, where it's like super active gameplay, PDC missiles and
Yeah,
scanning all together, maybe like like something like that. Sure, but like
sure.
if one person is doing PDC, one person is doing missiles,
Oh
one
no.
person is doing
Well,
fucking turret, one person
okay.
is
Well,
doing
on the plus side, we'll see next SCL because or ISC rather, because operator modes apparently this is one of the things they said in SCL. Operator modes is next inside Star Citizen. So it'll be missile operator modes and whatever else they're planning to do.
mm,
Um, but yeah. Um, but anyways, the ability to share information between stations is an important ground rule thing if they want to eventually expand that thing out. Especially again, like if they're going to touch on operator modes and what we're able to do. Um, Scanners
okay.
are more
You,
multi-role. I
I'm
doubt that
not,
one again.
I'm not convinced. I don't think it matters, but sure.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't think it's something that's gonna hurt the gameplay, but I think they're overselling it
Okay.
unless they want. But then again, they think that Rock DS is fun gameplay,
Hmm.
and okay, I'm pissing you off, but okay, whatever.
Well, I don't know. Like basically, I'm choosing to be excited about this because this is a game that this is a gameplay that I'm hoping ends up being fun. And you're right, it might not be. You know, like especially if fucking Richard Trier has his
And guess
hands
who
in it,
has their hands there?
assuming it the assuming that he didn't just have like a couple bad days and come across really badly. But we'll see. It's something that I'm hoping pans out, especially the operator modes and stuff like that. I'm really excited for next ISC actually because like my
Again,
god,
maybe
man,
maybe I just
multiplayer is
don't
what I want.
understand how that works. Maybe I am too much like trying to see this from the current perspective. I don't know. But right now, whenever they tried multiplayer, I mean, can we talk about this like from like third person or somehow where we have turrets which are really boring, we have DS which is really boring, we have mole which Jesus Christ is fucking boring until you get to a rock, but everything else you're sitting there in that fucking turret and you're waiting for someone to find something for you to mine 2 minutes and then you're sitting there
Mm.
doing nothing.
I had fun playing the mole because at least the guys in the
It
turrets can
was
actually scan and direct the pilots too. I had a good time. I played that on stream like a few times with a buddy from
But are
my
you
stream.
still playing it? Do you think you would have that as a thing?
If I if I was in game and yeah, like if somebody was like, "Hey, want to come jump on a mole?" Yeah, sure, I'll go. It's fun. I like it. Um, you're right in that like so far multi crew is not fun, and that's why I'm hoping that when they kind of put these things in, it'll improve things. Because right now, you're right, it's fucking boring. So, you know,
I don't know. I
but
don't want to step on your toe. That's all I'm gonna say because I have
all right,
to add. But
you can go
yeah,
ahead. No, it's fine. Um, the other thing they talked about was like potentially having squads of ships with different sensor components and whatnot to kind of complement each other. I like that. I like the idea of group meta being something that's more important than just like 1v1.
mm.
Um, what else? I don't know. I just got like a bunch of. I'm just skipping around on mine.
No, that's okay.
They touched on E-War, which I think is cool. I'm really excited to see what they do with E-War because, and they say it's going to be pretty heavily skill based. But and that's basically spoofing your like IR and EM signatures,
Hmm.
like potentially making yourself appear bigger than you are and stuff like that. They have a plan for long range scanning beyond like the sensor drones that I kind of ranted on a few episodes ago, which I think is cool. And it's pretty much what I expected
Oh,
of long range scanning.
can we just briefly touch on that spoofing? I think that's a really good thing. That's something that I mean. I think that's a really cool idea, and because we have it now, and even like if you go further down, like animals do that. They make themselves appear bigger to scare
Mhm.
potential predators or whatever. And if you're I mean, you imagine you're being a freaking caterpillar or something and then you appear as an Idris and people are like, oh god, run. But then if you like no, it would be cool if it's like some kind of mini game where if you invest more time you can see through it, but if you don't want to bother with it, where like you almost have to decide, oh shit, like okay, so for example, let's say you're preying on a cargo ship and you check it and it shows as an Idris, right? And then if you want to see if it's really Idris or not, you have to kind of show yourself.
That's pretty much what they actually said.
Yeah.
As far as like whether or not scanners will be skill based, they said not really, but like knowing how to read sensor returns are going to play a part in that. And that I think has something to do with like what you were saying about like with E-War, to see through it. They mentioned that like there are certain things that like if you are a knowledgeable, if you're knowledgeable in scanners and like and different sensor returns, you might be able to see, wait a second, like I'm getting this readout, that says it's an Idris, but like,
Oh
you
fuck! I
know,
don't. Okay, I don't like that.
but
Now that you explain, and it's true that they're looking at, but I think again that's not a good take because the problem is it's like there's internet and someone like let's say Captain Burks will figure out how to see through it, and then it will be all over the place and everyone will know it. But what I'm
maybe
what
I
I'm what I'm thinking of would be cool if you want to listen to me for a moment. Just l- let's say you cannot know unless you check, but to check you have to reveal yourself.
well, if you have to do a direct scan, then, or rather, if scanning is detectable, then yeah, I could, like
Like if someone is trying to, because at that point you are
you're
risking,
focusing. Yeah.
yeah, and you're
Well, I
risking
don't know.
time wise.
At the same time, though, like if what you're doing is spoofing your emissions, which means you're like throwing a bunch of EM and IR out there, somebody like you don't like you're not necessarily going to know if somebody believes what you're throwing off, right? Because like the person who's doing the spoofing is the person doing all the
Well,
emissions.
that's if we're talking like about literal spoofing. What I'm hoping for is that I can read it as a different ship, and they talked about this as well. Like I want to be camouflaging into a different ship, not just messing up with your radar. You know how in um when they change the name and the plate number of Rocinante, whatever the fuck,
Oh, well,
you know what
that
I
I
mean?
think, yeah, but okay, and that's kind of they have actually touched about on like fake transponders and stuff like that
That
too.
kind of, yeah.
So like, potentially to spoof, then if you wanted to do it like and not and minimize your chances of it caught, you'd like have to have your transponder set to, like spoofed to a ship that you aren't.
Yeah,
And then also being like pumping out
sure.
big like signatures to match it or
Well, that's what I'm
whatever.
saying. So I appear to you as an Idris, and now you have to play a mini game where you either are like, fuck it, it's not worth risking. Because if you try figuring out if I end up being an Idris, you're fucked, kind of.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Well,
I
like,
know exactly who you are and where you are. Or like what
yeah,
you're flying in and.
because in order to get that read, I think where you'd risk detection wasn't if you like looked closer at it. It'd be like, like that looks like an Idris from here, but in order to verify it, you're gonna have to go in closer to check. Which again, if you're getting closer to an Idris, which has a
Yeah,
capital
yeah.
sized sensor suite on it,
Who's gonna see you?
yeah, like you said, like the chances of being picked up are big, right? And
Yeah.
that's
Because everyone's gonna, if it's like affordable, everyone's gonna look like fucking Javelin. You know what I mean?
well, that's the thing. I think in order to do that kind of spoofing, one, from the sounds of things, spoofing your transponder is illegal.
Uh huh.
So,
Okay. Oh, that makes sense.
so then there's the risk of like being caught doing something illegal. And two, I think like at least from what we've seen so far, if you want to do it really well, you're going to have a ship like a Sentinel which is like designed to do
Uh
that
huh.
sort of shit or has
See,
or at least
that's
has like the components on it, right?
because I would think that if you are working as a cargo hauler or whatever is susceptible to attacks, and you're
Mhm.
working for like legal way, like for let's say UEE, they
Yeah.
would allow and supply you at some maybe at some level of reputation this device that can help you turn into one of their ships on the radar, which would
Mm.
technically be okay by the law because you have a permission to do it because it's your protection from
Could be, or maybe it's just like a modification to your transponder that
sure.
like just gives you like a UEE like military tag.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it
yeah,
doesn't
yeah, something like
necessarily
that.
change what class of ship you are. It doesn't say you're an Idris, but it's like, anybody picking up that transponder would go, that's a UEE military ship. do
Yeah.
I, like
Yeah.
it's like today, like if you went and tried to hijack a police cruiser like that, there's a special crime, for that specifically. It's like it's worse than if you just tried to steal a regular Joe's car. You tried to steal a police car.
It'd be really cool because
Um,
then if you could like actually figure out that it's not, and not only that you would get, the cargo or whatever, but then you're gonna look for that transponder to put in your ship. You know what I
well,
mean?
this is where I think what they were talking about with like the knowledge of reading sensor returns. I think that's kind of what they were
I
like
just want to
getting at.
hide this behind
Yeah.
minigame, because if it's only
Yeah.
knowledge, that doesn't work, and I'm afraid that they don't
Well,
understand this.
well, I
This is
think
World
like
of Warcraft Classic, where you needed 40 people to kill Ragnaros. It took half a year for people to complete it, and then
yeah.
14 years later, Classic comes out, and first day within 40 minutes, four
Oh yeah, because
guilds
everybody
killed
knows
it.
the mechanics. Sure,
Yeah,
sure, sure,
and
sure.
nowadays we're like just capable of, you have it
Watching
on
him.
another
Yeah, yeah.
screen, for example, and you're doing the
Well,
same that someone is showing in YouTube video, and it's
this
just
is
not gonna work.
but where I'm saying is I think I think where it's going to end up falling then is on the E-War side of things. Like how bulletproof can you make it so that somebody who's even got that knowledge of what necessarily to look for, can't see through it because the E-War guy on the other side who has the skill checks, required to do this is
So,
the one who's basically able to get past that.
so you want again a designated person to do this?
For E-War specifically, yes, we
How
know
often
that's
do
going to
you
be a
need?
thing.
Oh, how often do you need this though?
What do you mean? Like to do spoofing?
Yeah,
I don't know. How often are you gonna need that? We don't know that. All we know is that E-War is like a profession almost. Like there are ships specialized in E-War. You have your Sentinel, you have your Hornet tracker, you
yeah,
know.
okay, but then again, I'm talking about like you being a trader with the option to hide your trail. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think in
If it's not doable, I almost feel like that's a missed opportunity.
I think like anything, I think you'll probably like for example, here's an example. So they've said that while the Mantis is the specialized ship for quantum enforcement, there are going to be less effective devices like you see in the Cutlass Blue, where it just basically takes up a utility slot. So could you put some sort of like E-War capacity on a cargo ship? I think it stands to reason that that's
Sure, but
possible,
do you
but a
think you
specialized
would
ship will
need
do
a
it
person?
better.
Yeah, that's okay. But do you think you need another person to deal with this on your caterpillar?
I think it depends on if you're trying to do it actively or not. Like I'm sure you could probably set it up and just let it run.
Well, that's what
But
I'm
like
saying. Yeah.
but that's
Once,
what I'm saying.
yeah.
Like if somebody is like actively trying to investigate you and you don't have somebody potentially manning things, that's when, like you might be
Okay,
easier to
fair.
detect doing that or something like
But
that.
then the next step for me is, we're running in circles, I feel like. But the next step for me, let's say I have it in a caterpillar. It's solely imagine as well. I have it in a caterpillar and it's running on its own. But if you just have to scan me and you know I'm not, then it loses its purpose, right? So what I want is just at least a little bit of a risk, even if you don't have a person playing the gameplay, that you still are exposing yourself in order
Hmm.
to see who I am actually. And then if
Yeah,
I turn
well,
out to be Caterpillar, you risked for me being
yeah.
an Idris, right? A
And
little bit.
that's where I think, yeah, I think that's what we were saying. Where like, the risk, like somebody could come in closer basically to take a look, and that's the risk, right?
Yeah.
Like they're coming in closer to take a look, which means that by coming closer, you also have a chance to detect them, depending on what kind of ship. Like that's the thing.
Sure.
Like if somebody's flying in full stealth mode in a stealth ship, and they decide they want to come in and take a look at you, they might be able to do that without you even knowing that they came in to take a look if their ship is just better at being stealthy than your ship is at detecting, a stealth ship.
I we could have this once, like the stealth gameplay, because I almost feel like the stealth gameplay in a space game like this would have to be very, very high risk reward, as in I almost feel like stealth ship should not be a solo thing. As in, you would have to give up so much on a stealth ship that you fucking like don't have weapons. For example, if you want like speed and stealth, you can't have weapons. For example, so then you can find someone and tell, "Hey, they are here. Jump on me. Let's go."
Yeah, yeah.
Because
I think that's
otherwise, stealth
I
ships will
think
be
that's
a menace that no one's gonna want to deal with it. It's gonna just be
for
game
sure.
breaking.
But I think that's all. I think it's already pretty clear that that's kind of their direction. Obviously, they don't have it
I mean,
like
Mantis
nailed
has
down yet.
stealth and
But
fucking torpedoes, bro.
the Eclipse,
Yeah, Eclipse. Sorry, has
um,
torpedoes, 3 size
yeah,
7
but
torpedoes or 9,
yeah, there's size nines, but still like
and guns, and
yeah, 2 guns.
yeah.
It's not an effective dogfighter, man.
No,
Like
no,
if
it's
if
not. It's
you
not.
if you were in an eclipse and that's the thing, right? Like in the situation of the eclipse, like if you got found and that ship had fighter escort or whatever, and those fighters came after you in the eclipse, yeah, you're kind of fucked
Yeah.
because you're running all stealth equipment, which means that you have lower shields. And your shields are probably off, which
Yeah.
means that if you get spotted, you have to turn them on and charge them. Um, you have a smaller weapons loadout. You have less power if you're running stealth power plants. You have less cooling if you're running cooler, stealth coolers, etc., etc. So that's why I feel like they're already kind of going that direction by making stealth components basically less good at everything. Um, but the trade-off being that they have lower emissions.
But I want them to
But
take so much because you can run a retaliator with all the how many, 5 turrets.
yeah,
Some of them are big, man. It's like double size
mhm.
tree,
But the
and
Retaliator's not technically a stealth
it
bomber.
is. It's a submarine. It is.
Yeah,
So,
but
but
it's not
okay.
actually like
But if you equip everything on Retaliator with
with
stealth
stealth, which
components,
you probably
and
should be.
yeah, and you have 5 gunners, and you have 6
Yeah.
fucking nuclear bombs with you, that i- i-
You're still taking the disadvantage though of like running all those stealth components, which means that you're not going to be able to fly as fast. You don't have the shield capacity. You don't have the power capacity.
what do you mean you
Which is
cannot
going to
fly
limit.
as fast? See, that I like, but you can fly as
Well,
fast. That's the
okay,
problem.
but like,
Let's say
here's the thing.
stealth
What I'm saying
component
by that
limits
is like
your speed to
acceleration.
80% or something like that. What? How does it?
Well,
Your engine
but
is
you're going
not
to
part of the components.
no, but your cooling affects how aggressively you can use your engines. Is what I'm
Well,
saying.
coolers
Like,
don't really work right now, but I guess
well, they don't,
that
but they're
yeah,
supposed to,
yeah,
right? So, like
that's
in
why I never even
theory,
think about it. But yeah,
yeah. So, like in theory,
okay,
like if you were, like you're not going to be able to boost as hard with stealth
yeah.
coolers as somebody
Stealth
with
needs to share
functioning.
that maybe coolers is where it is, that resource that you use for combat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So in a way, you probably the safest way to do it is with a friend, where
Well, that's the other thing too. Okay, capacitor gameplay, right?
well,
You
yeah.
said
Well,
that you don't like.
I need to
Like
see it
if you have stealth power plants that are outputting less power
yeah, your
too, that also
capacitor is
means
charging
potentially,
slower, right?
yeah. So like I don't know, like I obviously we don't have all the components, but it's
No, yeah. This is almost like
like
Imagine, but
yeah,
I kind of feel like this can go super fun for both sides, or it can end up being so one-sided for any side.
yeah,
It can be like
yeah.
either so
And let's be
stupid that the
honest,
stealth is just killing
yeah.
everyone, or it
Like
can be
let's
so
be
stupid that
honest,
stealth
it's
is
gonna
useless.
be like that. It's
No,
gonna be like
yeah.
that.
I'm talking about like
So-
the end product, not like obviously now when it comes out it's gonna be all over the place, which is fine. That's okay, right? But I just don't want it to be like in the end product, like no one uses stealth or everyone fucking uses stealth. You know?
Yeah, for sure. Like right now, for example, I would say that the stealth components, they're not really being like, I mean, they're kind of being utilized in PvP for stealth, but mostly stealth components are being like, for example, stealth shields are used because they have a really fast regen, you know?
Yeah.
So basically people are taking the
One.
smaller shield pool,
Yeah.
you know?
Or mixing it with
But
stealth
like,
so that they can have regen. So
yeah, but like everybody's running stealth components, everything, even in dogfighting.
well, I'm
So
not,
like
but
that,
that's because I'm
well,
dumb.
no, but
But yeah.
like all the PvPers are because because why not? Like that
Well,
that that
I see that as a current gimmick because the game is
it
not
is.
functioning
Yeah,
properly. So let me
exactly. The
just give
numbers
you
aren't put in
let me
right.
because you didn't really play Eve to that point, and I think Eve has most of these things very well figured out because of how long right the game exists and
Mhm.
is
Yeah,
active.
the balance.
So the stealth is a so stealth is a component. Okay, so any
Yeah,
ship can have a stealth component
yeah.
that cloaks you,
Okay.
so you're invisible.
Hmm.
You could still technically bump into me physically, and
Right.
then you'll be like, "Oh shit, there's something there." But other than that, I'm completely invisible. You cannot find me. You cannot scan me. You cannot do anything. However, it's activatable and it's using your power. So so you can have a stealth on a ship that has enough like power to regen to stay stealthy all the time, but then you can't use your engines. You can't use your, you can't fire from it. Then the other thing
Right.
is you are limited with speed while you're stealthed. So once you're stealthed, you can move, but your speed is low. And even to jump away, you have to unstealth and then start
Right.
prepping the jump, right?
Right. So that's basically like, I mean, you could kind of equate that to stealth in like World of Warcraft as well. Not that anybody can stealth in World of Warcraft, but like when a rogue is stealth, they move slower. And in order to
Well, you know what?
mount, they have
Rogues
to
move
unstealth.
faster in stealth now, just saying.
Really? Oh my
Yeah,
god.
for a while now. That's stupid, I know. It's a talent, but yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Anyways,
But yeah, I
then
see what
maybe
you
not.
mean. But yeah, there's a reason stealth has to utilize some kind of resource because otherwise it's just fucking overpowered. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Being invisible is a luxury, I think.
It is, yeah, and that's why I think they've chosen to stay away from the idea that you're invisible entirely and tried to make it so that it's like there's more to it so that you have to kind of like you can't just be invisible. You know what I mean? Like you have to think more about what you're doing.
Uh,
And I think your speed and stuff will be limited. Like if you're trying to keep your infrared down, that's going to really limit how you use your engines.
I'm just afraid that some of these things need to be like automated because it's going to be so complex
Yeah.
that it's not going
Well,
to be playable.
I
For
I
for
think yeah. Well, yeah,
for
we'll see.
casual player, which we need.
Well, I think what I'm hoping is that like stealth from a single like a single seater ship is something that it is kind of more something you can, you know, just kind of like because even right now, like you can just go into your MFD and push stealth,
Yep,
and basically all it does is basically limits your
lowers everything.
coolers,
Yeah.
lowers the power to your shields, your weapons, etc. And then if you want to go even further, you can start turning off individual
Mm.
components. But like it's really just a single
Maybe
button.
capacitor will. I don't even think about it, but like if stealth is affected by capacitor,
Yeah, well,
that could be
that
really good.
I think that'll be just kind of like
If it shares energy with something, we're on
oh,
because now you
you
have
mean
to.
so like you have like a time limit kind of a thing?
Yeah.
Well, you do have that a little bit in your suppress IR because what suppress IR does is basically just like, from what I understand, anyway, shuts off your coolers. So like,
Mm.
there's a limited amount of time you can do that
Yeah,
before you're
because you're
going to
gonna
have to turn your
overheat.
coolers back
Yeah,
on again. Yeah.
and
Um.
overheating. This used to work when I started playing actually in 3.7, I think, where if you overheat, it starts damaging your components,
Yeah.
which
Wouldn't
I don't
surprise
think
me.
works
I mean, they
anymore.
put in all that like work. It doesn't.
Well,
They talked
I
about
don't
like.
think it does. I mean, not.
I just don't think it matters.
Yeah, yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
Not as in like it will, obviously. So that's what I'm saying. Like it will matter that you're not overheating.
Yeah. Um.
But if
But
it
yeah, like I
doesn't, it's just the current iteration because some other reason there's a problem with it or whatever.
according to the lore, if you overheat like your power plant enough, it like just goes nuclear and you basically just explode.
Oh god, I can see that being a weapon.
Yeah,
You know,
potentially. Yeah,
overheat, go into one direction, eject, popcorn
yeah.
time.
Well, in theory, you could do that with just self destruct too, right? Because that's what it does. It just makes your reactor go critical.
All right, well,
But
yeah.
yeah. Anyways, I'm pretty excited to see what we're gonna see next SCL or ISC rather. I hope that it's cool. They've even said they're gonna like talk about capacitors, so hopefully we get some more information with that.
Weren't we
Um,
supposed to get capacitors like the last time we talked about it was like around the corner, and then no one even talks about it anymore. What happened with that? You remember?
it was split into okay. Yeah, it's still been worked on. It's supposed to complete mid-June, but I
No,
don't know if
well,
it's
yeah,
on the
but it
actual
was
release video.
supposed to be released.
Is it 314?
I remember we were talking like next patch or whatever, like the first iteration or whatever, and that was some
Yeah,
time ago, man.
there was supposed to be one that was either in 314 or 315, but I don't
Oh,
remember.
not now?
No, it wasn't 313 for sure.
Okay. I
Yeah,
say
I don't think it's even on. I don't think it's even on the release view yet. So
the topic this week we only do the Arena Commander thing.
yeah, okay, yeah,
Even though I like their ones as well, but it's gonna take forever
yeah.
because
It's again, yeah,
No,
it's a
but I love
long.
this episode. We had so much to talk about, and it's actually fun. And that again, it goes to like when we start talking about like the ships. I think I had so much fun talking about like these different ships that I might enjoy or not. When we were talking about like
Yeah,
it's in the end, that's such an important part of this game, dude. Like the ship timeline, kind of, and But yeah, do you have
what
to
do you
add
mean?
anything else too?
No, that's pretty much it. Like I said, I didn't have anything organized, so I pretty
Yeah,
much
that's
just
cool.
skipped through my notes here, just because like I was just basically jotting notes as I was watching SCL.
So to
But
end up the SCL and ICL and all the scanning as a conclusion, I guess you're super excited about what's coming and hopeful.
you know what? Like, okay, basically, I'm just excited to get more information. Like, obviously, at the end of the day, with any game mechanic that comes out, yeah, it could end up flopping and not being
Sure,
fun.
but
But
from what
you
they
know,
presented, you kind of like it. Where I'm not opposite. Do you agree with that? Like what you're seeing is like step into right direction or not?
yeah, for the most part, like
Okay.
it's just something, right? Like they needed to expand on scanners. They have needed to do it
Well,
for a
that's my
while.
take. Is where scanning right now is awful. Um,
Yeah,
Maybe in its core, the idea is not bad. I'll give you that. But like from utility to visuals, it's just straight up shit, in my opinion.
yep, yep.
Which is sad because I think scanning, the whole scanning game is like pillar of space game.
It
It,
is,
it
yeah,
has to be. So for
and that's where
me,
like
sorry, I think these two this week when it comes to IC and SCL, I think it was good because what it showed to me, even though I disagree with a lot of things that they said, which doesn't really matter in the grand scheme, um, they are finally, obviously, heavily working on this and
yes, yeah.
addressing it as a problem.
So I would say, oh, sorry, finish your
No,
thought.
no, you're good. You're good.
Well, I was basically going to say that like for me, when I watched this, a lot of the little like things that they said were like, "Oh, that's cool," or "Oh, that's
Hmm.
cool," and it's like what remains to be seen is like when they put these things together,
Yeah,
is it
implementation.
fun
Yeah,
and does it work? So like that's where it is. It's like I think it's neat. Obviously, I'm gonna have to withhold judgment until we get our hands on it and we can actually play it. But like, I think it's neat. I think there's potential for it to be fun. That's where I will say,
I think the
and
problem
that's
is
why I
that
was excited is that there's potential for it to be fun.
I think the problem is again, and we're gonna go back to this, and for, for sure you're gonna agree with me. I think is that if they had it complete right now and they implemented it today in the game is so much unfinished. Like there's so many things
Mhm.
missing that even with having it right now complete
Yeah,
and
yeah,
functional, we wouldn't be able to know if it's good or not.
It's true. Yeah, because like for example, like the long range scanning stuff, they flat out said like that's not going to be a thing until until server meshing and stuff like that. You
Yeah.
know, so like
So
yeah,
many missing
like
pieces, man. But
so
it's
many missing
okay. I
pieces.
mean, they need to start finishing some of these pieces because without, and I mean finishing, it's time to start finishing certain
Yes.
things,
Yeah.
and then you
Yeah.
can
For sure.
change them later if they don't fit in well with other pieces. But you can't
Yeah.
like rework all the time. That's the problem, because then you're in the endless loop. I mean,
Yeah. The
which is
thing that
scary, but
the thing I like too, like you said, is that they're actively working on this.
yeah,
And this is stuff that will, like scanning is like a foundation for gameplay,
it
right?
is.
And so it's cool that they're actually doing that. You know what I mean? Because like for fuck's sake, gameplay is what we need right now, right?
Well,
So
yeah.
like but like I like too how they talk about how they want scanning to even play into the mission system, so that if you scan an object with medical scanners it might give you X mission or whatever, but if you scan it with industrial scanners it might
Hmm.
give you X mission. Like I like the idea of this being a foundation that they can hopefully build some actual gameplay off of,
Well, I mean,
because
their ideas are usually really good. It's just that
yes, it's implementation, you're
execution
right.
and
Yeah.
implementation is usually lacking. And I was about to say something, but
Well, yeah. I mean, finish your thought. It's just like
no,
like
I've lost the train of thought. But
uh,
it's okay though. I
I just
just, yeah, go for it, go for it.
well, I don't know. It's just what I already said. It's like like I'm hoping it's fun because right now it's like I've played this game to a point where it's it needs something more. And with respect to the multi-crew stations and stuff like that, well, you're right. Like right now it's boring, but at least I'm hoping adding stuff like this kind of like is a step towards making multi-crew fun and rewarding, because that ultimately, when everything else, that's what I want out of Star Citizen. I've just realized this. And I mean I've
I
kind of known
know.
it for a while, but like multi-crew gameplay is what I'm really hoping works out to be fun, because that's what I want to do,
Okay, let's
you
switch
know?
this up. Our topic today, multi topic and imagination multi-crew, because and I can guide this, and I need you to convince me that that's possible. And I'll start with this. Give me another game, any game, where people working together actually works, as in one supplementing the other.
Oh, there's a bunch of these. If Meyer were here, he'd know.
They were playing Barotrauma lately.
No, there's Star Trek Bridge Crew. Everybody was playing and said it was super fun. I never
Yeah,
played
but
it.
that's a mobile game. Okay,
Um,
I played these games where you're like five of us on phones and tablets, and like like I have to
yeah,
tell you that
yes,
something's wrong
yeah.
and whatnot. But then that's, I don't see that being viable in an MMO environment. That's the problem. It's like more of like 10, 20 minutes. It's almost like a board game, you know. Um, but
I don't know.
let's
I
let's
don't know how
try
they're
let's
gonna do
try
it.
other games. Like let's try.
This is why I'm not gonna try to convince you, because I haven't like I've played the smaller games,
Okay,
and stuff like that, but I haven't played a AAA or an MMO game where they manage this.
because it
They
doesn't
say that they're good.
exist, right? So
It
this is,
doesn't
and I'm not
exist.
trying to bash on it right now. I'm just saying, in order for them to make something like this work right now, currently, in our day and age and mindset, this, if we're being honest, this is impossible and non-existent. Like that's the current state. So if they, I'm not saying they cannot do it, but it has to be completely revolutionary thing, with something that no one has ever done before, and which is admirable, right? But this is nothing against CAG. I'm just afraid that if it was doable before, it would have been done already. Where
That's fallacious logic,
I know,
man.
I know, but and I agree. I want them to succeed here. Okay,
Mhm.
I'm down, but I just don't see. Even though like I am not necessarily, and when I started like thinking about Star Citizen, this was one of the selling points for me. Where we have someone in our community who's like, I want to play this game, but I don't want to fly a ship ever, right? And to me now playing it and thinking about it this deeply in many situations, podcasts, whatever, listening to others talk about it and all that, I still haven't found even the imagined idea of where this can actually function, where you and me are going to fly together in one ship and both of us will have enough fun to be like, oh, let's do this again tomorrow, instead of two of us flying two different ships, which to me is again multi-crew play. It's like it's two of
But
us
it's
doing
not
things
multi-crew.
together.
It's
Well, it's not
multiplayer, but it's
multi-crew,
not
but it's
multi-crew.
yeah, but it serves the same purpose, kind of. Elite
That's not what I'm
Dangerous
interested
tried
in.
this, you know that? Like Elite Dangerous has their multi-crew is where I start the game and then you join my game and then you're sitting in one of the seats in my ship.
Yeah, but like,
It didn't work out. No one is using it.
yeah. Yeah, but like, just because Elite Dangerous tried it and didn't
No,
pull it
okay,
off,
let's
you know,
well, I don't know if we
is
can do
not
it, but
is not a reason.
I
Basically,
feel
I,
like I
I
pushed you
don't know
into
how to
defensive
answer you,
mode.
man.
But
Oh
that's what
yeah,
I'm saying.
absolutely. Like, because you're
Yeah, but
asking
I
me
don't
to
want
prove
that. I don't
something
want
to
that.
you.
No,
I
no, no.
can't
You don't
prove
have to
it.
prove
Like,
it. That was the wrong wording. Okay.
I haven't
But can you
played any of them.
imagine?
Like,
Can you imagine? Like what would be the way that someone could, it doesn't even have to be CH. You know what I mean? Like what in your head, in your mind would be good enough for not, but try to think of it, not only you, but like in general for a casual player, what can someone do to be entertained enough to want to get back to that role? Because in MMOs it's simple, right? Like you have healer, you have your support, you have your tank, which always sort of support, and then you have different types of DPS, and they together they go and deal with it. But it's not like, you know where it happened? Okay, there was one game where it worked, and I actually liked it, but no one liked it.
Sea of,
But like it
was
was
it Sea
Heroes
of
of the
Thieves?
Storm.
Oh, because Sea of Thieves kind of did multi-crew a bit.
It's not. Sea of Thieves idea is multi-crew, but reality is chaos. Everyone does everything. So I'm gonna steer the ship. We played shit tons of this. I'm gonna steer the
Yeah,
ship. You're gonna use the cannons, and then the other side there's a. I'm gonna start using cannons, setting the course, and then you're gonna go for more cannonballs, and then you're gonna be like, oh shit, we're off the course because of the wind. Then you're gonna turn the steering wheel. Like everyone does everything on in Sea of Thieves. It's not like you are a gunner. It doesn't work. And that's why it's fun, because everyone does everything and everyone feels important on that ship.
Well, that is kind of the thing, right? And this is what remains to be seen. So for me, when I think about it, like honestly, like I really like the idea of what I've seen of these like mobile games where you're like doing the things and stuff like that. And even if that is something that you're only doing in situations where like where action is happening, hey, that's fine. I like, how do I make it entertaining? I don't fucking know. I'm not a game designer.
If you can
Like,
have action on demand, then I guess what we
if
talked
there's
about
stuff
before,
to
like
do,
weekend comes and we crew up Idris and do this, which we can only do with Idris, and for the next 3 hours you are a gunner or whatever, missile operator. Yeah. And then
here's an example I will use because it's something I've played. Survival games, like for example, Valheim. A lot of cases, like going out, chopping wood, farming turnips, hunting, like these are not tasks that are
just
like
grind,
by
right?
themselves, super entertaining or fun. But in the context of we are a group, doing these things for a goal, all of a sudden that's fun. And frankly, a lot of people like that.
But that's the same as
right?
flying 4 ships at the same time.
So if they can do, not necessarily,
You're in control of everything in Valheim with your character, right? You can tell me to go and chop woods while you are doing the rocks, but
I'm giving this as an example because the next thing that I'm going to say is basically if you were on, let's say, I don't know, a caterpillar, and then there is like just stuff that needs to be done around the ship to keep that ship ticking over and fun and running, like that could be engaging enough that people would say, "Hey, that was fun." What are those things that you're having to run around and doing? I don't know. I'm not a game designer, but like, like for that's like what you're doing when you're in transit, and then battle stations, all hands on deck, everybody kind of like runs and mans an actual station, and then you play out that little mini game thing where you're basically like we were saying, like on that mobile game where it's like, oh my god, somebody do this in the engine room. Somebody do this with the scanners. Oh my god, get target this guy, etc. Fire these guns, blah 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 blah. You know, like that sounds fun to me. I don't know what the specifics are going to be, and I don't know if they can pull it off, but I hope they do. And when I see stuff like this, where they're talking about the different operator stations and stuff like that, that makes me curious. So next week we get to find out more about what an operator station is. It's more than just a missile operator station because they've just generalized it as operator stations.
Well,
What
I
is that?
think that that's a step in the right direction, because focusing on one thing, except for like flying, where you are like always maneuvering the ship,
Yeah.
is just not enough.
And I really don't think that's like, I don't really think, at least from what I've heard them say and how I've interpreted is I don't think that is the direction they're going necessarily in situations where it's just like your day to day. Like I don't think it's like, okay, we're gonna multi-crew up and I'm the turret gunner, so this entire time I'm just gonna sit in my turret gun.
Yeah, we talked about
You know?
this. Yeah, but then your ship is set up so that one person is supposed to be in the turret. Like they're designing it that way. I think, okay, so first there was a game that did this successfully, and this might be funny to you, but when Blizzard announced a hero in Heroes of the Storm, which is MOBA game, Cho'Gall, which is a giant with two heads, ogre with two heads. And everyone was like,
Yeah,
wait,
I know
what?
who he is.
And they were like, yeah, you queue up as one head and the other guy queues with the other head. And we were like, well, I don't understand, because you're playing a MOBA game. You have to move around and all that. So the way it works, one guy controls movement and some movement escaping skills, kind of melee and whatnot. The other head is a mage that is doing like skill shots while dude, I'm having chills. Like we used to play this for hours.
That sounds so fun.
And then is in that game you're leveling up your hero. So now you're not leveling Cho'Gall, you're leveling Cho, or you're leveling Gal. So your skill with this hero as you keep playing. So my friend Amatel, we played it every day. So he was playing legs all the time because he's better at like movement, as a MOBA game, not like physical movement, like where to be at your right spot at right time. And I would be doing a mage. And then one day we're like, dude, let's swap, because my Cho is level 10 already. And, I never played Gal. And so we swapped, and then it was a complete shit show because he knows what I'm supposed to do, but I'm doing it wrong. He's like, fucking no. And then he would be like, oh, this is why you yell at me when I walk like this, because this skill shot looks like that. And I'm like, hello, I can't throw over the wall if you're like... And it was actually a lot of fun. But it's only 2 players, and it's action on demand. And to be fair, in that MOBA, if I was playing a mage and I would only be utilized when there's like PvP, for example, I would be bored as fuck. But they made it good, where I cleared the whole fucking mob wave or whatever. So we are like working on it together. And then there's skills even where if I level up certain skill, it affects him. And the other, it's really good. So, and these games that we were talking about, like Bridge Crew and whatnot, you queue in and you're in action, and we play for 5 minutes and you're good.
And that's why I'm saying, like, I the way I envision the like non-action stations, gameplay is more from that kind of survival aspect kind of thing, where there's just stuff that you have to do around a ship like that, a ship that large, to keep it going.
I think that's what it is, a ship that large, because they are selling us multi-crew in a ship like Constellation, like as an idea. And I think that's very, very flawed. I think that's wrong. I think multi-crew is the only way it works in my mind, and I could be wrong, obviously, But the only thing this works in my mind is Polaris is a multi-crew ship and bigger. Mole, okay, but that's like very specific, right? But Polaris is a multi-crew ship where we have action on demand. So let's say throughout the whole week, we are all like, all of us, 10 of us, whatever, that are going to crew that your Polaris are working on resources, things, whatever, because we need that for Sunday raid, which is our Polaris gameplay. And then we are all excited about seeing this fucking big ship in action, and we all are doing it so that the ship performs at its fullest. But that's like, we get into Polaris, we jump into a Stargate that is a raid, let's say, and we have instant 2 hours of action. And then we go back to our own, things. In that sense, I can see it being a thing.
See, I can see it being like a Polaris is something where it's potentially an operation even without everybody online. More like, for example, like a Valheim server or something like that, where like I might log in, not everybody's online, so I'll like, I'll wander around, tweak some stuff, repair some stuff, then I'll go like grab a ship out of the hangar and go do my own solo stuff until there's other people online or something like that. But like I think it's possible to
Yeah, but
scale
that's like
stuff
a
down.
station, right? Like that, in that case, Polaris is not operational, it's just you're living. Sure, that's literally like having a remote docking station somewhere until the weekend comes where you actually turn that docking station into a potential gameplay, right?
Your raid crew, let's use an Idris, for example. Let's say like your raiding crew may be all based off of this Idris kind of a thing.
And you're going and getting resources, whatever.
But when that Idris is actually going to be operated, that's when it's like, like you said, like weekend raid, everybody gets online. We're going to go, man the Idris and go do an Idris mission.
We are arming the ship throughout the week, getting enough money for the fuel, repairing the stuff that because something went wrong the last week, or you just have to maintain the ship.
Yeah.
That way, I can see it. But I don't think maybe that's their idea, but I don't see, and again, this might be because I am a relatively new citizen, right? But that's not how I feel they're selling me the multi-crew. The way I see them selling me the multi-crew is Rock DS and Argo Mall. And I see the same thing in bigger ship, where I'm like, okay, I'm doing nothing until the action happens. And that scares the shit out of me. Or you're going to push me into playing minigame on board while the ship is flying, because, I don't want that either.
And if they do that, I don't want that either.
Okay, we agree.
Like, and that's what I'm saying. But it still remains to be seen, like if they can put all these pieces together, that could potentially make this cool and actually make it fun.
It just needs to be, I think, like high paced, almost like fixed period of time. Like when you enter the raid in World of Warcraft. No, but listen to me.
That I still don't agree with. Like, I think it's in action, when it's in action moments.
No, so what I'm saying, like, if you go to a dungeon in World of Warcraft, you expect to be there 20 minutes, right? When you go to a raid, well, it can
only 20
change.
minutes.
Wait, it's even less.
Okay.
Mythic is like 15.
Jesus.
But when you go to a raid, you expect to stay there for 2-3 hours, right? Especially if it's progression. And this is what I mean. Like almost like on demand, we're growing up. We have fixed schedule. Okay, like Sunday 7 p.m. we need to be online, and let's go through that gate. That's not our on-demand multi-crew 2-3 hours, or well, fuck it, maybe it's longer, maybe it's less because of the events that happen, but that's like how it's designed, right? And then when we were back out of it, we all maintained the ship and we're part of the crew and all that. That's fine, but we're not gonna go in that multi-crew ship to go and buy food in R&R. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
I mean, you can, I guess, but it should be meaningless, like not really smart.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I still think that like traveling together is something that like you can do for social reasons, Or like for example, I also think that like it is
You can
possible
travel
to
together, but that's not multi-crew gameplay. We can travel.
scale things
7 of us
down.
can travel in 300 high. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But like what I'm saying though is like I think it is possible, or rather, they seem to indicate that it's possible to scale things down from those extra large multi-crew experiences to smaller ships like a Constellation, etc. And what they've explained as how they're going to do that is basically by um, shrinking the tasks so that like okay, say you have let's say 3 people on a cutlass. Like you got your
Okay.
let's just fill all those seats.
Yeah.
You know, instead of having one guy's an engineer, one guy's the shield operator, one guy. It's like the person in the back seat. He's the guy who's running engines, scanners, like missile operator mode potentially. Like all those sorts of things. Um, and the
I
guy in the front
I see
seat
what you're
is the guy
saying,
who's
and I agree. I think that that's a good idea. But again, I don't see this being viable. Like you can
as
be,
opposed to running with just like 2 people and 2 cutlasses.
but not only that. Yeah, but not only that. Let's say you are Jorun and you are chilling in your Discord talking about 890 jump, and 2 people join and you start talking about 890 jump, and he's like, well, let's go and fly around and maybe do something while we talk about 890 jump. And for this specific group of people, just flying around and doing something extra while talking, that's fun already, right? So that's fine.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
that's
yeah,
like
yeah.
one off. Like that's not your everyday thing. So if they have medium sized multi-crew gameplay, again, we need to know exactly, okay, I got the Arlington gang mission,
hmm
so let's crew up 3 of us
Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
go and
yeah, yeah.
smash it
Okay,
and then come back,
right,
and
right,
then we
right,
can
right.
we can cruise
As
around, but that's not gameplay, right?
Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, yeah, and that's You're right in that, like but like for example, if you're traveling, like like I could also see it being like, okay, so Cheg's online. Hey, what are you doing right now? Oh, like
Yeah,
you
well,
want to
yeah.
come like you want to come do this mission, or whatever, and like swing by, pick you up in a cutlass or whatever. Hey, let's not say cutlass. Let's say an Andromeda.
It's fine, yeah.
And then it's like, okay, so we're going to go do this mission, so prep, etc. And then on the way, there maybe is like some stuff to do on the ship, like, oh, hey, would you mind, taking helm for a second? I got to go tweak some stuff back there. Then we get to that mission, do the mission, by,
As long as mission is the goal and we're going towards the
yeah,
goal
exactly.
on the
Yeah,
way back and forth, and maybe
yeah,
after, because we just feel like chilling and talking about
yeah,
Netflix,
yeah, yeah.
that's
Okay. And
that's cool. That's cool.
that's how I see it,
So
just to
I
be
hope
clear.
they see it like that, because that's what it is. You need multi-crew ships that are necessary for multi-crew content on demand, which does
Mhm.
not really go hand in hand with sandbox. That's another problem. So you need like semi sandbox because you need the raid, you need the dungeon
Well, I
equivalent,
don't
right?
like let's use a support ship for example. Let's use the Crucible. You know, like instead I could be like, hey, Chegg, let's join up with me and my brother. Like we're gonna go just like go do some repair stuff. Like we're gonna go do some repair service beacons. Do you want to jump on the, do some basically that. You know what I mean? Like we're going to go do X gameplay, do you want to come kind of a thing, because that is sandbox. Like you can go out and answer X gameplay missions and beacons from the mission system.
But I'm afraid it's gonna be as engaging as, like, it will depend on if you have
Yeah.
to talk about something.
So maybe you'll just like do that until like for a couple hours until you're bored, then you go park the Crucible and either part ways or go group up and do other X gameplay in a different ship. You know what I mean? Like, I'm bored of fixing shit, let's go break shit, you know like jump into a
Okay.
redeemer, or hey, what do you
Okay, maybe.
but like for like cargo hauling, I think is the one situation where I just genuinely don't really think that there's multi-crew potential there, and I think that most cargo running will probably be done with like an NPC support. Um,
I get
because
it.
in that case, or just like you said, people who are just like, let's hang out and cruise around basically and make some money while we do it, kind of a thing. But yeah, I don't know. Like that's kind of like how I picture which I guess now that I think about it is kind of what you were already saying, where like you group up to do a dungeon or to do X type of
Equivalent
gameplay.
of yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Until you don't want to do it anymore, and then you
Or
park the
until
ship
you're
and
done,
go.
and then you can do another one,
Yeah.
or
Or you can all
continue just
log off
cruising.
potentially on that ship and
Yep,
then log back in tomorrow.
yep.
Same bad time, same bad channel. Go
I
fix some
like what
stuff.
you're
Go
saying
break
with
some stuff.
much bigger ships. Like if an Idris is our guild hall
Yeah. Yeah.
equivalent, and we can
Yeah.
all dock and undock, but then we're working on improving the ship or
Yeah.
preparing it for the time on for that big ass content that we're gonna do together.
Totally.
Yeah, as long as we're
Or
doing
like,
like that's almost like multi-crew, but like in my own time. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, yeah,
we're
exactly.
working on
Yeah.
the same thing. We're building this
Or,
house together, but for when the rain comes.
like where I could see it being a lot more hardcore, like if you wanted to be like, hardcore about it or whatever. Like let's say, because I've always envisioned Polaris as like an attack sub kind of a thing. Something where you were like, sneaking potentially behind enemy lines, using those big ass torpedoes to blow up hull ships and stuff like that, cargo ships,
But that,
disrupt,
I mean, that's wait. Are you talking about PvE or PvP?
potentially either.
So
Um,
PvE, they can design this like they can design missions
yeah, yeah.
for
But what
any
I'm
kind
saying,
of a ship, right?
hardcore, what I mean is that like when you're deep behind enemy lines, you know, there's no just taking off and going, to do your own thing. You know what I mean? Like it's
Well,
like,
that's commitment. That's like we commit to
yeah, yeah.
this, right? That's
That's what I mean.
oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Commitment's the better word for it,
That
not hardcore.
that should be like an option, sure.
But that would, oh, totally. That's when it's like, like you've got your group of 10. We are going to meet up and we are going to play this every day, for this week or whatever, or until this campaign or whatever is done, until we get back to port kind of a thing. Everybody's committed to kind of do that. Um, and even that like might not be a specific thing. It might be like, just like, we're going to go deep where we shouldn't be and just cause whatever fucking havoc we can
Yeah,
while we're
or
back there.
explore or whatever together, or
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Like a carrot would be another good example.
yeah.
Like if you had a group of 5 or whatever, and you decided we're gonna go like deep space with this carrot, like multi-day mission kind of a thing.
As long as you have enough single player ships on that like because if there's only one Pisces there and I
Yeah,
take the Pisces and go and you wake up and you're like, oh, I got my coffee, let me play some Star Citizen, you log in and there's no Pisces
yeah,
and you're like locked into your fucking character, you can't do
totally.
anything.
That's why I'm saying like I think that would be like something where you'd have to really like commit and schedule with your play group.
Yeah.
And just acknowledge that like once you're out there
Yeah.
until you come back. And I don't know how feasible that is,
I mean, if
but
you have an alt, you're fine.
yeah, there's that too.
Because
But
that's gonna be a thing. I mean, everyone's gonna have 2 accounts. People
well,
who are
this is the other
committed
thing.
to the game, I think second account in this game will be almost a necessity because unlike other MMOs,
Yeah,
because you
I
might
think
be
so
locked somewhere
too.
in space.
Either that, or they'll make it so that you can actually have multi characters on a single
Yeah,
account, or they've also waffled back and forth about the idea of like agent smithing. Do you recognize the term?
it's
So
familiar, but I don't remember what it is.
agent smithing is a concept where you can basically do like Agent Smith in the Matrix does, where you can just basically hop into a body and become, you
Oh
know.
yeah,
So
like
that's one of the
clone
things they've,
basically somewhere else that
yeah,
you're
it's
connected.
one of the things they've talked about as
I
like,
I
I don't like
I'd
the idea
rather
either.
have two
I know,
characters per account than that.
I know. I don't like the idea either. But what they've talked about for like, is basically that like you can have your friends basically take over an NPC, and like you're not you are that NPC, but like if your org needed you cross the fucking galaxy in an Idris for an Idris battle or whatever, instead of having to travel
You
all
know
the way
what?
over there to board that Idris, you can just
That's
basically play an NPC.
when we talk about this, it sounds like shit, but actually, to me, this is very important because that's
It could be the
acknowledging
only
that
way. Yeah.
that game needs to be a game as well at some point.
Yeah.
So maybe with some limitations or whatever,
Yeah, they
But
they
like,
did say that
you
there
know,
was like some limitations behind that.
like
They
if you're
said like,
playing
for
an
example,
NPC from that ship, but then
yeah,
you get the reward or whatever. Well, you can get it once you actually get on the ship or something, or you mail
exactly.
it or something like that, like something
Well,
like
what
that.
they've said specifically, they've talked about like if you are gaining reputation as this NPC, well, that's the NPC getting that reputation, not you, not your player. So
That's rough though, because then
it is
you will
rough.
not
Yeah.
kind of do it probably. But
Well,
yeah,
that's why like I'm kind of hoping that like if they do this, it's kind of more of it ends up being more of like a shit, like Joe can't make it tonight. Can somebody,
hmm
like jump in and play this NPC and fill the engineer role, for this raid that we're trying to do, basically?
yeah.
But I still,
And
yeah,
then
like,
you pay that person because or something,
yeah,
extra
yeah,
because
or
they're
something.
wasting their time or whatever.
Yeah. The other option to that, in my opinion, is making it so that you can, like, basically travel offline. So like, if my guild tells me, this morning, ah crap, this person can't make it, I can just say, okay, well, I go onto the website, I say, send my character to the spaceport, have him board a commercial flight from here to here, so that when I log in after work, I log in where my guild
Albion does
needs me.
this. So Albion Online, which is a full loot MMO,
Yeah.
will allow you to go from continent to continent, and it's free almost if you're naked.
Hmm.
Or if you have just
Interesting.
like one set of items on you. But if you want to try and travel with a donkey or an ox full of stuff that you can sell, because stuff from this biome is more expensive in the other biome, it's
Hmm.
so expensive that it's just not worth doing it.
Right. So the way I kind of saw it was like sort of like they're basically in if you are moving your character and you are offline, it is basically an NPC, but it is you. So let's say because like there's a bunch of problems here. Like if you have a bounty on your head and you log off and then go,
Oh, you can, but that's it.
you know,
That's easy. No, 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 you
yeah.
can deal with all this. If you have a bounty, you can go.
Or if you have a bounty on you, you take the risk because when you click go and your character is spawned as an NPC, and wanders over to the spaceport and hops on that, whatever ship, like your character is there on that ship. And if that ship is stopped and your character is apprehended, well,
Oh,
guess what?
you're saying like I send my character and it literally has to do all the operations?
Yeah,
I
using the
okay,
quanta system, basically.
sure. Well, I see what you're saying, but
So basically,
I would
like
say
it wouldn't.
rather you set up that and it happens instantly. Like if there's if the how do we call this commercial flight from uh, Terra Tree to Stanton
Yeah,
exists, you
yeah,
can use it and you automatically spawn in piece of spaceport. But you can't do it with cargo or like you can only go.
or your own ship.
Yeah, yeah. So for the ship, it needs time to like get there. You can tell you, but then there's limitation. If
Hmm.
you have bounty, if you owe money to the system or whatever, then well,
Yeah,
you can't do it. Sorry. Then you have to go
hmm.
like physically and
That's an
go through the
option.
hustle. Right.
Yeah, that's an option. But I
This
think
is so
like
imagined, but
I
it's
think
kind of cool.
oh, total. Well, that's isn't that what
Yeah,
we're,
yeah, yeah.
what we're doing right now?
I just want to
Like,
mention it sometimes because people get like
right? Yeah, yeah. They think we're
explaining
like,
what it is,
yeah, no, no. But like that's an option for sure. But I think using the Qantas, like that's the other thing. I don't know if they'd. I don't like. I don't
Taking
know
control
if
of your
they'd go for
character
the.
physically while you're not online is really bad, I think.
Well, I think it'd go through the Qantas system. To be honest, like I think it would be like, they talked about like how there's just like percentage chance that like because like, your NPC wouldn't necessarily be physically simulated unless there was like.
How does that solve a problem of someone having a bounty on you?
Well, it just means that basically somebody can apprehend. Like that's the risk you're taking if you board a public flight when you have a bounty on your head.
Yeah, but okay,
Is
so
that
let's say I am a criminal,
mm,
you have a bounty on my head as a player, and I board on that ship and I am not online. I do it through the simulation. So how do you
Yeah.
claim the bounty if I'm not simulated there?
Yeah, I guess you would have to be like physically simulated.
Which I don't like.
Uh,
I don't want my character to be physically simulated anywhere. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Yeah.
that's me. What was my character doing while I'm not there?
Well, that and again, like that's kind of where I was thinking, like that's where kind of the risk is, right? Like you can travel by public transportation, and in the core worlds, like you're fine. You know, if you're not a criminal, you're fine. But like like
I,
if you are going through some risky systems,
I'll say
that's what you have to weigh out. Like, is it worth being able to travel offline to Pyro, or is it better to just wait until you're online to do that trip because it's risky? Similar to the Albion Online thing, right?
no, but
Except
that's
for instead of
instant.
cost, it's risk.
Well, the
Yeah.
problem is, I'll say it right now. I hope they don't. I don't think it's a bad
Mm.
idea necessarily, but in an MMO, I don't want my character to be AI controlled in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. I think most people would feel that way, right? Which is why I think it would be like, something that people use when they need to because there's
I mean,
no
you
other
could be
options.
using fast travel in some other way where there's like
Yeah,
risk as well, right? But
true.
there's like potential
But
malfunction, and you will not die,
uh,
but you'll get.
like I like your idea to be clear. I just think that like if it's instantaneous, I feel like there are so many ways you could exploit that and I don't know. I mean at the same time it's a game and you have to have like gamification, but
But how
like
can you exploit? Like in Albion, you cannot exploit this in any way.
well, it's more like for example, so let's say you have a fleet of ships that you are trying to move from Terra to Stanton or whatever,
Okay.
and this way you could basically fly your ship there, instant travel back, hop in your next ship, fly your ship there, instant travel back, fly your next ship, instant travel back, like, so that's where I kind of wonder if, like, having
But
an
you can't,
instant, I
dude.
want,
It's like in real life. So okay, so you took your Pisces, you traveled all the way, and
Mhm.
now you have to somehow get to the airport, right? So either someone needs to take you to the airport, which you have to pay for while your Pisces is parked back home, or you have to go with your Pisces to the airport, and then when you get your next
Okay.
ship, what do you do? Like then you part all of your ships to the airport. Like what are you going to do to Tisa or whatever? Like it,
Right.
you know what
Yeah,
I
I
mean?
suppose like in that situation, you'd have to have like literally be able to like call a cab from your like
Yeah,
personal
yeah.
hangar to the spaceport or
But I mean,
whatever.
how is that? That's okay because you're still physically traveling with your ship. It's just when you're not in your ship, you're using. I mean, you're using public transportation, and then time is money. So if that could be expensive, let's say.
Yeah, well, obviously you'd have to pay a ticket, like,
Yeah.
either way, if it takes a long time or if it's instant. Oh, maybe it's like it's like kind of like taking a direct flight versus taking one that like, has a bunch of stops. So like if you want to shell out a lot of money for the direct flight, it's instant.
Instant, yeah.
But if you
Or
want,
like one
to just
minute or like
travel
3 minutes, whatever the fuck.
or if you want to just travel kind of like
Then
cheapest
you have to
available
physically
option
travel.
or like it takes a couple hours, so it's like something you
Oh
do
yeah,
as you're
yeah.
logging off kind of a thing. So it's like, well, I know I need to be in Terra tomorrow for the raid,
Oh yeah, I'm
you
cool with
know
that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That would be okay
so I'll
as long
just
as my
basically,
character is not like like spawned somewhere and doing something, but like it's just a
yeah,
time. It's like a prison. If I end up in prison, I can work for it to get out, or I can log off
log
and
off,
come
yeah.
back
So
tomorrow.
yeah, yeah, like that, like that's something we still don't have a lot of clarity on,
Oh,
and
I don't even know if they're thinking about this yet.
they are, yeah, they
Okay.
are. Well, hence like the agent smithing, right? Because that was one of their potential solutions, was like, how in a universe this big where it takes time to travel from system to system, how do we get people to like crew up on big ships?
I
And one
wonder.
of the solutions that they came up with was that, like, how you could just basically take possession of an NPC.
I wonder if this is a working day of like game director in CAG.
Yeah.
What we're doing now.
Yeah, I imagine it is. Like, have you seen Tony Z's like whiteboard in any of the
Yeah,
videos he was on
yeah,
in like the old
yeah.
videos?
That's
It's
it.
like, you
Yeah.
know, like, and then we'll do this, and that connects to this, and yeah, yeah.
And
I
then it's
imagine that is actually
stretch. Like
that's
we can't because
yeah,
of that.
yeah.
I
Game
could be a game
designer. Yeah,
director, man. Game designer,
I think
whatever.
everybody
Gameplay.
thinks that. In fact, I know that everybody thinks that because I've seen the applications that people send in to like my buddy when he had his own studio,
But how do you? I
and
mean, how do
and
you?
a lot of them
What's the
were literally
experience for
just
this?
like, well, there's actual like courses you can take, I
There's
guess, for
courses,
game
bro,
design.
but there's
Or
courses
the other one is
for
just
other
do it,
professions.
build a game, you know.
Yeah,
Well,
but I'm not like
that's
one thing is building the game because that's development. But I'm talking about like having a good enough idea with being capable of thinking about the consequences so that this idea is actually,
yeah. But how do you get a
feasible in
job like
game.
that?
Yeah.
How do you get a job like that? And I think that's just like, at least from what I've seen, it's like A, there's courses that you can take, and B, the other resumes that or applications that I've seen through my friend Ed are guys who are like, you know, like I made this little game, this little game, this little game, and this little game with my friends,
Hmm.
and that's basically on their CV, you know.
Yeah. Or
And
just do the
like
podcast and someone hears it and they're like, holy shit, these guys,
probably not.
dang it.
Because
Fuck
like I
you,
said, I mean,
Marcel.
I've seen them. Like literally, they're ones that like that just get laughed at and they get passed around the office. Like, ha ha
Of
ha ha!
course.
Look at this person. He thinks playing games for 10 years is experience.
I think it really
You
is,
know?
though. I think it's idiotic if people laugh at that.
No,
Because let
it's
me tell you
not
something.
idiotic.
Because some
It's not
people in
idiotic.
CIG right now, it's obvious that they never fucking played games, right? And they think something is fun because they never
No, no,
played it,
you're
right? So I
missing the
think it's
point of what
important.
I'm saying. You're the
It's not
point
the
I'm
only
saying is that
experience that.
it's not the
Yeah, yeah, I
only
know, I know.
criteria. You know what it is? So
But
like when you're applying to a game developer, and you're basically your cover letter says I have good ideas and I play lots of games.
you know
I'm
what's
sorry,
shame?
but
I
that's
know,
not
yeah.
enough.
But I
Not to
think,
apply to a big game anyways.
yeah.
Prove your
But it's kind of
work.
shame because
Start
some of these
small.
people for sure
Sure. So
could
if you're
do
really
that,
committed to it,
right?
prove your work. Get involved in a
It's
small
hard.
indie project. Oh, it's hard. Oh yeah, it's hard. But that's what
Especially
I'm
from
saying.
like let me tell you, there's one studio in Serbia.
Yeah.
That's it.
You know what? You're not going to, frankly, like from what I've seen, anyways. If you don't have like formal education on it, it's like it's not you. You don't start with this studio. You start with like a buddy who could program, and you start in that on that level,
Yeah.
and then you
There
put that
needs to
out.
be some segregation. I agree. I just feel like, and here's the thing, like nowadays you have education for this. But when you were getting educated and me, you don't have this. Like that was not a thing. And to this day
It's
it's
true.
not in Serbia, right? So
Yeah.
developing is, but like uh,
Yeah.
gameplay designer where you're just like throwing out ideas that are actually doable instead of
Mhm.
someone just being full of shit and just like, oh, why don't we do this and that, and is that, which is bullshit, because
I I look at it more like if the formal education isn't an option for you or wasn't around when you were getting into it, it's more like getting into art. Like if you are a spectacular artist, you don't have to basically say I went to art school. It's like show what you can do, right? So that's like and that's what it would be like for a game designer. Like if you were trying to get into game
you know what,
design,
you are not
it'd
an
be
artist, because what you just said
no.
is really not true.
Yeah, but a portfolio is important, even for a
N-
photographer.
no, I'm
If
not even talking about a photographer. My father is an artist. We used to live with his art, and if you're not on a list that people are buying, you
okay,
can
well,
trust me. I lived my life through this.
let me specify that to game artists then, because this is something that I have seen from the inside, and that is basically
Oh,
when an
even an
artist
artist
comes.
has a chance. But how many good artists or game developers are never discovered because the way platforms work? So how do you do it? You design a game, right?
if we're still talking about like video game art,
Yeah.
the applications I've seen is basically artist comes in applying for a concept artist position, and one of
Okay,
the
that's
things that the
easier. Yeah,
people look
I
at
agree. I agree.
is their portfolio.
Yeah,
You know,
and
same thing with
you
like
can with
3D art.
well, that's the thing. Like you can draw characters, right? How the
Yeah,
fuck do you explain to someone that you can turn an idea into an actual feasible, you
you
know?
you you build small games. You work on on small teams with a partner. You
Yeah.
publish stuff. You know,
I don't know how
and
we came here, but
yeah,
it's
talking
totally
about
the Star Season.
talking about game design, and but yeah, like at least that's what I've seen anyways,
Yeah.
and it's like, you know, like it's you know, like the people who are doing this are putting in the legwork, you know, putting their ideas into whatever project they can. Most of them are like tiny, maybe little like app store games or whatever, but
Yeah.
the point is it shows up on your resume, you know. And that's where like that's when you apply to an actual studio that is doing something, the people who are looking at it aren't just saying, haha, this guy played games. No,
Yeah.
you know, they're like, this guy worked on this project, this project, this project. They're small, but like ultimately those are probably what you're applying. You're applying probably
Well,
to a
that
smaller
this goes
indie studio anyway.
for
Yeah,
any profession that you don't have
just like
like
honing your craft
stable.
and having something to show for it instead of just like, I have good ideas. Lol.
All right, let's wait. Let's spread more good ideas,
Okay.
and this will be well, no, but I just want to touch on Arena Commander because it's new, it's fresh.
Right.
So another thing that we didn't have in news for this reason is that Arena Commander, which is something that unfortunately is not very utilized anymore, which is instanced space where you can do things with your ships in Star Citizen. For those who don't know, if you don't go to to PU, then you can do the Arena Commander and maybe duel someone or just play some of the modes or race or whatever. So what they're bringing, which is in PTU right now, is 1 versus 1 mode where you get in and fight against another ship.
Yep.
Now I haven't tried this because it's only on PTU. There were some issues where people get disconnected.
Hmm.
Um,
Which is
I
weird.
don't know if there's any like, can you join with any ship against any ship? That's another thing. Like if there's any kind of
Oh,
like,
I didn't think about that. Like
yeah.
bracket.
And then I don't
Like
know
if
if they're
you're,
gonna add MMR, which is, so
I
if
hope
they're,
so.
well, I would think that's a lot of work though. Like so in order for this to work, there are two very important things. One, it needs to be fun and playable. Like
Yeah.
if that's not functioning, rip. Which is very
Yeah.
hard because if let's say Buccaneer right now is good and some other ships have shield holds or whatever, whoever's not playing Buccaneer is fucked.
Hmm.
But so it's very hard in alpha. But let's say shields are good and a skilled player can probably win in Aurora against, I don't know, a Buccaneer, whatever. But in order to just go in and play, we need probably leaderboards that reset monthly or something like that. And we need MMR probably, which is probably
Yep.
connected to
You know
leaderboards
what else? You know
and
what else?
classes. Like,
We need access to
okay,
components that don't involve fucking
so
wreck.
this is another thing. And the reason we started talking about this is because Revenari, who is a friend of mine, got 30k in the Arena Commander, which upon me and Maso talking about it, made us think that maybe, just maybe, like this is out of my butt, literally. Well, not quite literally, is them implementing
Gross.
yeah, Arena Commander into PU. Because I've never seen 30k before. I've seen game crashing and all that, but I've never seen 30k before.
Hmm.
And why this would be important, and this like almost like me hoping for them doing the right thing. The problem with this is if you're 30k in the Arena Commander, again, no one's gonna fucking play because there's a risk of 30k, right? Because that's
Yeah.
a safe space where people go and not to 30k, literally.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
However,
That's where you go when you expect relatively stable gameplay.
yeah. So, however, what we do need is REC or REC, which is a current currency that you use to upgrade your ships, rent components, and all that, you only earn that while playing Arena Commander, which means that you can only play a ship with the basic loadout that you have in PU.
Yeah.
And not bought in PU, like only bought like on the website, right? And as you play, you get some amounts of REC of that resource, and then you upgrade, right? So and then nothing that you do in this mode transfers into PU, which is where we play the game, which is where we play well, like where it matters, where the MMO part of it is. So our suggestion was, or idea was, be able to use components that you have in PU or be able to rent with Alpha UEC and reward people with Alpha UEC or visuals like skins or whatever that you can use in PU or bot. What?
That's totally imagined, but would be really cool. You know that section in Grimhex that's supposed to be for watching races?
I thought about this as well.
Imagine if that's where the sim pods were to play 1v1, and you could actually watch, like spectate.
I think watching spectating would be very difficult.
It would be, but it would be cool though.
But you know what I thought about? Like if you could have leaderboards from
on
like
the
in
screens.
PU actually, right? So global leaderboards like top 100 or top 20.
Dude, but spectating would be like, there's already a spectator mode in Arena Commander.
Is there? If there is, then it's so the reason then this could be doable, I think. Again, a little bit of armchair deving here, but your server is already limited to 50 people. So if everyone has to be on that server in order to queue to that arena and spectate and play, I don't see a reason not to, because they're all on the same server already, right? If you open it to like global, so like you queue from server 7 and I queue from server 9, but then Rev is watching from server 1, that I don't know, that sounds like it's
that would need server meshing.
Yeah, or something. Yeah. So the problem with this is if they just have 1v1,
unless you could just queue up like
but how do you spectate a certain match there? Because there's so many matches.
You have to sit in a sim pod. Because it would have to actually load your character into Arena Commander, and then basically you'd have to like skip.
It'd be cool to have
match to match,
or be able to learn like that,
find a friend kind of a thing. Like it would be cool if you could party up to join these 1v1 matches, and then like use that as like you know
what a problem with this is. If people are actually like running away from each other, hiding behind objects or something, you could technically help that person that you are in talking to, like in Discord or whatever. I mean, spectating, it would be fucking cool. Like, I don't know,
man, because at the same time the maps are small.
No, like, you can disappear from the radar in a stealth ship in Arena Commander 100%. They're small, they're not that small. You still have flying around like crazy and asteroids and all that, like it's not that small, right? But so this is the first implementation of this, and what I'm saying is, if they just implement like that, it will be flavor of the week, not even month. Some people will go there, pew a little bit, and that's it. It will go back to PO. So this,
you know what though, the benefit of 1v1 is that, like, from a matchmaking perspective, you don't have to have that many people in queue to still have a game. So it does have that going for it. You need 2 people in queue in order to actually match up. So even if it's literally just the way it is now, if it is global, all you need is like a couple people playing, And I mean that in and of itself could end up getting boring if it's like you and then a super pro pilot who just stomps you every single time.
But that's how it is in the other one, not the Arena Commander, the Space Marine. You end up always against the same guy. That's the guy that was talking to Morphologists and Mike, right? So you need incentive, man. Like if they want this to work, the only way this works is give players something that is representative in like okay, so
Well,
everyone
there are
and their
leaderboards
mother.
already. Like there used to be, it used to be literally something you could go on the website and look at.
I don't
Like
think that's
before the
enough,
PU.
dude. I don't think that's enough. I think that's almost necessary, but it
You don't
doesn't.
think like even for people like Noodle and stuff, who's like
No,
literally all they want to do is fight and preferably one v
I
one.
told you. I
You
explained
don't.
this to you. So Noodle is a content creator who does PvP. If he moves and he's known for his notorious killing right now around PU, and it happened to me multiple times that I go in, log into PO, I see a red, I scan, it's Noodle, and I'm like, oh, Noodle
Mm,
is having fun. I go, I do the little thing, he does the thing and lets me go, right? Because it's Chegg. And one time I fired a missile at him, and I watched the VOD, and he was like, oh, Chegg's being naughty, and then he went and killed me because he's like, no missiles,
yeah.
right? So, but this is what happens. You have Cutlet, you have Noodle, you can meet them in PO. It's important that
Mm,
people are watching them playing in PO, knowing that they
right.
can also encounter them in PO and get fucked or
Right.
whatever.
Right. Right.
So if
Right.
he
Right.
moves
Okay.
into an instanced isolated area where he just
Yeah.
1v1 people that doesn't matter at all, then I don't even see this as potential. The only way Noodle and similar content creators like him of high skill will play this is if it becomes popular with wider audience.
Maybe.
So
Because like I said, I mean like Arena Commander competitive at one point was really popping, like they were, the leaderboards were something that were definite like bragging rights,
I know,
and
so,
like
but there was in the times when you could literally do nothing in PO,
yeah.
and there was no
Well, there
persistence,
was
and there
no
was
PO.
well, that's what I'm
There
saying.
just
In
was
that
no
case,
PO.
yeah, then it's gonna work. But
Yeah.
now PO is where the shit is. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So if you're making money like Alpha UEC by killing someone in 1v1, well, that's fucked up because people can you know people can win trade for money, and then they can split.
Yeah.
But if there's an MMR, and like at the end of the week, based on like how highly rated you are, you get certain amount of Alpha UEC or certain components
That's cool. I like that
or
idea.
skin,
Yeah.
for like gold, silver, bronze for certain ship.
You know what I'd like too is that if that did end up being like something that people were playing, if they expanded it to 2v2 and 3v3, and then had
Sure, that would be
like
amazing. But I think
MMRs
the
that way
map is
too.
kind of not big. But yeah, no, actually, I agree.
Not big enough? Well, I
No,
don't
it
know.
is, it
Like
is. But in order for all this to work, is we need 1v1 to actually become
yeah,
popular.
yeah,
And the
yeah.
only way for this to become popular is if it translates into PO.
I agree with you there, because like even in situations with my brother, like when we were, like I was just like, let's just go pop into Arena Commander, do some combat practice. He's like, why?
Yep.
Wasting time,
Yep.
like we could be making money right now,
That's
you
the
know?
feeling. That's the feeling. It's like doing the delivery
Yeah,
mission, and you're like, I like this, but why am I doing it?
totally. Whereas like for me, I'm just like, wow, it's fun to go pop shit,
Sure.
like,
But
but
majority of people will not feel that. And
yeah,
but here's why I don't think this will happen. Okay. Apart from technical hurdles that might or might not be a thing, because I don't know. They did not announce this anywhere. So this just showed up, and to me it feels like they were like, we have a problem at PO where yesterday I was destroyed there, as we talked about earlier.
Hmm.
Let's give them something to go and fight
yeah.
with no effort at all. So just
But
we have the
that's the
map
thing. Like
already, no
technically, this was
MMR.
always an option.
Well, no,
Like,
because someone else can join your right. Well, you can make
oh
a
sure,
private match, I guess.
sure, but the point is that nobody's in there for the most part.
True.
So like, so
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying.
now
Like,
they can say like, "Oh, well, you have 1v1," and so if it's like zero effort completely, where there like there's no MMR, yeah, where there's
so
no
no,
MMR,
one v one me, bro. One v
yeah.
one me.
And
Take
I
it
don't
to
think
Arena Commander.
I think they're crazy if they think, because when people saw this on PTU, they were like, we need leaderboards, we need this, we need that, and they're right. But if they don't get any of this,
Are people gonna
not
play it?
even a week, man, it's gonna be like 3 days,
Yeah.
and they're gonna be like,
That
oh, there's nothing. Okay, bye. Why the fuck do I do this? You know. So I think CIG. Unfortunately, I want to be surprised, but unfortunately, I think
No,
they
I
just
agree with you
thought
there. Like, otherwise they'd be hyping it.
exactly.
What remains to be seen is whether or not they plan on basically just putting the 1v1 mode in and then being like, okay, well, next patch we added leaderboards. Okay, well, next patch we're we're adding reputation
I
or
don't think.
credits or
I think
so
right now with these
if it's
non-PU
low
modes,
enough hanging,
it has to be an impact when it appears,
hmm,
because we
maybe.
all know how useless all this is. The
Yeah,
biggest
but sure. But here's the thing: the reason that people aren't playing now is because
you're
there is no updates. You know what I mean?
you're
Like
tripping. No, the reason people don't play now is because there's PU.
okay, well, yes, there's a variety of reasons, but one of the other things is that it's just like Arena Commander is the same. You know what I mean? Like if they started saying, hey, even right now, like even if they didn't put in 1v1, if they said, we're ditching rec, we're ditching that entire system, it's now, alpha UEC and
You can rent
alpha
whatever you
UEC
want.
rewards per match. Like because right now, like if you win a match, you get a certain amount of rec. If you lose a match, you get a certain amount of rec. If they just said that's not a thing anymore. If you win a match, you get this amount of alpha UEC. If you lose a match, you get this amount of alpha UEC. I bet you people would start playing it.
Sure,
That's an update. It says that there's something different. There's
but
something
that's
changed,
what I'm
right?
saying. That's a big change. Like that's a change that
Yeah.
affects PU. That's what
So
I'm
that's
saying.
what I'm saying. Like, if 1v1 right now ends up being just the flavor of the month or flavor of the week or whatever, just because, because it's just Arena Commander, just 1v1 mode. But the next patch, they said, oh, yeah, by the way, that 1v1 mode, okay, now you get Alpha UEC. People will probably go play it. They'd at least try it.
Yeah, try. That's true.
And
Because
then
right
if they
now,
had
since I
fun, they
started
keep playing
playing,
it.
since 3.7, the only time that Arena Commander was a thing was when we had to go into Arena Commander
Yeah.
and log off in
Yeah.
fucking
Just
Freelancer. Yeah,
fix the endless loading bug. Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that they have. I don't think with this 1v1 mode they're limited to just like one shot, and if they don't nail it, then it's just going to be dead forever. I think they'll put it in, and like you said, if it's boring, then people will play it for a week and then stop. But if they come back, like I said, and put in some change that makes it fun, people will try it, and if it is fun, then people keep playing it.
I,
Maybe,
I agree with you. I agree with you
maybe.
100%. I just don't think. I just don't
Yeah.
think. Like 85% of me thinks that they were like, okay, we can just flip the switch. Whatever, let's flip the switch.
Yeah.
And then 15% of me is like, maybe they're going to do something with it. Maybe not in the first iteration. Maybe what you're saying is more realistic. But the fact that they never mentioned any of this, to me, yells,
Low priority.
this is just, it's probably just one of those, why not? Because it's like literally zero effort. So just
Right.
like,
Yeah.
if it is,
Then
I
again,
believe it is,
I mean,
because I mean, it's
this
just a
is me.
mode basically.
This is me armchair deving again. Like if they said, like if we're saying that like it's just a flip the switch to do a 1v1, then like what's to say it isn't equally flipping a switch to just say instead of awarding rec, award
Oh, it is.
AUEC.
It is, because
So if it
I can
is
already
that
tell you
easy,
why. No. But
then
this is like, you could technically do a private match and do it 1v1. So they're basically
Mhm.
just like narrowing down how you entered this instance. Where if the rec is a currency on website, it's not in your character's wallet. So now you have to connect these two together
But they are
sometime.
connected. Because if you
They are
buy
not.
Alpha UEC on the website, you get it in game.
But that's on website. So you
Yeah,
only
that's what I'm
get
saying.
ships from website. Yeah, but PU is not connected to website, right? So
No,
if you
but
buy
what
a
I'm
ship in
saying is,
PU, you don't have it in Arena Commander. If you earn money in PU, you don't have it in Arena Commander. So there needs to be some kind of developing
what
for
I'm
this
saying,
to work.
yeah, what I'm saying is that the rec, like Alpha UEC, is already on the website technically. Like it's connected to your account. So in theory, if Rec is connected to the website and can communicate with Arena Commander, and Rec is actually attached to your account, like you can go to your account and see your Rec value.
You can only
Like
see your rec value and your basic alpha UEC value. You cannot see your earned
current
alpha
LPUC.
UEC. You can also not see your bot ships in game or components or any of that. So none of this you
True.
have in Arena Commander. So these are
But those
two
things are
different
registered to
entities
your account
from somewhere, but
from
that's
somewhere.
yeah,
Yeah,
but that's not the same
You're
thing,
right. You're
right?
right. There's probably some developer.
This is not easy
What
to
I'm
do
saying is like
100%.
really
I
because
don't.
like technically
this is
technically
a
they
cabbage fucking salad that they have, where everything is like, you know, in their
yeah.
summer, but like not
This is
really.
what iCache was supposed to do.
Oh,
Seriously.
yeah.
Yeah. But or persistent streaming or whatever the fuck they want to call it. So I don't know. I don't know. You're right. Right
Yeah.
now, it's probably not going to be much, but I hope that they, you know, hope that they do something with it because frankly, I think it would be awesome if there was like basically an arena crowd
Well, to
in
those, yeah,
a
I agree.
competitive arena crowd that I
Yeah.
could watch. Like I know I'm not good enough to play at a high ranking, but I'd love to fucking
Oh,
watch.
but if there's MMR,
you know?
you're good enough to play for as long as there's no alt accounts, right?
Oh, sure. No, that what I mean is like at like a super high level, but I'd love to watch
Of
that
course.
super high level.
I
You know
agree.
what I mean?
I mean, you can watch it on Twitch.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
But it'd be cool if it was something
I
that you
agree.
could like
I
watch
agree.
kind of more through more official channels.
Join
Anyways,
in
what
with
time are we
Tana
at right
and-
now?
Well, that's what I was about to say. So
Okay.
we are at 4 hours 25 minutes.
Holy shit.
So do you want to do your zero effort or you want to go to
No.
questions? And then
All I'm going to do for zero effort is that if
NASA.
you weren't paying
SpaceX,
attention,
not NASA.
yeah, SpaceX landed their Starship for the first time, which was pretty sweet. And then Elon Musk put out a tweet afterwards saying, "This is awkward.
Yeah,
We
that
didn't
was a good
expect
tweet,
this to
man.
land, so we don't know how to get it off the landing pad."
I don't know if they figured it out though, but I like this. Even like I don't know if this is true or not, but if it is, I admire the transparency. And this is what I want from CIG, man. Like fucking tell us when you screw up things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because sometimes we're just gonna laugh about this and it's fine. Like, you know, no one hates Elon Musk for not knowing how to disassemble the fucking rocket or remove it. You know? It's fine.
Yeah.
You try, you make mistakes. Sometimes, you know, you succeed and you don't know what to do after.
Yeah.
I hope they can do this, you know, like repeat the process and all that.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a start.
hopefully it wasn't a fluke. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I guess questions next.
We have questions. Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
some
there
questions.
is 3 questions. No, that's 2 questions. That one's from last time. Moleman asks, "What about the retribution class at 2,700 meters?" He's referring to our conversation about scale.
I know, yeah.
Even then, like 3 kilometers, 2.7 kilometers. Like, don't get us wrong here. That is a big thing. But like from the perspective of like what is possible from a physics standpoint to create in space, it is not a big thing.
And what every other universe has, man, like Volley ship from Volley cartoon is like 7 kilometers long.
Yeah, because in space, like yeah, I mean, even with like I'm saying, like with modern, well, quote unquote modern or near future construction materials like graphene, I mean,
possible.
the potential
Right?
for being able to build stuff with graphene and high and composites made of that sort of like super high strength materials, man, you can make some big shit. So, yeah, I mean, from the perspective of a game, yeah, like something that is 3 kilometers long that you could potentially walk inside of, that's pretty epic. But it's not huge, like from a science fiction perspective.
I'm being attacked by big mosquitoes.
Ugh, I hate mosquitoes.
This one does not bite. It's like whatever.
Oh, okay.
Female or whatever.
Oh yeah, okay.
I live next to the lake, so
no.
I don't know how it sneaks in, but
females are the biters.
Oh yeah, the other way around. Yeah,
yeah,
the big one. They just
for all these ships. Delicia asks, for all these ships coming out, Will they be available for in-game currency? And if so, how will they compare price-wise to current ships? Yeah, everything basically how things work right now is that when a ship first releases, it usually can't be bought in game for that patch cycle.
Yeah.
Um, it's so for like so it'll come out, let's say in 3.13, and it'll like for 3.13 you won't be able to buy it in game, but
So they
then
have like the
3.14,
first the patch that comes out, they kind of
yeah,
milk money for it. And
yeah.
nowadays they oh she's still here. Wow. And
Oh my
nowadays
god,
you which is great. Now it's almost a rule because last couple of patches they
yeah,
would add the ships that came out after sort of like 3 month period, which is
yeah,
great. Even the ones we thought will not come in because they're kind of like
totally.
yeah, like
Yeah, like the MSR, it was like, oh, they're gonna milk
MSR
that one.
Nomad. I didn't expect Nomad to show up
Yeah,
because it's
it
a
was
money grab.
available in
Yeah.
the next patch.
Yeah.
But
Mall, Argo Mall.
yeah, yeah. So that's how they do it. But how the prices compare? Well, right now the prices are all over the map, man. Like when the Prowler came out, it was like a 400 and what is it? A $450 ship in real life money, and then like in game it was like 2 million credits.
2 point
Like,
something, yeah.
it's like
Which is
something you
nothing.
could pretty much grind in like
It
almost a
goes
single
to a
play
point
session.
where like there's like you can buy a ground vehicles the cyclone how much is like certain cyclones are 30-40 bucks, and in game it takes like 3 minutes to make that much money and buy it in game. It's like nothing.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, yeah.
But like as far as how they're projecting it to work in the game long term, it's supposed to be connected to the economy. So basically, like the demand sets the price,
Yeah.
or the distance from where it's manufactured. Like if you wanted to pick up a
There's a
super
whole
fancy
system.
chip, yeah, like way far away from where it's manufactured, it's going to cost you more.
Except for like basic ships. So if
Yeah,
you're flying the most basic ship, I think they're gonna have a fixed price and they will always be, you know, purchasable. Like
yeah,
Aurora, for example. I don't think there's gonna be
yeah.
shortage of that ship.
No, I mean unless you're in a system that's like under lockdown or something like that,
Well,
you
that's
know,
yeah, that's different.
or like some players are fucking around with the supply chain so much that it's interrupted
I
all
I
the
don't think
manufacturing of a,
I don't think
of a
basic
particular
ship will be
component.
affected by Quanta.
Not well,
Because what if a new player
you know
loses
what?
the
Yeah,
ship? What?
yeah,
Like they
you're
can't
right.
play?
Actually,
Yeah.
I hope that like yeah, I hope that that's the case. That they basically just have like a stockpile of billions
Yeah,
of
exactly.
Auroras and Mustangs so that
And
they
that's it.
never
Just these
run
two
dry.
ships, and everything else needs to be affected by it.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah,
same in Eve.
sure.
Like every ship in Eve needs to be manufactured except for the starter ship, which is useless. But
Yeah,
although I have to say, Aurora and Mustang, if they're starter ships, we either need new starter ship, which is completely useless, like one size, one gun,
yeah,
one SCU, so you can just like do delivery mission, and they should be like free. If you lose your everything, you can get that ship, or they need to nerf Aurora and Mustang because I can do so much with Mustang, man. Like holy shit, they're
yeah, yeah.
kind of too good.
Okay, it's Mother's Day, and I was supposed to call my family a lot sooner than it is now. So let's wrap this up. For everybody who's here live, thanks for hanging out, guys. Good to see you, Micker, Molman, Licia. I can't believe you're still here.
She's supposed to stream
uh,
tonight. I don't know what the hell is going
yeah,
on.
and yeah, if you are watching this on YouTube and are still here, lol, I can't believe how long this is. Please like and throw us a subscription. We just do this for fun, but it is kind of fun to see those, when people like this stuff. If you want to discuss stuff that we've talked about here, I usually kind of frequent the comments. So like, we've had some good conversations in the comments the past couple episodes. So feel free. And usually I check in kind of in the morning before going to work and whatever,
I
unless
read
I
them on
forget.
my phone, and then you know what happened several times. I need to talk to someone. I would answer on my phone and like a comment, and then it would disappear.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Yeah,
Right? So I'm not
I
crazy.
think no, I think
It
that's
never
something with the
happened if I'm
YouTube
doing it on my
platform.
rig, but if I like wake up and I answer,
Yeah, it's
it's
got to be
not
something
there.
with the app. It's got to be something with the app. It's the same thing. I haven't ever had a comment disappear, but I've definitely had like I've liked a thing and then I came back and
That
it's
too.
not
Yeah.
liked.
Yeah.
So yeah, But anyways, yeah.
We read all the comments, both of us, and we talk
Yes.
about this as well. So yeah,
Yep.
for sure. All right.
And yeah, outside of that, tune in on Wednesday. Well, I guess it'd be Wednesday evening or Thursday for Standard Gossip.
Yeah, where we do stuff from YouTube and other content and whatnot.
This
They
is
will
actually
be.
perfect. Oh,
Huh?
sorry. I was going to say this is actually perfect timing too, because my cat just woke up and he's going to start causing shit in here in like
That's fine.
4 seconds.
Thank you for being here. Have a great rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. We'll see you around. Bye bye.
Bye.